The fight in the upper bracket continues here at the One Esports Singapore Major presented by PGL. EG has taken it 2-0 against Invictus Gaming, and Invictus Gaming has moved down to the lower bracket. But we now have Team Secret versus PSG LGD. And here with me to talk about that today are Lizard and Tsunami. Gentlemen, good afternoon.
It was fine for me. What about you two? NA fanboys here everywhere. I saw.
I'm beaming right now.
What happened, by the way? Full NA panel on an EG game? That's not a coincidence.
Were we wrong, Lizard?
I mean, you weren't wrong.
Okay,
I'm not saying anything. Just biased a little bit, that's all.
Biased towards good Dota, not my fault.
We're here to push the storyline. NA pushing forward through the
To
upper
position
bracket.
to the upper bracket.
To the upper bracket. I mean, China has plenty of opportunities left. That was our last NA representative. Here, I'm going to keep advocating for Secret also. That's Europe's last representative. I want the upper bracket final to be EG versus Secret. Even though Crit doesn't want to play all those games, I want to see all those games. I want to see full best of 3 go in the distance and then the best of 5
Then wait a minute. Wasn't it the last major that we actually did see Secret
Correct.
versus EG?
Yeah.
It didn't go that well for EG, but overall, that's a final that everyone wants, in the West at least.
In the West. China, they want LGD to make it through. They want IG probably to, otherwise, I
Step
think
it up a
step
little
it up
bit.
a little bit. Yeah, and then overall, the top 3 all Chinese teams, I think that's probably what they're hoping
I mean,
for.
look, IG that I was watching in that last game wasn't really the IG that I watched throughout the DPC League and in their first series. It was something different. They didn't look on point. Kaka and Oli really disappointed hard. Like, they were not on point. Those rotations, even early on, were a little bit missed.
They were cold today. That's what it felt like. It wasn't the series I was expecting. That's why I'm hoping LGD look at the previous series and they're like, okay, damn, we gotta wake up on the right side of the bed because I want this one to be competitive. I want to know how good LGD is because they crushed VP in their previous series in this upper bracket. Didn't look competitive, and I was like,
Quincy Crew as well, right?
And Quincy Crew, yeah, exactly.
Yep.
And I mean, they made it here all the way from wild cards. That's the Cinderella story everyone loves to see.
That's the anime storyline.
Exactly, but Secret is the villain of the story always because they're always the final boss.
Just look at the wildcards in the Chinese region. That region is so ridiculously stacked, and both teams are still here. You have Ichi Gaming and you have PSG LGD from the wildcards coming here and just owning everyone. It's the worst thing is, the scariest thing is, I mean, it's not worst, it's great for them, is that they're slowly adapting and getting better and better. I wouldn't say that IG, they were maybe a little bit cold, didn't play too many games. However, PSG LGD, they have had like,
they're red hot.
They're red hot, exactly. They've had so much experience from the wildcard, from the group stages, and they just keep on improving.
Per the One Esports Fantasy Pick'ems, the fans have spoken.
Wait, let me guess.
All right,
75%.
75 for Secret?
For Secret.
It's higher than that. I'm saying like 90% for Secret.
Well, if this is Price is Right rules, you definitely win because Team Secret has a 91% chance as picked by the fans of One Esports Fantasy Pick'ems.
I understand DPC League in the Chinese region is not really watched that much because it's too early in the morning and people are not acquainted that much with the Chinese teams. And after seeing IG...
They will be now.
After seeing IG flop out so hard, I can understand the 91%.
I do, like, I don't agree with the 91%, but again, it's not necessarily odds of winning. It's the it's more of a popularity
impression.
contest.
Yeah, the impression that they've made. I agree completely. I don't agree with 91%, but after seeing the top of the Chinese region flop out so hard versus EG, you're thinking, okay, PSG LGD, how much better can they be versus Secret?
Not only that, but Team Secret has they've only had a couple of games played. PSG LGD have battled it all the way up here from wildcards, and we saw that in the last series, EG didn't have a lot of practice. They only scrimmed about 4 times. I wonder how that works out for Team Secret. But the teams are ready to come to the stage, so please give a warm welcome to Team Secret and Team PSG LGD.
Welcome on stage, Team Secret. Welcome on stage, PSG LGD.
Paris Saint-Germain LGD, the team that has battled through a 50-episode arc to make it to make it through the upper bracket, and now fighting final boss Team Secret. Frequently considered the final boss Team Secret. Will the anime storyline continue, or will Team Secret put a stop to that?
If you go, like you said, their Secret hasn't played very many games, and then even the games that they did play, they showed basically nothing. What are you gonna do? Ban carry a Baton if you're LGD? What information did you get in the previous
They didn't
series?
give anything away. Maybe you banned that Enchantress out if you're really worried, but they didn't give anything away. That Abaddon, it's been picked only because of the matchups and because they believe that they can take the game. Any other team picks that Abaddon, I'm 99% they lose. So you don't really know. You don't really know what they're going to pick.
Do you think Team Secret has prepared some special picks just for this tournament?
Not necessarily. I mean, of course they did prepare for the tournament, but it's not. They prepared with the meta heroes that they see that are being picked, and they're also preparing in between the group stage matches and whatnot, preparing for each individual team because they have it all laid down in front of them. Why wouldn't you?
Lucky for Secret, their players already have such a weird hero pool to begin with that they can do off-meta stuff, and it won't be that awkward for them. They can throw. I would not be surprised at all to see like a Matumba Man Lone Druid just randomly, just like that, or Broodmother. Have we seen any Broodmother this tournament yet? I wouldn't be surprised because Secret has the player skill to be able to get away with that.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen it in DPC EU. It was definitely played by Liquid.
Yeah.
Over here, if they did play it, I did not watch that game, so I don't think they did. I'm pretty sure they didn't.
So what kind of strategies do you think we'll see here?
Of IG during the DPC CN, in which they aren't afraid of picking off meta heroes and winning with them if the time is right. If some Lycan is picked, they can go for a Swan. You know, they can answer different heroes in multiple different ways because they're top players. Every single position on this squad is a top player on that position, and the versatility that they have is just huge.
I think the only thing that LGD may be able to extract from Secret's series against Thunder Predator is beware of lane movements, beware of tri-lanes, beware of people swapping lanes, because Secret is more than willing to mix things up.
So what you expect is not to counterpick them and be sure that that lane is going to stay that way.
Expect the unexpected. That's
Expect
what
the
I'm
unexpected.
saying.
But PSG LGD, they do adapt a little bit to those two games. Not a lot of info was given to them. However, they do ban out the Enchantress and the Timbersaw. Enchantress kind of expected. Timbersaw as well, Secret played, so interesting. Puck, however, from Team Secret, I wonder if they'll ban Io or Monkey King now afterwards. Which one have they prepared for? Because these are pretty much the heroes Io, yeah. I mean, Io you have to ban if you don't have first pick.
Yeah, the only thing is I thought Puppy, in classic Puppy fashion, would let it go for game one and be like, let me see if I can beat this.
So the hero is so damn broken, not even Puppy lets it go through.
Exactly.
That pretty much says something here. Osfrog in chat, please.
Or he's just saving it for grand finals. Game one, let the IO go through. Oh god, what do I do? I've never gotten this.
Ancient Apparition first pick.
PSG LGD picked up Death Prophet first. Do you think that this is a good pick?
It's a great opener. This is my favorite hero to first pick. I value it over Puck, over Void Spirit, because your laning state should be better versus both of those. But Team Secret, in Team Secret style, they open up with a Mirana.
Yeah, that's not a first phase. I mean, first pick in any other team priority. But I think this the Death Prophet is what gave VP their bearings back in their Quincy Cruise series. It's just so flexible. You can put it on any role. Doesn't show anything.
However, when it comes to the Monkey King, right, you know where PSG LGD is rolling it.
LGD Ame.
Exactly. And Team Secret, 100% they knew if they banned these two heroes that Death Prophet and MonkeyKing are going to be picked up. We can ask them later on in the interview. That's like 70%.
Oh, the interview.
Oh,
Oh, you're
Is-
already assuming that this is going to be a secret win, huh?
No, I'm just, not necessarily a winner's
If we
interview.
get it.
Maybe some other interview. You never know.
Okay, sure.
All right, production. You heard that when we go to predictions, you can just throw up Team Secret for Blizzard here.
No. Let's see the picks so far, but I do like the troll pick. Not necessarily too sold on Mirana, because I haven't really seen the value of a first pick Mirana.
Yeah, especially when there's not like an Enchantress or a Beastmaster that you're sniping out the creeps from. It seems...
One thing is Phoenix isn't banned, right? So because of that, maybe Mirana as a precaution,
Okay, yeah.
precautionary pick.
That's true.
But like you said, it's a very interesting first pick. As expected from Secret, though.
Do you think that PSG LGD will adapt their playstyle a little bit? We know that Ame has had a lot of interesting decision making during the tournament, maybe some things that people might consider a tactical feed. Do you think they'll be a little more careful with that
Tactical
this time? Or do you think that they'll just stick with what's been winning for them?
Let's see. I guess something that would prevent him from tactically feeding would be Oracle. I wouldn't at all mind to see LGD pick up Oracle, especially seeing as how they already have the Death Prophet.
If it's not banned, right?
If it's not banned, yeah.
Oracle versus... Oracle with Death Prophet and with Monkey King is extremely good. I want to see if Team Secret adapts to Fate Beyond's hero pool and bans out a couple of those ranged offlaners that he usually plays. What comes to my mind is either Xingqiu Tusk, that's extremely popular for PSG LGD,
Yeah.
Nature's Prophet or Viper on the offlane. These three
Oh, yeah,
heroes,
Viper, I didn't think about that, but yeah.
yeah, they picked it so many times.
Shinkyu has picked a lot of very interesting heroes, including techies, which they lost that game. That's not going to happen this time, right?
It's not going to happen. I'll already guarantee it's not going to happen.
Wait.
soon.
Isn't it by property of transition? PSG LGD lost versus Thunder Predator lost versus Team Secret. Are we getting anywhere here?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. I see. Yeah. Razor banned out. The reasoning is very simple, right? It's against the troll. Wind Ranger, something that we have seen quite a bit in the last couple of days.
Do you think that ban was based off of the last couple of days?
Most certainly, because it wasn't picked before, right?
Yeah, it was pretty much Thunder Predator kind of showed it off, and then Quincy Crew was also like, "Oh yeah, I like this. I like this Wind Ranger pick." And they were combining it with a Tusk in
Yep.
both those games. So if Xingqiu gets his hands on Tusk, that would be something to worry about. Although LGD ban out AA, which seems like a very obvious, "Hey guys, I want to pick Oracle."
The Tusk thing,
Or Alchemist.
the Tusk thing, exactly my thoughts. Ancient Apparition, however, it's good to ban it versus Monkey and Death Prophet as well. Like if you're playing Death Prophet and Monkey, you don't want to be playing into AA. So that's probably the reasoning, right? But Oracle as well, like you said, pretty open for PSG LGD. Also haste to play against it. Oracle good for both sides, to be honest.
Who would it be
for the
better
troll?
for?
I always like it with the Death Prophet. I mean, once upon a time, the classic combo was the Troll Warlord because you get the Battle Trance off, which already gives you like 7 seconds of not dying, and then you put the False Promise on that, and then it's like another 7 seconds of not dying, so you have 14
Invincible
seconds of
forever,
invincibility. Yeah. But I still find
And
they ban
the
it
ban,
out.
yeah.
Okay.
I love that ban. Even though Team Secret has a pick here, they don't want to play it, and Puppy is like, I want to play something more fun, you know? Give me some Tide Hunter, maybe 5. Well, that's not necessarily
Venge.
a swap versus the Monkey King, get him out of the arena.
Yeah, or maybe they were worried about something like an Enigma coming out from LGD.
Who was the Venge picked for? Is that a 5?
Great
Venge?
question. I don't know,
Is it a
honestly.
2 Venge?
What happened to Corvenge? During the beginning of the DPC, everyone was really hot on this Aghanim Scepter, and they're like, oh, I can always be on the map. I'm a vengeful spirit who, even if I die, it's fine.
Yeah, it did die a little bit. The hero itself died out, I mean, as a core.
And then did not stay around as an illusion.
I, have,
Yeah.
I have some great stats for you, Tsunami.
Hit
I know
me.
you love to hear these wildcard stats.
Give me the numbers.
Vengeful Spirit was picked twice
By?
in the wildcard by Team
A lot?
Nigma.
Oh, wonderful.
And they lost twice.
So it's some European bias toward Vengeful Spirit.
Sure,
but,
yeah.
for PSG LGD, they go with the Winter Wyvern. This is most likely going to be played by Xinkyu. And he has a very peculiar playstyle with the hero, which played into Orchid. The amount of damage that you deal as a position 4 when you get those items plus level 10 with that plus 50 damage talent, it's like you can solo pick off heroes pretty much.
I'm a big fan of Wyvern against Troll. I don't know why it's not being seen more often, because right now there's the only thing is that if you Cold Embrace, you're kind of setting up for a Mirana Arrow, but that's just something that you have to deal with. But Troll Warlord has basically no magic damage. At least like pre-MKB, and so being able to Cold Embrace a target that's getting fervored on is really, really nice.
Yeah, very peculiar that Pangolier wasn't banned out, because if you look at the previous series, Thunder Predator banned that Zai Pango in both games, and he's considered one of the best Pango players in the world. But PSG LGD as a team does not really value Pango that highly. They don't pick it too much. Fabian isn't old 11 when it comes to performing on the hero, so.
And as we saw in the previous series, Crit also played it on 4. I know Paulson played it a bit on 4, so could be Yapster. That's the beauty of Team Secret, Sumi. You never really know.
Where
you
they're
never
going.
know. Except Troll. Well, actually, no. Even Troll could be Nisha or Matu.
Yeah. They do have some BKB piercing abilities versus the Pango, right? You have Winter's Curse later on as well. That Prophet with the spirits, while you're rolling around, they just eat you. So
even if Xinkyu does go this kind of right-click oriented Wyvern in Arctic Burn, you can hit Pango pretty easily and just kill him in his Rolling Thunder.
PSG LGD has picked Winter Wyvern before to specifically into a troll game against Obi Neon.
Yeah. It's a very good answer to the troll, and also Vengeful was picked. So they might have been thinking Team Secret is planning an Enigma, and they answer with the Winter Wyvern. But that's a bit of a stretch. That's like thinking a little bit too deeply into the matter.
You gotta think that deep.
Yeah.
This is upper bracket, baby.
The Bloodseeker, however, this isn't really thinking too deep. This is, I see Pango, I'm gonna rupture him, he's gonna be useless. That's about it.
Is that because of the rolling?
Yeah.
Okay.
Rupture.
Understood.
Goes through spell immunity, you're just gonna bleed out as
They
you're
see
rolling.
him
everywhere.
rolling.
Is that a
They're
techies
hating.
ban
They
I
hate
see?
it.
That is
Why?
a techies ban, you see. I don't know. Secret is clearly like, I'm wasting a ban right now.
PSG LGD, they don't want to see him play. They don't want to see the team play techies. They've done it before. Maybe they just don't want to see it.
Oh, Team Secret, you see the techies played by PSG LGD. You saw them even maybe troll a little bit with it, but techies, you still don't want to play against that. It's still
But
very annoying.
Then it would have been Wyvern 5, and then like techies.
It's possible though for Wyvern 5, right?
Yeah.
It's still doable.
That's a pretty bad support duo in air quotes, because techies is never part of a duo.
Would that just be
Wait.
to make sure the game doesn't go to 70 minutes?
I honestly could not justify the techies ban. I mean, yeah.
Tusk is still in the pool. Like I would.
Yeah, right. Yeah, why would you ban techies over Xinkyu Tusk?
Xinkyu Tusk is like top notch.
Or they're looking for a Y hero still.
I feel like that's his best hero. But if you're looking for Y hero, you're not banning techies. It's exclusively Xinkyu. So it's interesting, but they need a 4 or a 5 most likely. Even that Prophet is flex, right? Like it can be your 5, and then offlane can be picked.
They played some Clockwork on Y.
On Y, on Innocence, yeah.
Yeah. I think anything to kind of help the kiting effort against Troll would be in my best interest for LGD to pick.
What hero would that be?
Yeah, so that's why I like the Clockwork. The Cogs is irritating for Pango to have to deal with, irritating for Troll to have to deal with.
This could also be Dead Prophet Monkey safe lane, Bloodseeker Wyvern off lane, and mid lane last pick. They're so flexible. They can just take a nothing to say hero to here too. No, they go with
There's
the
the
Clockwork
clock.
Innocence, yeah. That's it rounds the draft up pretty nicely.
What about Team Secret? They have a little bit of time to figure it out.
Okay, Sumi, you give me your guess. Who do
All
you,
right, let's see. This is so hard. All right, Troll, carry for sure.
Okay.
Venge.
It's fine. Yeah, I don't know either.
All right,
Give me-
Venge mid.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Probably the least likely option.
Very I don't know. It's just so hard. Oh, man.
Go with the Pango.
Pango off lane.
Yeah,
Good
Mirana
job.
support.
Yeah, yeah,
Mirana
Mirana
support. Okay.
So
yes.
that leaves mid, right?
Right.
They're
I
most
just-
likely.
I just want to go for them pulling out some really weird strat. They banned out techies. Anything is possible,
I'm on
right?
board. I'm on board, Sumi.
Most likely a Nisha hero here, right? Like you're looking for some mid laner that lanes well into the Dead Prophet. We talked about these heroes before, but Quap banned out. There's maybe a possibility of Alina as well. Not really loving the hero versus Monkey and Clockwork.
So-
Invoker.
Banned as
Oh,
well.
damn.
Yep.
OD. It's a dead hero, but
Oh, they go with the
Alright.
Ember.
surprisingly normal.
What makes it a normal pick?
It's a spirit hero, and spirit heroes are great at jumping backlines. And if you have something to be worried about, like a Xingqiu Winter Wyvern camping out, looking for an opportunity to cold embrace whoever troll warlord's going on, then you want to be able to jump on that. And Secret didn't really have that, so I think Storm was banned out also, right?
Yep,
Yeah,
it
so
was.
go for the Ember.
The problem that I see with every single spirit that they go for is that they're not that great into Dead Prophets. So nothing to say should have a pretty decent lane. However,
They-
Oh,
you
perfect.
I can't blame them.
I'm gonna shut up now.
All right.
Neil,
The drafts are surprisingly even. I think that there were, like you said, they picked the Winter Wyvern into the Troll in a previous series. I think that that's a good answer that we're not seeing often enough. China loves the Troll, so they must know the answer to it. I'm going to go LGD.
Oh man, tiebreaker again. I'm liking Team Secret. I think Team Secret will show off their expertise. They've had a lot of things hidden, secret things.
Heyo!
And I'm I'm just hoping to see some meta change. Let's bring in the casters, OD Pixel and Lacoste, to see what they think. Gentlemen, Team Secret versus PSG LGD.
You want me to go first, and then you can just hop on the
Exactly,
train?
yeah, I'll wait for you
I'll-
to difficult for Secret, and Zai's going to really have to up his game against all these hard counters.
Should be, yeah. It's hard to say. You never know with Team Secret. Like sometimes they just put themselves in a bad spot with the draft, but still it's a Team Secret. If someone can make this work, it is them for sure. Also, I would expected something else rather than this position 5 Clockwork, because they have swap, they have leaps, you don't really threaten a kill on Mirana. You also have like Pangolier. Sometimes he struggles because of the cogs and everything. Also, Ember Spirit can't get out, so Clockwork's not going to get too much value out of this game, I would say.
See how much of a disruption Y can cause in the fights. Lane setups where we're going to be having at the moment. It looks like Zai backed up by Yapzor Puppy around the room control. Maybe see if they can action onto Y and Arme. Y stepping in. Y have a terror out. Y, he's going to be able to grab the bounty rune, but he will die for this. Secret, waiting with the fairy fires. Yapzor surely going to have the right clicks to take him out.
First killing blow.
Does in fact Zai. Maybe they want to
And
get the first.
instantly pauses.
Oh,
That a PM pause?
Whoa.
Okay. Looked like one, but apparently they have some issues with the audio.
Pausing as you get first blood, that's not good behavior for people to do in their pubs. It's how you anger the teammates, anger the enemy. This is good. We want to see both teams riled up. We want to see PSG LG fuming. We want to see Secret just mad as hell. So,
the angrier you are,
yes,
the more mistakes you make. I mean, if you're angry, like you play better, or like
Well, it depends. You know, we see. You know, we had the other day, right?
Yeah,
But
GPK,
he was mad.
he was mad, but
and he just destroyed him.
good type of
Yeah, a
mad.
good time. You know, there is definitely a good time. There we go.
To go back to the talk about like the team fight potential, they have so many great setup. Like Winter's Curse, one of the reasons why they decided to put it as a 4, get a bit more farm priority, is it's such a great setup for the Blood Rite, for Wukong's command, cancel the whole fight with the Pangolier. You ulti anyone who's close to Troll, like Troll just kills him.
Pause. Will they be able to sort it out soon?
Not what you expected?
Again, this last pick Ember Spirit. You found of this from Nisha? Not
They needed
necessarily
someone to
go-to
jump the
spirit.
back lines.
Yeah.
Any of the spirits who were available,
Rattle 'em,
go
yeah.
in and try to kill Wyvern. So I guess that's the reason why they decided to go over the spirit, something that's more maneuverable in a team
It's
fight.
looking
Also, they don't have
spicy.
that much of a lockdown, so he should have an okay
It's
time.
looking spicy.
That Prophet, however, against any of the spirits pretty much does well, so nothing to say should have an easy time.
It's
Of course,
looking
be able to provide that
spicy.
extra bit of setup for the arrows of Yapso. Sort of build Nisha goes if he does take some early points in the chains, and Yapso will look to make some slow down. Say, Arme, we've seen many a game where he's been popping off on the Monkey King. Is this a game where Arme is going to be able to hold off from getting the BKB and can go for his fully aggressive build?
You never know with Ame. Like, this is always the toughest
Well,
stuff.
50-50 if there's a BKB or not coming into play.
More like, 2080 when it's Ame.
Much
Yeah,
appreciated.
I think on the first day or the second day, he built 6 item BKB on a Monkey King by just refusing to buy one.
I like it.
Arrow, nice block. It looked like he caught the arrow, but actually just blocked it so that the range creep does not die. Did it on purpose.
That's smart stuff. Because of that, we'll be able to deny the range. We certainly did Arme and Y. Down the bottom against Zai and Yapso. Over in the mid, nothing to say. DP against the Nietzsche Ember. Top lane, Puppy porting Matsuma Man's Troll. Off lane, Bloodseeker. And the 4 Wyvern. Well, yeah, we'll see what Xinku's going to be able to do with the hero in this position. How much he's going to be able to achieve with the step up in priority on the hero.
Like first couple of levels, level 1, level 2, Wyvern is really weak as a position 4/5, whatever. And once you get the second point in a Splinter Blast, then you can start pumping up some damage. It's also not the greatest setup for the Blood Rite, only the slow is there, like you don't have any like real stun.
Matu on the Troll. This carry, one of the most solid laners in the game. Deal with pretty much the majority of popular lanes that are thrown at you nowadays. I mean, that strong capability between the melee and the range form, and a solid chance of being able to trade back if melee heroes like the Bloodseeker do ever try and go on you.
Bloodseeker is a strong laner. 6 armor, level 2. I love the item build. Magic Stick, because you know the Troll will be pumping out those Whirling Axes, and same goes from
Courier
Puppy.
is dead.
Vengeful Spirit,
Wonder what
double career kill.
Courier
Like this should reveal the board.
I need imagine so.
So that's 60 gold times 5, 300 gold just by killing 2 couriers for the whole team.
Of course, unfortunately, though, with the courier's dead, they won't have
You're
any way of getting a
welcome,
sentry
Owen.
out. What do we got? Oh, quick
Because
maths?
I've been doing the math, and it's correct. It's
That's why we get
quick.
you here. You're here for the brains, I'm here for the...
Means.
I don't know why.
Man. Nothing to say. Already has enough to buy a bottle. Didn't even bring any other items, just one set of Tango. Same goes for Ember Spirit. Straight into bottle.
So, I mean, as we said, this game, Zai, lots of things he's got to be worrying about. You know, if you're playing the Panga, what would you say is the biggest threat in sort of team fights? Like, who's looking to mess you up the most?
From PSG LGD?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just Wyvern.
Wyvern.
Like, the only team fight pretty much they have is Pangolier Rolling Thunder, and he has the best ability pretty much, that's Rupture, so you have to cancel it or roll and die, and you have also Winter's Curse, something that the Pangoliers don't really like to play into. Also, any kind of leash mechanic is a pretty big deal. Top lane, some pressure. Let's see if he has... No, not. It's on cooldown, unfortunately.
Puppy
We'll
himself.
still go for it.
Very, very low. Out of regen, Puppey might have to take the walk back to base or get something sent out on the courier. She is not in a good position to help her in the lane now. Another Splinter Blast, even connecting. Yes, Jin-Q will push him all the way back on his road to base. Oh, the Rocket Flare! Oh,
He snipes him.
He did! Lovely little move there from Y, able to get a kill from across the map.
Courier has been killed.
Excellent shot.
Dire's middle
He gets the
tower's in
reward
trouble.
on top of that as
Dire
well.
again?
There's no point for him to get the cogs in this lane. As we've said, like, you're playing against the Pangolier, you're playing against Mirana. They have the leap charges, they have tools to actually get away from that. Puppey, after dying,
Radiant structures are
TP's mid,
fortified.
refills the bottle for Nisha.
Nothing to say with a little bit of a lead in this matchup. As you said, we should expect to see.
Rocket on the top lane. Ooh, Bloodright does not connect.
Really putting on the pressure. It's a secret safe lane hit. PSG LGD. Matu very low. Does have a salve. Still coming out. Planes of attack and a stick, so at least to have some sort of capabilities to keep himself sustained in the lane. Definitely down bottom. Arme receiving out a lot less pressure on his alpha map. A fine time farming underneath the tower.
Bounty rune spawning. Seems like it's just gonna be 2 for 2 trade. Ahmed, he pretty much always gets Battle Fury on the Monkey King.
Yep.
That's his standard stuff. Into Aghanim Scepter. He just loves to be super greedy on the hero.
Or attempt there from YapzOr, but no trouble reading it. Still have that observer. What is about to expire, but was vision of and you sort of angle that YapzOr could attempt to get across the trees.
That Prophet is level 6. They're trying to find the angle on the Ember Spirit, who's still 5. They're gonna go in.
You see TP's coming in, YapzOr, he's going to try and head over, but Nisha, he's surrounded. Slight of 50 time by 6 away from the 3 of them, but he'll get taken out. And the damage to the exorcism of Puppey and YapzOr, they've got to be careful as well. Why?
Yeah, Puppey's
Stepping
there.
over with the battery assault, Puppey is going to get surrounded. There's nothing he can do to keep himself alive. Double kill, but nothing to say.
And YapzOr, he misses the arrow. There was a creep blocking the siege creep unit, so they can't stop the push. First usage of the exorcism, they get 2 kills. They might actually get. I don't think they're gonna be able to like completely kill the tower because Ember will come back and they're half HP. Y still manages to get out. Rune is on the top. That Prophet gets it, so it's like 1500 damage on the tower.
That's a lot. And those 2 kills for nothing to say. Just Secret, yeah, coming in a bit all over the place with that defense. And not necessarily having the best heroes to push back PSG LGD when they make that sort of move early on. Try nonetheless, and does not end well for them. 3-1 now. LGD. Arme treads complete. Now look to farm away from the lane. If he feels he can be a bit more efficient in the jungle, Zai has got the Orb of Corrosion and level 6.
Yeah, that's why Ame is like, I can't really be in the lane.
Yeah.
Need to go back to the jungle, otherwise they're just gonna kill me. Fate Beyond on the top lane does not have a level 6 yet. Going towards the road of Atos, which I really like. Great against Ember Spirit, great against Pangolier, Mirana, all these maneuverable heroes like you just want to be able to walk them down. And of course, it's a great setup for Bloodright.
They found him. Why? He's able to walk up, get the trap with the cogs. It'll be an easy setup for the Bloodright. Fate Beyond comes over, claims the kill. He's already in this early game. Puppey struggling a bit to really stay on the map. 3 deaths already on the Vengeful Spirit.
Arrow, well hit. Easy.
Radiant's bottom tower is still down.
That's the first turn of Shadow Charge
Dire's middle tower is
on
under
Mirana.
attack.
Like, ideally you would want to have Wyvern sitting there and just soaking up the XP. He's very hard to kill because of the Arctic Burn.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, tower does go down, but Puppey was able to TP in. She manages to find the deny. Take that away from PSG LGD, but nonetheless, 8 minutes in, losing their mid-tier 1 tower. They give a lot of room for PSG LGD to make plays on the side lanes, and just sort of opens up the area of safety that Arme swing between the mid, jungle and the triangle without too much worry of Secret catching him by surprise.
Exorcism pops on the top lane. there should be no response from the Team Secret there. They could potentially just trade a tower on the bottom lane. Zai still did not pump that Rolling Thunder. It's a scary thing to play against unless you bring the Blood Seeker, then you can just rupture him. Why level 4? He should be the one. Well, Sport's a bit under leveled, but Sport's level 4.5. So either they leave a lane for Jinkyu to get the levels, and then Y buys the dome, because Clockwork really, does not get the far priority in this one.
No. Gonna slow levels from Y. Single ship after the phase boost. We'll see what sort of route he wants to go. If he feels the necessity to get some sort of early protective item like the Yules, or if he feels that he can get away with getting aggressive, getting that Maelstrom first. Be tricky though. There is that hard silence, so I've nothing to say that he will have to deal with in the fights, and that could be enough to set up for the follow-up Bloodbright hook shot. Once it's there from Y. And now 2 more levels that he's not going to have to worry about that catch, Nisha. Both carries very close to one another. Arme, nice little double stack of the Ancients. Himself just ahead of Matsu, but both going for that same build up there. The Battle Fury on the horizon for both of them.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Ame has that Primal Spring maxed out, wants to be able to just farm up the Battle Fury. We'll try to stack it one more time. We'll be able to do so.
Twins.
Quite a lot out of this edge. A little more than Matsu's able to from the neutrals that working his way around. Down bottom. Catch to be found on, says Jinkyu. Get the jump around the bouncies.
Moonlight Shadow is available, so they can make a move. Just need to push the lane so they know something's not up.
Are you a fan of this Lacoste? Sort of classic Yapzor style.
Oh, I've seen it.
Yeah.
I've seen what he's going for. Aghanim Scepter after getting the urn. It's a good Aghanim's upgrade. It's not an S tier, but it's a greedy one. Kind of suits Yapzor's playstyle.
Oh, for sure. They push out lanes, doing damage, getting those creeps with the Starstorm on the arrow. Some action here is Y, and he's got 6. We'll be able to hookshot back to safety. It's over towards Faith Beyond, and Secret won't be able to catch him.
Deceptive rune of invisibility.
He's going to feel that he can get a Maelstrom first. Smoke up from PSG LGD. No hook shot, of course, for 40 seconds, but Faith Beyond has the rod complete. So that solid setup into the silence of the Bloodbright could do wonders. Nisha though with the invis.
Radiant's
Dispel
bottom
that whole
tower.
movement. Drop it down now. Zai. Hello here. Thinking about getting in on this, but GP's are coming through. PSG LGD, they turn. The rod. Down in the Bloodbright. The forward part is Rob. Nothing to say if they lock down Nisha. Nisha, the silence is too long. Nisha can't get out of this. As Nisha goes down, Rupture's already
Also
onto Zai.
Pango.
Still got the Winter's Curse, and GQ can find the opportunities to lock them down. Zai. Rupture wears off. He's going to roll his way out. He'll head back to safety. Will make it away. Still PSG, they get the big kill. They take down Nisha.
You can feel the power of the Bloodseeker against the Pangolier. Also great setup from Road of Atos into Silence. That's a 6-second duration. Silence followed up by Silence from the Death Prophet. Extra 3 seconds. Ember Spirit, he wanted to get... So, you have the item to scale. Already bought the staff, so... He feels, he needs to get something to get rid of that silence.
No, yeah, it really was always going to be the question this game if he could get away with it. After that, Nisha says, all right, nope, Yules absolutely. Maelstrom would definitely go punished. As mid lane Zai off the mark with a swashbuckle. Well, Y's off the mark as well with a hook shot. Of a symphony of fails there between the two of them. There's nobody going to get caught out. Well, how's the carries looking? Matsu sold away from his Battle Fury. Arme pretty much in the same position. It really is going to be very close between these
neck and neck close. 400 gold away from the Battle Fury. Still did not see a Winter's Curse. Jinkyu going into Glimmer Cape. A lot of damage coming up from them is magical. They will get the D ward.
Rapsor, he'll farm it away towards the Yags. About halfway done. And both teams really be happy with the passiveness.
Spoil
Of course,
that
whilst the
shot.
carries farm away, Nisha at least needs that Yule's done before he tries to make any plays. To say, it's going to be a very difficult target to go on. Going for the Yule straight into the BKB, making sure that he can be that frontliner that PSG LGD can fight around. PSG LGD, whilst Ame continues to defend, they'll make a move to the board. Nisha, silence into the rod, the hook shot and the blood right. They lock him down. As Nisha, all the swap, Puppey will manage to get the save off. The Puppey able to make sure that Nisha lives. A good job as well, Nisha. He was just 100 gold away from finishing his Yule Scepter. It would have been a very painful time to be caught. Puppey makes the move, and Nisha will get to live to see another day.
This is why they picked the Vengeful Spirit. Also, Puppey just loves to play certain heroes like Enchantress, Vengeful Spirit. Even though it's not like the strongest hero right now, they still get to use it really well. I don't think PSG LGD will make a move until Dead Prophet gets level 2 Exorcism. Spirits go from 8 to 16. They double, so a lot more damage. Smoke, Zai, and Yapzor trying to find a kill on Ame.
If they can get the Rolling Thunder into the arrow, they could certainly have a shot at getting this. Meanwhile, down bottom, looking towards Y. Y, shot the back, and the curse is out. GQ, he's able to catch the two of them into the side. Nisha goes down. And now when they chase, they'll look to run down Matsumaman. Ruptures at the ready. Fabian pops it out. Matsu, he has still got the ult. He's going to pop it. Get back in there, try and close the gap. But the Yules is up. Buying time, so Matsumaman will actually still get the kill on Y. But of course, will not manage to escape.
At least they got something out of that. You know, a kill on position 5. Ame, they did not get him. He managed to get out, was watching the bottom lane, what was happening.
Amazing what you
Highest
found,
bottom
Lane.
team.
Teamfight is just too strong. Like, they have ways of resetting. They have these silences to follow up on the curse with either coming out from the Dead Prophet
Highest
or the
bottom
Blood
tower's
Right.
getting pushed around.
So it's going to be very difficult for Seek to turn up.
A lot of kiting potential against the Troll. The Cogs,
Spoil that shot.
Cold Embrace. And I'm feeling PSG LGD.
Absolutely. In those moments as well, where you're seeing Matu getting taken down, and you know that Ame's just free farming elsewhere on the map, that hurts. When you've got 2 Battle Fury carries, and one of them's getting the freedom that Ame is, it's going to be tough to keep up with him, especially when he's going for, as you said, the Ags after the Battle
Radiant
Fury.
are scanning for enemies.
His farming speed is just going to ramp up at a pace that Matu, he can't afford to get picked off if he wants to keep up with it.
This also allows you to go inside the pit and
Nice
take
middle
it. You can
tower
have like
must be
3 heroes.
disintegrated.
Monkey King can actually solo Roshan. It's going to take a while once he gets the Aghanim Scepter. But with the help of the Exorcism, they could potentially just stake it. Ame, scouting things out.
Yeah, he's dangerous territory at the moment.
Radiant's
For
top
Arl
tower's
here.
under attack.
He knows Ame. Keeping it cool. So have good backup now. White and secure around just in case Secret did come in with a.
I want to see
Radiant's
Jin
tower's
Q get
above the
a bit
tower.
more farm priority as a 4 Wyvern, because he is such a great setup. I want to see like a Blink Dagger, possibly even Ether Lance on top of that, just to have that long range initiation.
This fight, again, just going to be another very tough one for Secret. Network different is close, but you just look at heroes like this Death Prophet, nothing to say. BKB just about 500 gold away. When he's got this BKB and Yules, Exorcism out, Secret, they're going to have to back away from him. I don't know if they're going to be able to fight to this Death Prophet.
They just don't have enough burst damage. So like there's always going to be Curse to react. Dead Prophet can get the Yule Scepter off, possibly. You know, there's so many things. We still did not see the big combo, the Curse into Wukong's command, because Ame does not feel comfortable fighting yet. Scan connected, they're planting down the sentry and the observer board. Nothing to say. He's good.
It's the whole movement. They'll spend a bit of time here with the 4 of them searching all over the place.
Oh no. He wants to go back in.
Oh, this might be costly if he reveals himself to burst the next wave. Yapzor matches. Yeah, shown on the wave. Yeah, no, there's no way. Nothing to say. Shows himself now. Surely.
Just stay in the trees. This is a line that has been said during TI1 or TI2. Still up to date.
Goes for the nuke on the wave. Zai still around, maybe able to start something. As about going for this Zai, keeping himself hidden, and nothing to say. He's going to spot him out. Now they're trying to have the Yule setup. Arrow coming in. timing won't quite be there. TP's immediately coming through from PSG LGD. They're no secret for something. Of course, won't push any further, not look to take any risks that close to the tier 2 of PSG LGD. Going elsewhere for the cause. Matu close to having the S and Y done. So of course, Blink after the yours. Nisha,
well,
not quite done yet.
Finishes Aghanim Scepter. Needs one more creep wave.
This Monkey King's gonna get very, very far. Ame has just had complete freedom in this first 19 minutes.
They're making a move on the bottom so he can TP to the bottom lane and connect with the rest of the team if needed.
Here we go, look at sending up wide. Hook shot straight to the back of both beyond. Not the ideal start, but it does the job. Kill is found. Nisha gonna head out with the TP. They won't be able to find him in time.
Got another kill. Like, they could potentially just go inside and force a fight inside the pit. I don't think Team Secret team fight is enough to actually just threaten. There we go.
Come on, Nisha does have a remnant prepared down bottom, so he is away. But now he's on the other side of the map, PSG LGD. They're going to look to get into the pit, pop the exorcism, and they'll look to take this before Secret's able to set themselves in up in a position to contest this.
They don't have Wukong's command. Like, I guess he was relying on Dead Prophet to land the silence, but she was a bit too far away from it. Like, they have 3 people on the bottom. Like, this Roshan side.
The Curse will hold him back. Radiant gets the kill on Roche. It will still be picked up as well by PSG LGD. Has nothing to say, able to take it, as well as taking Zai's life.
Ahmed made a slot. He wanted to pick it up, but
They couldn't
got
risk it.
stunned. Yeah, they did not want to risk anything. Nothing to say is like, you know, I'm just grabbing it.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom
Ten support.
tower is under
Over
attack.
on the mid, Puppy. Sent him on a nothing to say, able to dodge the magic missile there with the illusion rune. Arrows coming in, Fate Beyond your steps to the side, gets back in, takes down Puppy. PSG LGD, they can now start to maybe get a bit of a push on, even without the exorcism. Cause very strong right now. And Forever just staying in the faces of Secret. So Secret just aren't really having any chance to get on any, to hunt down Armor. They just don't have the space to make
It's very hard for them to gank with their heroes.
Dire's middle tower is
In
under
the
attack.
situation they're in right now, like, it's Mirana 4. They have a setup, you know, they have a setup with the Ember Spirit, but it's a bit tough to execute considering they're playing into Wyvern. Arrow, Road Connect on a mid lane. Might be able to burst it down. That's the first launch.
Gotta be careful, Xingqiu. Winter's Curse in 15 seconds. So they want to go in and try and take him down. Rolling Thunder coming out from side. Found the change straight over towards Xingqiu and a
Good roll.
Again for the Woodwatch command is down. Matthew inside, they caught in the middle of the side. He's not going to get the chance to get the ult off. As he's perma-silenced there by the squad of PSG LGD. And now they're over towards Puppy as well. Rodovados down from Fabian. PS LGD, they'll be able to find 3. Rocket Flare from White.
We'll finish him off. Yeah, the team fight, the potential from PSG LGD. You can see Wukong's command with the Aghanim Scepter is just too much. Yule Scepter is available. But the Boundless, oh, he's waiting. Oh, man.
Ooh. He's away, but look at, Fate Beyond. He was there by the Remnant. He was ready for Nisha. Nisha still on the run. Low on the mana. TP's coming over, Xingqiu. Seeing if he could catch him off, but we'll be speedy enough with the phase boost and the yours to still get away from it all. Will Lip at 14 to 5, 6k lead. Secret, they went all in there on that attempt to try and take down Nothing to Say the 2 times. PSG LGD, they were ready to turn this.
Oh, they were ready. I love the optimization from Fate Beyond. You know, getting that for 8, that's such a great setup for a lot of the things that they have in maneuverable heroes, like crippling three heroes inside of Team Secret. And now getting into a BKB, has a Basher queued up, like he wants to be able to scale.
We have queued up on Matsumaman, the BKB for him.
He got a Basher for a brief moment, and then realizes, you know, these silences,
They destroy him.
just relying on swamp is not going to be enough, so I need to be able to go in with the BKB and actually deal the damage.
Yeah, pretty much for the most part, that Puppy's just not always able to be able to provide that save. You know, if he wants to have any chance of getting in, utilizing the Wave of Terror, the Magic Missile, chances are he's just going to be in range of Nothing to Say being able to reach out and catch the Venge in the silence as well.
I've seen Jin-Q also like changing his item build quite a lot. You know, first he wanted to get some more damage. I've seen Orchid, I've seen Hex. But in the last fight you've seen, you know, he needs to be able to get his spells off from a further distance. Like, that's just why I love Aetherlance so much. Like, Aetherlance Blink Dagger should be the build here. Clockwork,
Oh!
he gets it.
Oh my goodness, I mean he's out, but definitely some style points there for Y. Hits the blind hook shot.
Even the broken clock is right twice a day, right?
Right.
Like he used the hook shot multiple times on his allies so far. Sometimes defensive, sometimes didn't want to use it, but yeah, this one kind of earned the respect.
Yeah, that was, yes, it doesn't matter if you don't get the kill there. It's you hit a pretty good hook shot.
Radiant's middle tower is not feeling the love.
Top lane,
Dire's top tower is
Exorcism's
under
out.
attack.
Tier 2, that'll be taken down. Secret, no position to defend this. They will not be turning up to fights until Matthew's
Dire's
got that
top tower
BKB.
is about to be Radiant's top rubble.
It's just too much damage. Like, these two heroes can pretty much kill the Roche alone, kill the towers. They can take the outpost. There we go.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Gem.
attack.
Bought by Clockwork. He's also going for the shard. Top tier memer right there.
Comforting rune of
Radiant's middle
regeneration.
tower
When
is
you're
under
having a good
attack.
game, you know, you got to reward yourself with some of the more entertaining abilities. Jetpack is definitely up there.
For the twins.
You always know you're having a tough game if you start falling behind a team that's had the ability to pick up a shard on clock.
The prize is mine.
Yeah, one of the best S tier shard right there. You know, I feel there's always a better choice than the shard. You know, getting
But it's
pretty
as I
much
said,
anything.
It's the demoralizing factor, you know. You don't want to be that team that loses to the clock that was able to buy a shard and it didn't matter.
Yeah, I don't know why you would have like a limited turn rate. While
It's because it's that
bottom tower is
powerful.
under
with clock.
yeah, it would be the
Somehow,
I
you know?
completely agree.
You don't get much better than jetpacks.
Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand.
Still not committing for it.
He's not. I'm someone
waiting,
on his
you know.
team saying don't do it.
No. They still have a tier 1
Dire's
tower,
middle
so
tower
the
is
reason
under
is like
attack.
Yeah.
he wants to save the buyback because he can
Radiant's
easily buy
bottom
back
tower
and
is
the
under
TP to
attack.
tier 1 tower connect to the rest of the team even if he gets caught. But I don't think he should be the one holding the gem. Like, they should give it to someone else. Because he goes in, dies, he could easily lose that gem.
That's true. I mean, could you even afford for sort of Arme to take it? I mean, he's got a Wraith Band and a GG branch, and one of those slots could do it. Or is it too risky to put it on Arme?
Ame is just holding a branch so he can
Yeah.
hop on a tree. I don't know.
Hop on a
It
tree.
should be Ame holding
Yeah.
it, actually.
Radiant's middle tower looks to be disintegrating.
See if they pass it
Radiant's
over. I
bottom
mean,
tower
why
needs
is
a
actually
hand.
He gave it to someone.
Nah, he's giving his. Okay, Faith Beyond also. had it.
Dire's
That's-
middle
that's the
tower
perfect
is
one.
under attack.
Okay, be strong.
Anyone who's tanky, like he's quite suicidal on the Clockwork. Like, you go in, most of the time you're gonna die because you don't have that jetpack. If you have a
Radiant's bottom tower
jetpack,
is
then you're
under
good to go.
Oh, here we go. Why?
middle
He's
tower
onto
looks to
Puppy.
be
Puppy outside of the base. Quick kill for PSG LGD. As they'll get the pressure on this tier 2.
It's a level 3
Dire's
exorcism.
middle tower is under
So,
attack.
quite a lot of
Dire's
damage.
middle tower has fallen.
Nothing to say. He's having such a good game. Involved in 12 out of 15 kills. Always there to back up the team. Some crucial silences so far. Super farm, boots of travel. Can be anywhere on the map. Like, whenever you have this kind of global presence or anything that can initiate from far away, like, you also want to pair it up with another boots of travel.
Meanwhile, on the side of the Secret, you know, their core's having a tough one. You know, Nisha 1-3-1. And this was the last pick ever. She's not been able to have much of the game at all so far. The bigger, we'll catch Y.
Seeing stars?
That's why I did not want him holding the gem, because he dies so easily, doesn't have a way of protecting himself other than the hook shot. Troll has enough money. Buy a BKB. Going into Bastard next.
BKB, they.
Oh, another Arcane Rune. That Prophet will pick it up. Exorcism ready in 40. Roche may respawn in a second. Let's see if it's a almost full 2 minutes.
Out of my way!
Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand.
definitely on the pressure on Secret to make something happen themselves. A passing moment,
Radiant's bottom
Arme
tower is under
getting
attack.
so far ahead of anybody else in the competition. 3.5k ahead of the farm of Matumbaman. On the way towards grading that Basher to an Abyssal.
Spoiled that
I'm
shot.
understanding. This time around, I'm not fooling around or anything. I'm just getting that BKB. It's a 10-second BKB. Didn't even pop it once, but you know, it's still good to have it. Why?
Catch on to Yapsor. Nisha will be able to run, but Yapsor left behind.
Like, if I was Mirana there, I leave. Like, I see that rupture. I know I'm dead. At least I'm going out with the style.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So far, have you been really impressed with what's been achieved with the Axe on Yapsor, or do you feel it's not really done a lot?
It's just kind of a farming tool. They've not been fighting, so you don't see the full potential of it. It's good for pushing out the waves much easier. But other than that,
Jackpot.
you know, it's not that good of an item. It's a decent one. It's very costly. Like, it decreases his farm quite a lot. You know, he's staying 2,000 gold ahead of Jinkyu's Wyvern, and he's pretty much the same amount of farm as Pangolier. I guess maybe they did not want to give Pangolier that much farm because he has so many counters, so Yapsor's kind of taking over.
Dire scanning for enemies.
Direction that they're trying to go with the draft here in the game. Basher status, Faith Bian. Done for the next fight, Roshan.
Jetpack is
Ready? He's got it.
He's got it.
He's got it. Here we go. Y ready to fly all around the place.
Warrior has been killed.
Roshan. And if Secret can contest this, it's a very tough team fight to play into. PSG LGD, they take this Roche fast. Secret, they're heading over.
There's so many monkeys. They need to be careful.
See what I can do. But they did not get the angle straight in, and on the side, Monkey puts the BKB, but a lot of the duration is going to be one thing. Zai will be able to snatch the ace. PSG get the kill, but Zai's able to get the steal. Still though, that's Nisha dead. Zai dead the one. Zai will be able to blink just the side. He'll live a second time. Matsu, Zionist, but was able to get the battle charge up in time. Faith Beyond being protected though by Jinky with the cold embrace. As Faith Beyond will survive, they can turn, bring down Matumbaman. The rest of Secret, they've got to run.
At least they got something. You know, they got that Aegis, which is a pretty big deal. You would not want to have that on Ame because he would easily just go in and siege the high ground. That was also a Death Prophet Exorcism once again with the Arcane Rune. I believe that was like third or fourth one so far. They're still going to go in. Ame picked up the cheese, so this is something that they need to be careful about. I think like Ame should always be able to get the cheese off. He's super tanky. There's no burst damage on Team Secret whatsoever.
Puppy having to swap Zai out of that. GLGD nearly getting the setup to dive past the reaction of the killers. Take away the mid-range. Zai's going to jump in. Down with the Abyssal. Be able to slide out with the swashbuckle, but the melee racks are gone. Arme immediately moving up to the top.
Yeah, Zai, that was a 5-man shield crash. 90% damage reduction. They can't kill him.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
They can do to stop this. The loads of sword. The missile back on the puppy Zai. In the rolling puppy getting in on top of Arme, but Arme being protected by the cold embrace. What a change to Arme getting low.
Doesn't get it off.
I mean, Zai did that perfectly. He stunned Arme for pretty much the entire time, 100-0. They're actually able to kill him off before he can get the cheese off. But gonna see if they can change for more. Why? Now with the slow onto the Jinju. Secret, they will defend as Zai, I mean, a fantastic Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, the reason why he managed to do such a great Rolling Thunder is because he had a Lotus Orb. Like, Yapsor used the Lotus Orb on him, and they did not want to use the Curse nor the Rupture on him, because like, you're kind of in a bad spot there, but pretty much the perfect roll from Zai there, controlling his Monkey King, not allowing him to use the cheese there. Like, we're going to see that fight again, right? But I believe that Vintage Curse was available. Maybe he used it in the back lines.
It wasn't up at the
It wasn't up at the moment. Okay.
Zai just getting in, able to turn, and of course on the stairs. Couple of bounces, using that Yules, and just can't do anything, Arme. Zai handling him completely.
Yeah, and Curse just got ready.
Little too low, little too long on the cooldown. Couldn't protect Arme. Secret were definitely on the verge there of losing a second set of racks.
They can go in again. 6 seconds until Exorcism. They can just go in. They still have cheese on Ame once he respawns. He's level 24. Like once he hits that level 25, the extra Wukong's command ring. This is why Dead Prophet and Monkey are such like strong combination of the heroes, where you can like easily siege when it comes to the late game. Still, like in Dota, sieging the tier 3 tower is still one of the hardest things to do. Wukong's command, huge amount of damage coming from the Exorcism. You can easily take it.
Play is going to be for us. They are still obviously on the back foot, down 11k and a set of racks in the mid lane. GLGD still feeling.
Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Shadows, take us.
Double damage.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
History is forever.
Radiant showing no mercy to Dire's top barracks. Dire's top barracks has fallen. Dire's top barracks has fallen. Jackpot.
Excellent. Haste.
An easy shot.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Hey, where's Dire's bottom tower? Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Out of my way!
Dire's bottom tower. Radiant don't look good. How does that even work?
Initiating double run.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Chained in searing heat.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant called in the fortifications. Dire's middle tower is being disintegrated. Dire's middle tower is falling. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is falling. Dire's ancient is under attack. Radiant
get those tier 4 towers and just end the game. Like, great showing. Team Secret, not enough team fight. Like, they could not match team fight coming out from PSG LGD.
No, not at all. It was always going to be a hard game for some of these heroes. You know, Zai's Pango very much dealt with because of the lineup that the PSG LGD was able to get through. And the opening, it just wasn't punished. This Death Prophet, the Monkey King, Arme's Monkey King, just so much space was had.
Yeah, he was just completely free farming. Him and Troll kind of had the same amount of farm. Then once he got that Aghanim Scepter, once they got to the Roche, Ame's net worth kind of skyrocketed.
He was just so far ahead of anyone else in the game, right up until the closing moments, just getting further and further ahead. That Monkey King might have to be taken away if teams want to stand a chance against PSG LGD, as this game one looking very hot indeed, as PSG LGD will claim first game of the series against Secret.
Thank you very much, Odie, Pixel, and Lacoste. I'd like to start off our panel with I think it's the second public apology I've had to give to Lizard, because I definitely bullied production into forcing him onto Team Secret.
Look,
I don't think so.
Don't
make excuses for
yeah,
him.
don't make excuses for me, because I liked PSG LGD's draft, but I would have still I would still go with Secret, because I expected them to do well. However, yeah, that Europe in shambles.
This was a proof of concept. I think, like I said, the VP LGD series taught me that, okay, at least LGD is much better than Eastern Europe. Now this series is teaching me that they not only can hold a candle to Secret, but they can manhandle Secret. This was an outdraft, outplay, out-team fight. Everything that LGD did was just incredibly impressive.
Okay, it's not also bleak for Secret fans. Zai God on a couple of these team fights. Yeah, still engages. Then on top lane, it's pretty much solo handling the Monkey King, preventing them from taking two sides. Didn't really matter because it was such a difficult troll game, first and foremost, because of the Wyvern that we talked about. But also Ember, Nisha just couldn't find a foothold in this game. It's so hard for him to start doing anything when the first item from the Bloodseeker is an Atos, and then he's playing into Bloodright. Atos silenced from the Dead Prophet. He's just silenced for like 10 minutes. Eventually you're gonna die.
Like Lacoste said, it was a really difficult draft for Team Secret. Do you think that they could have drafted differently?
It's felt like an uphill battle, and usually Secret can get away with these wonky drafts because they'll throw the enemy off balance. So like, oh, Avenge, well, yeah, that's a great counter against Monkey King. Take me out of Wukong's command. But LGD came correct, and we're very, very prepared for these off-meta picks from Secret, it seems.
It looks like they couldn't play their own game on Team Secret. They were always the ones receiving the aggression of PSG LGD, and they couldn't really find a way to start fights. A couple of times, like on the mid lane, they had a very good fight in which they eliminated Winter Wyvern first. It still didn't matter whatsoever because that Prophet on Nothing to Say is a scary thing too. Secret, one thing that I really think is they need to reevaluate their first picks and maybe the first two bans, because they gave away that Prophet and Monkey King.
Still have to ban the IO though.
You have to ban the IO, but leaving Monkey King and that Prophet versus Nothing to Say and Ame is pretty much as puppy as it can get. You know, testing stuff out.
Which, yeah, maybe we were theorizing that they're giving the IO away for game 1. Maybe they will give away the IO for game 2, you know? You gave away the Death Prophet and Monkey King. You wanted to test them on it. LGD proved that they have absolutely nothing to be scared of and nothing to say.
Yep. Definitely.
Oh
Great
my
one. Great.
God. Oh no.
1-5-3 on the troll just really couldn't accomplish much in this game. Every time he would join a fight, the target that he goes on gets cold embraced, or they just Winter's Curse someone next to him, and that's all she wrote.
It was, so the creative item build from the Bloodseeker with the Rod, the Clockwork with the Cogs, the Wyvern with Cold Embrace and Curse. This troll was destined for failure from the draft, it felt.
Pango was also sad that game.
Yes,
It was
very
a very
sad.
difficult game for Pangolier.
And usually whenever I see these teams kind of go hard on countering the Pango, it's a little too tunnel visiony because, like, oh, I have the Rupture, I have the Winter's Curse, and then some teams will also toss in like a Grimstroke, Soulbind, and then usually the offlaner's like, fine, I'm cool tanking all of this focus, but all these spells were serving a dual purpose on LGD. Not only was it countering the Pango, but it was also making life hell for the Troll Warlord.
Zai still had a phenomenal game though, like we have to say that. Obviously he couldn't do as much as in some other games, but considering what he's playing against, that was great.
So what do you think is going to happen going into game 2? Do you think Secret will go back to following the meta with their draft, or do you think maybe they'll try something even weirder?
I say that they let the IO go through. I think Puppy has a strategy that he was hoping to not have to deal with until Grand Finals, and may still not deal with. Maybe he's okay going to lower bracket, who knows?
I'm thinking if your first pick, you ban out IO and Monkey King and you snatch that Prophet away. Maybe that's an option.
Okay.
You let the puck go through, I still value... the only question is, will Secret play that Prophet? Like, do they want to play it? That's also because we haven't seen too many games at the Major from them, so it's hard to make assumptions on which heroes they value highly.
Well, let's take a look at this game's MVP. Xingqiu.
Wow, okay.
That doesn't really come as a surprise in some ways because of how hard they countered two of Team Secret's heroes with.
Yeah,
right?
I think it's more of a product of the hero that he was playing as opposed to his in-game play. Because I was also surprised, Lizard, you had mentioned that Xingqiu has a tendency to go for more of a carry Wyvern.
I've seen it a couple of times.
At least in China he can get away with it.
Yeah, exactly. But in a game such as this one, you're also playing on a Major. You're not risking things way too much. The build that he went for is very standard run-of-the-mill Winter Wyvern build.
The one fight that we had that looked really good was because Winter's Curse was on cooldown. And so that top barracks fight on Dire where Pango rolled in, was causing...
Monkey,
killed the Monkey King, causing a bunch of chaos, is because Wyvern was out of commission for a few more seconds.
Literally, his ulti came off cooldown as Monkey King died, so you can't really blame him for that.
Well, it looks like Team Secret might need to discuss some team strategies, and our friend Tsunami here has the perfect solution for finding some friends to discuss team strategies with. Tsunami?
This is true. Are you tired of solo queuing? Looking for someone to lane with? Hell, maybe even tri-lane. I don't judge. Let me introduce you to a thing called Tinder. Have you tried Tinder? It's a great platform to find new teammates, people to exchange gaming strategies with. Be sure to scan that QR code. Scan it and enter the sweepstakes. Win some Tinder Gold. Win some cool merch from our partners at Tinder and One Esports Merch. Thank you so much for sponsoring this tournament.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. We will be back with Game 2 of Team Secret versus Paris Saint-Germain LGD right after this quick break.
That's RTC, Upper Dundee, Toenail, and Doggo, and Kayasen! So, dude, we're such huge fans.
The sounds of victory. JBL Quantum Gaming Headsets.
ถ้าช่วงนี้คุณกำลังเหงา ขอแนะนำให้คุณเปิด Tinder Swipe Match Chat แล้วไปมีเพื่อนสัมพันธ์
เอาเลยไหมอ่ะ
เอาสิคะ
คิวไป1 คิวไป2
Tinder แอปหาเพื่อนสัมพันธ์
The same qualities it takes to be a world champion is the same qualities it requires to be a champion in esports. The belt for us signifies and pays homage to where we come.
In some degree, part of their success.
Welcome back, everybody, to the One Esports Singapore Major. I am Sumi, your host, and we have the panel Lizard and Tsunami today to talk about Game 2 of Team Secret versus PSG LGD.
To exchange gaming strategies, Sumi. That's what we're here to do.
We are exchanging game. Well, I don't think there's an exchange going on here. I feel like you guys are just giving me the gaming strategies. I'm here to ask about them, so I'm just...
Can't
even. Team Secret versus PSG LGD, gentlemen, but it's been, you know, we're over halfway through the tournament, and how have you guys been? How's the state been?
I've been impressed with LGD. I was kind of disappointed with IG, so hot and cold on China, and I wish.
From One Esports, it is a fantastic mug that has the artwork for the Singapore Major, and as well as a lid to keep the drink warm or keep it cold, and a spoon.
And if you look at this gamepad, long. So.
Yeah, that thing is gigantic. I've been using it in my room, and it already
I
has...
actually covered myself once with it. I'm not even joking.
I have the desk in my hotel room. It's a glass top table, and I laid down the playing mat
that's
because
what I did.
it's like fantastic for when I want to play games. So when I'm done with my shift, I go to my computer and I boot up some Dota, and I have like the perfect mouse pad.
I heard they're like I've been already spilling food on it. I made it my own.
Oh, no.
I know.
no.
I couldn't help it.
But luckily,
So what's the time usually that it takes for you to spoil something?
So I usually
you know?
don't snack at home, but like we've been given like a tons of the Singaporean chips and snacks and stuff like that also, and so now I've been munching on those while I'm watching the
couldn't
VODs.
resist it,
I
that's
couldn't
it.
resist. They're really good. I'm gonna have to figure out how to take some in my luggage. I don't remember what the names of them were, but there was like that caramelly popcorny kind of thing.
yeah,
That one was my favorite.
They have like so many different chips too, and I do believe that was provided by the Singapore Tourism Board, who helped us put this tournament on in the first place. They just gave us like a little sample of some of the unique tastes of Singapore. So definitely been a really good time. This is my first time in Singapore. Definitely
Likewise.
enjoying it
Same.
a lot. But yes, we have Team Secret and PSG LGD in the game, getting set up. What do you think about Team Secret? What are they going to do to take this back? Frequently considered the strongest team in Dota, going 0-1 against PSG LGD, who had to qualify through wildcard.
You know what, Sumi? If you even look at the game closely, you would see that Zai was pretty much the only one that was having somewhat of a game for Secret that resembled the Secret's game. Meanwhile, everyone else struggled or got outplayed from the laning stage through the mid game through the late game. Vengeful getting Splinter Blast into Rocket picked off
That's rough.
very early on in the game. Later on as well, Nisha just constantly being controlled. Their team fight also did not look like normal Secret team fights, but every team that plays versus the Giants steps it up a little bit, and we can definitely see that from PSG LGD as well.
All right, Tsunami, exchange some gaming strategies with
I
us.
would love to.
What will Team Secret do?
I think
What can they do? Will they let that IO go through?
I think they're gonna let the IO go through. I think that this is
Scary though.
It has been very scary, and the other reason I don't necessarily think that Secret wants to hide their own strategy, but they don't want to tell everyone else what the strategy is to beat Core IO. I think this is something that Puppey was hoping to keep in his pocket. It could go all out the window in the next minute whenever we see it be first phase banned, but I think if there's something that I want to see Secret, which I know they're capable of figuring it out, I think I want to find the solution to Core IO.
Yeah. I'm sure that we would love... I mean, they're in the upper bracket, so they could experiment. However, the series is on the line. Do you really want to let the Core IO go through? I would love to see it. I would love to see them manage to counter it. However, Tsunami, what's the win rate?
It's not 100%. We
It's not
confirmed.
100%.
We confirmed Aster botched the record. It was flawless originally, but now not anymore.
It's very close.
It's very close.
But Support IO has also had one win. So there's that one game of this tournament that has ruined the
That's true,
the
the flawless
100%
records,
loss
I
rate
know.
and the 100% win rate for Core IO.
Puppey's a 99.9% kind of guy. He likes those odds. He thinks that he can be that 0.1%.
But PSG LGD, per the One Esports Fantasy, all of the fans who voted on this matchup, 91% of them voted for Team Secret. You can't change your vote anymore.
I told
But
you.
How would this swing?
Yeah, but look at PSG LGD.
No, they don't have first pick.
It's when they don't have the first pick, they ban it out. What's interesting for me is that they ban out the Dead Prophet. I expected maybe that they are
Monkey
going to
King.
let that go through. Yeah. Now, what do you have? You have Void Spirit. That's highly contested. Puck, exactly.
But this is Secret. They could first pick Mirana again for all we know.
I saw a 100% loss rate by Team Secret's Twitter account. They wrote that. Not me, so Mirana first pick. They go with the Puck.
That's a pretty safe pick considering how strongly Puck has been during this entire tournament.
Yep. And Team Secret is very specific because they love to play it on 5 as well. Meanwhile, PSG LGD, they don't shy away from Void Spirit into Puck. They can I would be surprised. Like, nothing to say, he loves that hero.
Or if they don't think, if they think Secret may steal Monkey King in the second pick, then they might just pick it now, because you can't really shove well, I guess you could also, yeah, Puck 5 and then Void Spirit mid for Secret.
That's also a very good idea.
Or their
Titan.
E2.
Yeah. This is one of their most played 5s as well on the side of PSG LGD. So
Also has a very, very, very high win rate, if my memory recalls.
Yeah, Vici Gaming has been doing a lot of work with Elder Titan.
remember, this hero is paired up with IO quite a lot. That's also a thing. Core IO plus position 5 ET.
Yeah, but much as how I was like asking you, oh, does IG ever need a setup for their Oracle to
yeah.
justify it? Same thing with LGD. Like, they don't need to justify an ET. They think it's a strong hero just in the lane, the team fight. It doesn't need
And
setup.
it is. It
For
really
sure,
is.
yeah.
As long as you aren't playing versus heroes that can jump the backlines very easily and get on top of you, which is something that Puck does fairly well. So
Also in the lane, to make sure that you're not getting dispelled, they already banned out the Enchantress. I don't think Secret would pick an Oracle just for an Elder Titan to purge off the buff.
yeah,
We had some updates from the production team. Elder Titan has been picked in 19 games with an over 80% win rate.
very, very high.
Very high. Picked mainly by Chinese teams.
And they've been winning quite a bit, so yeah, understandably high win rate. Elder Titan overall will be... They do flex it sometimes on position 4 as well, the Chinese teams that is, so maybe it will be a 4, but most likely a 5. And because of that, maybe you don't care too much about banning out that Oracle.
Yeah.
How about the Monkey King? That was to be expected, right? Ame on Monkey King once again. He did
Lone Druid
fantastic
ban.
last time.
Yep, Monkey King definitely expected.
I'm surprised that Secret opted for an Earth Spirit. I don't think Earth Spirit is a very targeted ban against Secret as opposed to other European teams. I feel like they could have gotten away with...
You think they could have picked Earth Spirit a bit later? Is that
I
what
think
you're
they
saying?
could have taken the Monkey King away from Ame, and then they could have, picked the Earth Spirit a bit later.
Yeah, that's also very interesting because Matumba Man definitely does like playing that Monkey King. He's a very strong player on the hero.
I'm sorry I interrupted you earlier, but you mentioned the Lone Druid ban. You kind of pointed it out and chuckled a little bit.
Yeah, no
what
one
was the
plays
reasoning
that.
behind
It's
that?
literally Liquid and Secret that you have to ban Lone Druid against.
Yeah.
It's
Who on Secret is the Lone Druid master?
I would say still Matu, right?
For sure.
It's possibility. There's a possibility that Nisha plays it, but it's a Matu hero, historically at least.
Yeah. And for Monkey King specifically, the fear from Savage Roar taking you out of Wukong's command can be a bit irritating.
Yeah. And in this game, they already have some pretty sick combinations on Team Secret. You can kick that monkey, well, not necessarily out of the Wukong's command, but out of Dream Coil, which can come in handy. So you have this 1-2 setup with your mid laner, most likely, and position 4, so they can be active throughout the game.
I wonder if that would encourage a Terror Blade pickup from Secret, because we've been seeing Terror Wave as like one of the core pickups for Terror Blades these days. That Fear is another great combo with the Dream Coil.
That matchup on its own isn't...
it's not great for TB.
You can't say that one or the other has like some great advantage. Like Monkey King later on, level 30 with plus billion armor in the Wukong's command definitely takes over, but Terrorblade definitely when he hits his power spikes can be very difficult for Monkey. PSG LGD with the Xingqiu Mirana.
Would you consider that one of Xingqiu's best heroes?
One of the heroes that he has played quite a bit. For me, what's very peculiar is that they didn't touch the Tusk. And Xingqiu, for me...
It's too obvious.
Yeah, for me, he is the Tusk player at the moment.
Secret already are wise to it. They gotta mix things up.
Yeah, I can definitely see this draft working out now for Secret. Veno a bit scary, but the Monkey King lane?
Yeah, but every single time the Veno is a response, it's always the last pick of the draft.
Right.
And now it's being shown in second phase. Pretty sure that it has to be Zai. I don't even know what a 4-position Veno really does, and then that would throw Earth Spirit and Wax.
Usually nothing.
Yeah,
just feeds.
It has to be a Zai Veno, because you're picking it specifically to deal with the Monkey King. All these damage over time spells make it very difficult for Monkey King to jump around and get out of fights.
I've even seen some 4 Venos recently go to the triangle like minute 8, and they're like, "Yeah, I'll come. Very soon. I'm gonna join the game."
Let me just soak up like 3 levels in the lane and get my Plague Wards level 2, and I'll help you.
But the hero is really decent versus the ET and the Monkey on the safe lane. It's one of the best answers to the Monkey King. However, Team Secret they had a little bit of a circus game versus Thunder Predator. Maybe PSG LGD can hit them with their own medicine and switch things up, put
Sure.
Monkey somewhere else.
Yeah, if Secret ended up not sending this puck mid, and they have like a melee mid, I could totally see Monkey King going mid.
No, nothing to say. Void Spirit expected it even in the first stage, but picked a little bit later on versus the puck on that mid lane. We've seen, actually, was it this morning? Yeah, Abed won puck versus Void Spirit, right? Like in the laning stage even.
Yeah, that's right.
Which is okay, and then Alchemist pick up.
Alchemist. So what are Team Secret and PSG LGD's lanes looking like right now?
LGD is looking for an offlaner. I would love to see Underlord. I think Underlord would be sick for LGD. Anything that's a pipe builder, I'm seeing to be a lot of success against Venomancer. And what do you think for Secret?
For Secret, it's a position 5, most likely.
Yeah.
Puck can be flexed. Like, you could put Puppy on Puck, but I really think this should be mid lane Puck, off lane Venomancer plus Third Spirit, position 4 Yabzor, Matu the Alchemist, and you finish off with a Puppy hero. Now, Timbersaw is banned out by Team Secret. That's really good because they have this Alchemist on safe lane.
I mean, couldn't they do like an aggressive try and send the Monkey King against the Alchemist lane? And then just do like...
It's doable, but you just send one hero back bottom and Monkey King isn't going to have a good time. But look at that,
I
the
mean,
Queen of Pain ban.
ET in a tri-lane though? I would be scared of LGD if they decide to tri-lane against this Alchemist.
Yeah, like they could pull it off. Mirana, ET, Monkey could work.
That's why I think Secret's banning out these like very, very self-sufficient offlaners, the Tidehunter. I still think Underlord would be really good for LGD. What else is Faith
Yeah,
Beyond?
they
been
have
playing?
they would have some catch with it as well, with some roots. But Fate Beyond heroes throughout the DPC in the Chinese region have been either the Mars Timber and then sometimes Tide, definitely, but these ranged ones, which most likely won't be picked because he has Mirana on a 4, but your Nature's Prophet Vipers...
Yeah, Nature's Prophet, that would be pretty good.
Beastmaster as well would have been great. You want these early aggression heroes. You don't really have a lot of objective taking capabilities on PSG LGD, and you're playing versus an Alchemist. It's a recipe for failure, so you do need something that's going to press the tempo a little bit.
Could do Bristleback for Faith Beyond.
Yeah. The Venomancer is an Ender Spirit natural vessel builders, but overall Bristle could work.
So what PSG LGD is looking for right now is a hero or a composition that will take those early fights and put pressure on Team Secret so that Alchemist can't farm up as the carry, right?
Yeah, normally a lot of times in this situation for an offlaner, I'm like, oh, I want initiating, but LGD don't really need to force team fights. They can, if they take someone who can frontline and stand in front of towers, then they can just outpace Secret. Before the Alchemist comes online, they just push all these towers.
Pango isn't banned out as well, right? So
yeah,
that's you would be picking it into a puck, which eventually becomes problematic.
With Queen of Pain and OD banned from PSG LGD's side, what does that mean for it?
The last 3 bans, they think that puck is a support actually.
So they're looking to ban out a Nisha hero, and Secret Oblige, Invoker is still available.
We have seen Nisha play Zeus, Tiny, Invoker.
Ember maybe again if they go... No, it's a 5, we were right. They go with...
So
LGD, you fools, let me captain for you.
It's easier for us as well. We don't have the pressure. We're just observing.
We are very far removed from the situation.
Completely removed, looking at both drafts and whatnot. So Oracle makes a lot of sense here. Surprised it didn't get banned a little bit earlier. Gives you that security with the Alchemist. He'll always be able to use his spells.
Who is PSG LGD's best hero to pick as their last
Now
pick?
I do want someone who can kind of initiate. I want someone who can jump on the Oracle, but to get that from the offlane is kind of difficult.
You have it a little bit in the Void Spirit, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And they go with
now
the
Pango,
yeah. Okay. So, like I said, Fate Beyond Pango and is definitely up there. He's a very skilled player, obviously, but it's not like your old 11 style in which you have to first 2 ban it.
The next god.
It's still very good, and it still fits their draft quite well. Once again, I really like what PSG LGD has brought to this game.
Yo, Nisha with the supervillain smirk. I like it. They've fallen right into my trap. They picked the Pango into my fuck.
So with the draft set and this being potentially Team Secret last game in the upper bracket,
Yep.
who do you think will take this series? Well, this game, sorry. not
Should
the
I let
series.
production decide for me again, or should I say
There we
Secret?
go.
There we go. Nothing to say.
Perfect.
Nothing to say.
Yep.
Although you didn't predict him, and I'm going to predict him. I'm predicting nothing to say. I'm predicting LGD again. I think it's going to be a 2-0.
2-0 PSG LGD from the wild card. I will predict Team Secret. I like their draft a lot better. I like Oracle, Puck, pick a top tier.
Pick a top tier.
Let's see what ODPixel and Lacoste have to say. Gentlemen,
I'm looking at Team Secret draft. I like more what they have in game number 2, because like they have way.
Prepare for battle! Seconds to battle. But feel free to start killing before that. We're not sticklers. The battle begins! Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
That's the first laid low. In war, a fool's first lesson is his last.
You're almost...
Earth's bounty.
The prize is mine.
A prize.
Twice the measure of power.
Dire's putting the hurt on Radiant's middle tower. Dire's doing that glowy thing. Nothing to do until that's done. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Arcane Tower. Why did you make an enemy of me? I had no... This you. This one.
Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top rubble. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower might be going down. Radiant are scanning for enemies.
You could merely hope to amount even to nothing.
Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top rubble. Radiant's bottom tower is still there, but not for long. Dire's middle tower's in trouble. Which one, Dire again? Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand.
Double harm shall I deal.
Precious bounty.
Take that. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand.
Shadow, take us.
Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top rubble.
With honor.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand. Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Illusion!
Dire's middle tower is about to disintegrate.
Get up if you can.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Here I am.
Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top rubble.
Bounty.
Double damage.
A little something extra for the event.
A prize.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Illusion.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Need to, Ellie.
Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's putting up a barricade. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is not feeling the love. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower had a run-in with the Dire. Radiant are scanning. How does that even work? Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top rubble. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Prize in my presence.
Square.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top rubble. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower ain't a tower no more. cannon. Trying to find those sneaky bums.
Allies disappear.
A wicked display of skill.
Really take that.
This'll
My venom, your venom.
Harm unseen.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant. Get better. Dire's bottom tower's getting pushed around. Dire's bottom tower. Don't Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I amplify my impact.
Radiant's top tower ain't looking too
Shadows
steady.
take us.
Breach!
Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Dire's middle tower is taking a dirt nap. Radiant's top tower is about to topple.
A monster kill! Ownage!
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is full. Dire's middle barracks could use a friend. Radiant's top tower is about to topple.
Strange time to hide.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Inconceivable!
Is this how Dire's middle barracks fall? The Dire engine collapsed! All right!
gets more definitely. Then the Monkey King, you hit this timing, you have 2 more items than him, you secure the Roshan. Pretty simple and nicely executed stuff from Team Secret.
Well, yeah, forcing a rather abrupt end. I mean, they still have buybacks on best of 3, of course. I mean, maybe for them as a team, they feel that the benefit is to sort of just, just sort of move on from that game and just start to focus on the next.
Don't get completely crushed in the next 1, possibly 2 team fights. Keep the morale high and just treat this as a best of 1.
Yeah, well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2, Secret, they let Ame have his Monkey King, but they come in with a plan to roll it over before he's able to really do anything in the team fights, and it works perfectly. Matuma Man just taking over the game on his Alchemist with the BKB-AC. They run down mid around him, and they force the GG, as it's 1-1 now between Secret and PSG LGD. We'll be going to a deciding match.
Thank you very much, ODPixel and Lacoste. We are now at 1-1 between frequently regarded as the best team in the world, Team Secret, and PSG LGD, who came from the wild card. It was an Alchemist game, but they did let Ame have Monkey King, just as Owen mentioned. What happened there? It was a very fast game.
As production predicted for me, Secret
of course.
took a much. I had Seb just in the year, like, nice prediction, bro.
Yeah, that is the fastest game of the main event. I looked it up. I think the second closest one was in the Fnatic Neon series. But yeah, 23-minute GG. Here you are thinking that Alchemist could typically just be the late game carry, but they don't need the late game. They were ready to put a cork in this game.
For him, it's already late.
It's already late game.
It doesn't
I
need
have
to
finished farming.
It doesn't need to go much further than that. They're already diving the throne, killing the monkey. But yeah, very well performed by Team Secret, and you can see what happens when they have a little bit more of an even draft, when they pick. Tsunami, you said one thing, however, in the green room that I agree with. Are they revealing a bit too much? Are they showing something that they weren't planning on showing versus PSG LGD?
Now my question is, okay, what was the answer to the Monkey King? Was it the Alchemist? Was it the Venomancer in the second phase? Okay.
The Venom plus Earth Spirit is a combination that forces you to get an early BKB. Also, it's extremely difficult to play against that in the laning stage. Early enough, they did well enough for the Monkey King, like in those first couple of minutes.
Yeah.
But that's a very volatile lane that can go like completely bad for a Monkey King. So.
Right, but after seeing that, I was just like, okay, maybe Faith Beyond with this early blink on the Pango, he'll be able to pick up the slack a little bit. But I guess the Void Spirit kind of had also less of an influence than I was hoping. I was thinking that maybe Faith Beyond and Nothing to Say could go invade the jungle and
that's
cause
why
pressure.
that's why you have a 10-1 puck.
That's why you have a 10-1 puck, exactly.
This matchup as well is very volatile. Void Spirit versus Puck, in which Puck, if he does well early on in the lane and gets that level 6 before, first rotation can just easily crush you on the Void Spirit. But same goes for Void Spirit. Later on in the game, if you get an Aghanims, perhaps Orchid early enough, Puck is in problems. But this time around, the score tells the story pretty much.
Do you think that Team Secret managed to take control of the tempo of the game? It seemed that last time they didn't really have that control. They were playing a little bit more passive. Do you think that also contributed?
I think they wanted 23 minutes for other reasons, actually. So, this was a 100% tempo driven, and I wasn't expecting that given the draft. I see these 5 heroes, I'm like, okay, maybe rely on teamfight superiority. You've got a Venomancer, Alchemist. You don't really need to push the game early, but Secret, they didn't care. They wanted to finish it quick.
Well, I know that both of you were talking about how fantastic the Venomancer did, and Venomancer Zai is the MVP of the last match. Wait, was that an impression?
One of his various Plague Ward placing voice lines, I believe.
No, that was me getting the creeps from seeing Venomancer being an MVP.
Oh, I see. That's what it was.
I thought you were doing an impression of Venomancer.
Also, Eric? I had no idea that Zai had Eric in his name. I've only known him as Ludwig. I'm intrigued.
We learn new things.
Learn new things.
Every time he wins a major, he gets one more name added.
Yeah, his Veno. I'm now being able to decipher why Liquid enjoyed the Veno so much against these Monkey Kings and Wraith Kings. They would always pick it last, and they weren't able to execute it quite as well. Probably because they were giving it to Koifa as opposed to Boxy, and so offlane versus the mid or your higher farm priority player.
It's a hero that can really fall flat easily. Like if you don't dominate the lane, you just feel like you aren't really contributing as much as, let's say, a Pango offlane. But in a game versus Monkey King, throughout the game you have influences. He hates dots. When he can't jump around and make stuff happen, it feels like not a Monkey King game.
Well, the momentum for Monkey King has been stopped. We will have a Game 3 as a result of that. And we can also thank Tumi, one of our sponsors, for helping us put this event on. Tumi, take performance to the next level. We have a Tahoe Finch backpack designed for freedom of movement and maximum utility for gamers on the go, like Monkey King. Gamer on the go. Follow Tumi at Tumi Travel to explore more about elevating life on the move. Don't go anywhere because we have a Game 3 Team Secret versus PSG LGD coming up right after this break.
Shopee for Mega Shopping Day. Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega deals, free shipping every day. Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega Shopping Day. Shopee for Mega deals, free shipping every day. Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Get the best deals this Shopee for Mega Shopping Day. Shopee.
This is not your grandfather's apprentice. The winner will receive the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to work for me as my protege. You bombed, and you bombed. I've fallen a million times, but I get back up and I fight, and that's what you guys will do. This is the toughest apprentice in history. May the best warrior win.
We all have different adventure stories to tell. Different paths, different choices. I chose an unusual path, a choice that is not for everyone. You are constantly moving from place to place. You have to sacrifice a lot of time. You have to focus to be on top.
Ice does have 4-star available. Oh, Ice says he's in trouble.
Every journey has ups and downs. All you need is to focus on your goal.
Just eating them all alive. GG is cold!
We all have different adventure stories to tell. And mine is just getting started.
Pressure, rising on the edge of taking everything. Life is a game, I'm born to win it. See me burning through the atmosphere. I'm born to win. Your life is a game and I'm born to win. I'm born to win.
Team Secret and PSG LGD. PSG LGD took the first game, but Team Secret had an answer, and now the score is 1-1, with both teams fighting to stay in the upper bracket. The other team will go down to the lower bracket and potentially face elimination.
Terrifying.
Very terrifying.
But at least it's top 6 elimination.
I'm feeling pretty good coming from wildcard for PSG LGD.
I know, right?
For Team Secret, maybe not as much, but I need to say I'm proud of you guys. We had an Alchemist game, and we didn't call Cinderin out. We didn't call it an Alchemist game. We just went with it. I haven't seen that in a really long time.
We try our best.
Our goal was to educate the viewers. At this point, I believe we have beaten it in their head as much as Black has beaten the kind of shoes that ninjas wear into their head.
What kind is that?
Oh, you haven't heard this
is
joke
it
yet?
Maybe sneakers?
He's got it. It's sneakers.
Oh my goodness. We have a lot of jokes. We have a lot of memes. I've learned a lot.
You have. We've been giving you a meme education as well.
I've definitely gotten education on heroes, on comps, on a lot of teams, especially on the international, in the international arena, because you are all specialists. You've done a lot of the commentary for the DPC, and there's a whole nother season for me to learn from you guys. So very excited.
After the major, we still have a couple of series left.
Yep.
Before that DPC starts.
We're still learning each of these games. I think the carries have been solved now. You know, Troll Warlord, Winter Wyvern. That's the answer. Monkey King. I guess with these two teams, Venomancer might be the answer.
But what's the answer to Core IO? Has that been found yet?
That's what Game 3. No, that's what Game 3 is for.
Yeah, like this is very interesting and peculiar. Secret isn't a team that plays IO. Necessarily.
Yeah, I don't think they played it on Puppy in the DPC Season 1, but never in Core. And
so far in all of their games in the major, they have played
all four of them.
Games.
Do you think that maybe they have that Core IO in their pocket, especially after watching the other matches going on in group stage especially? Do you think they're like, all right, let's take this Core IO and put it in the pocket and see maybe there's a chance for us to bring it out?
Given the player skill of Nisha and Matumbaman, I would be shocked if neither of them had it. Yeah. Or I would be probably both of them have it. But if you're
haven't seen them practice it recently, at least.
Yeah,
like
but given their weird hero pools, it seems right up their alley, though.
Yeah.
But what about like the hidden scrims?
Yeah, in the hidden scrims, definitely. It's possible that they have played it, but in those hidden scrims, you also don't want to reveal way too much, especially when you're here and your scrim options aren't really that great. You don't have too many teams that you can play against.
That's true, and the teams that lose have to go home, and so they can't even you can't even use the scrim. You have to scrim your opponents that are coming up, pretty much.
So the teams now have an even score of 1-1. Is it worth it for a team to go in to accept being in the lower bracket and making a run through there, or do you think that you wouldn't want to lose?
You never want to lose, right? But we've seen so many teams have good success after the lower bracket run,
yeah, for sure.
even on TIs.
Even at TIs.
Anything is possible.
And LGD, I think, like you said, they're coming from wildcards. The expectations would be probably lower. I'm sure everyone wants to get the grand final berth through upper bracket, but for Secret it's expected, especially way before this tournament started. You could have asked people 3 months ago and they would have said, yeah, Secret grand finals for the first major, no questions asked.
And when you think about the first two teams in the Chinese region, that came into the major, one is out already, Aster, and the other one already dropped out of the upper bracket. So PSG LGD, even though they were in the wild card, they're the only one remaining in the upper division.
What do you think these teams are thinking about going into this last game?
IO.
Who will we pick it or will we ban it?
It all comes down to really, we don't get those stats very often, but it all comes down to which team gets to first pick, which team takes the side. If you have that first pick on your side, I think you don't have to ban it.
I wonder if LGD's confidence in Monkey King has been shaken. I wonder if they think, okay, if we ban the Veno, then it's fine. We can still first phase this.
Yeah, I think that's probably the idea, because I've seen them even win versus Venomancer with a Monkey King. It all comes down to the lane and how they perform there. So
I wonder what they're talking about right now. Seems like a very lively conversation.
Yeah, it's Heen, coach for Team Secret, and on the other side, Zhao Wei, the coach for LGD. So
what is the last thing you think they're discussing, Tsunami?
I don't know, actually. I'm surprised that there's this much conversation going on.
Yeah.
And it seems very spirited discussion. I would say that Secret was probably not expecting to win that fast. That was a much quicker game than anyone was anticipating.
Sometimes you win a game and then the last 5 minutes you're kind of contemplating what you're going to play next time.
Or even sometimes you're like, what did we do right? Why did that game go so well? Things were happening so fast.
They had some really old school combinations, plus they countered half of their heroes. So probably didn't expect it to end that fast, because remember, PSG LGD, they tapped out with buybacks. They still had buybacks. They could have given it another go. They had at least one more team fight in them, but they decided this is it. That Alchemist will never be stopped.
It's not the elimination game.
Yep.
You know, you want to if you're losing momentum, you're losing morale, then you just want to end it as long as
That's a good point.
your tournament life isn't on the line. But whenever elimination's on the line, then you're like, well, whatever, man. I'll fight until you take down the Ancient.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened yesterday as well, right? Like we saw Quincy Crew fight
Yeah,
until the
exactly.
throne hit 0. They were relentless. But when you're here, upper bracket, you have some luxury. You can you can be a king a little bit.
So like Tsunami said, you think that they just decided, hey, we're not coming back from this before we get more depressed that they're going to dive us in the fountain. How about we just call GG and take a break and regroup for the next match?
And Team Secret's Twitter, I don't know if it's still Mid or Meepo, I think it is right. Mirana still in this series 100% lose rate.
Oh,
we
saw
have something
Death
already.
Prophet appear.
I think that was a
Death
ban.
Prophet got banned.
Okay. Now let's get cracking.
Yeah, that's most likely a ban right there. Yep, Team Secret with the first ban. Death Prophet, PSG LGD meanwhile just eliminating Death Enchantress. And I'm just wondering how valuable is actually Death Enchantress on Team Secret? Because teams are not willing to play against it because of what? 2 series? 1 series?
Well, what else is first phase ban worthy, would you say, against Secret?
Puck, Io, Void Spirit, Pango.
Yeah, the Io
even.
definitely.
Yep.
Pango, I don't know. It was a great performance by Zai. I don't really know if it bumps up to first phase ban status though. Puck.
I would even ban out Third Spirit after seeing Yapsor.
Really?
Rather than the Enchantress, yeah. But Enchantress and Shen historically have been heroes that are, when played in right hands, very difficult to maneuver around. Like, it's difficult to play against them. They changed the laning stage completely.
Exactly, it's the laning stage specifically. Like Earth Spirit, you know how the laning phase is going to go against an Earth Spirit. With Enchantress, things can go very unpredictable very quickly.
Okay, back to the Chinese region basics. If you pick Puck, we'll hit you with the Shadow Shaman instantly afterwards. We've seen that Mirana last game. Mirana is actually both Mirana and Elder Titan are pretty bad versus Puck as supports.
What makes them bad choices?
They just don't offer you the catch that you need versus the hero, and Puck has fun against them. Mirana needs those leap charges to get out because she's very squishy. You just Dream Coil her, silence her. It's free food for Puck, let's put it that way.
And Shadow Shaman Shadow Shaman was chosen as a better choice to help catch that Puck.
Real quick disable, Hex, instant cast. Even if you're the fastest Puck in the world, you still can't beat that.
Fastest
It
Puck
looks
in
like
the
Team
world.
Secret is going with like the same draft that they had last time.
Yeah.
Is that because it worked? And they don't want to reveal any more strats?
It's a bit different now, right? With the Shadow Shaman opener for PSG, at least.
Yeah, but she was saying that Secret opened up the exact same way. And I guess because they banned out did they ban out Timbersaw as first phase in the previous game?
Yeah, they did.
Okay, so
No, their opening is very versatile, very flexible, very good. You kind of know that Yapsor is the 4, but Venomancer from PSG LGD, and now the last 2 bans. I'm expecting an Abaddon or perhaps an Oracle. These 2 heroes that you have to think about banning out because you have Shadow Shaman on your side.
Yeah.
But Team Secret, they're the kind of a team that maybe they have devised some different strategies on how to deal with the Rasta.
I'm not worried about the Rasta. How are you going to deal with the Monkey King now? Venomancer got banned. Zai, look at Zai. He's like, oh man, I have to play a fun hero now? Oh shucks, puppy.
In the first series that Team Secret had against Thunder Predator, Matumba Man picked Abaddon carry. Is that a possibility here?
Not necessarily. It's not great as a core here versus Monkey.
Yeah, that was situational because it was against a Tidehunter.
And against the Bat Rider as well.
And a Bat Rider as well, yeah. So there was a lot of stuff that was worth being able to dispel off with, which Abaddon excels at. For this one, you can't dispel off a Hex because it's also a silence.
Man, having a Matumba Man in your team is such a treat because you have to think about all these heroes that
Lone Druid.
can
Who
play.
the hell is going to be second phase Lone Druid ban against most teams?
If Meepo was in the hero pool, you would also have to think about that. But interesting, Team Secret are the ones that ban out the Oracle. Okay, because PSG LGD do have the first pick in the second stage.
Pretty straightforward bans from PSG LGD. They're like, okay, these were your answers. Soul is still in the pool.
It's an option, not a bad one.
Because Wyvern, really, you can't fit Wyvern into LGD's draft anymore because they already have their support duo.
Is it Abba? Nope, it's Windranger instead.
Oh, you gotta worry about Tusk now.
Yeah, but where would you put that Tusk? Position 5? And where is this Puck and where is this Windranger? This looks like some offlane Windranger for Zai or something a little bit different than before.
It could be.
Because we've exclusively seen Windranger on the mid lane so far.
Correct.
At least in all the games that I watched, teams tried comboing the Windranger and the Tusk mid lane. But this time around you also have Puck, and Team Secret is a team that plays it on 5.
Yeah.
So maybe this is 5-4-2 as well.
So for PSG LGD, let me try to guess. Okay, Tsunami.
Okay, yeah, this one.
Ember mid.
Okay.
Elder Titan 4.
5.
5.
Yeah.
Then Shadow Shaman 4.
Yep.
Monkey 1.
Yep.
So that means they're looking for a 3.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah,
Very
generally between the Elder Titan and the Shaman, Shaman does more with farm, so you would rather give him a slightly higher farm priority. But at the same time, it also depends on what the lane is. ET is generally picked to be a bit of a lane bully. And so if they find him to be more effective against whoever Secret's offlaner is, then I could also see the...
usually when you say these numbers, you're referring to farm priority.
Right.
You're not referring to which lane they're gonna go to. So Elder Titan, even if he goes offlane, like
Yeah,
Tsunami
that's
said,
true.
he's still going to be the one that buys all the small items, yeah, and wards. Meanwhile, Shadow Shaman will go for let's say his shard and Aether Lance and whatnot, Blink Dagger. But this PSG LGD's lineup is much easier to read, and it will be your offlane last pick. Meanwhile, Team Secret, okay.
How is this Phantom Assassin pick?
Ooh.
What is the benefits of picking PA?
PA in a Monkey King seems kind of difficult. You are purely physical damage and
A lot of armor in Wukong's.
a lot of armor in Wukong's command, and Monkey King has a stun. He can get you off of pretty quick. I'm trying to think if there's any way to justify the Fan of Knives break from Phantom Assassin, and that's why you would pick her. But
It feels like a stretch.
yeah, why Phantom Assassin though? If they
So
wanna-
I'm not the biggest fan of the hero overall, but Team Secret is, and in Europe it has been picked quite a bit on position 1. So we'll see how actually they make it work, because usually if I see PA, I want to see a Vengeful, a Slardar, hell, even something like a Shadow Fiend, Beastmaster, anything that buffs you up. Right now,
Yeah.
in this lineup, she has nothing.
You need that
Matu is
steroid.
on his own, yeah.
And for LGD, man, I think Pango again would be great. Disarms against Phantom Assassin and Windranger.
I wouldn't mind it at all. Still, you're playing into the puck, same like in the last game, and that's a bit problematic. But it's not something that you can deal with. One defensive item and you're fine.
Yeah, and I mean they showed confidence picking it into Puck last time.
It was even a harder Pango game last time. So.
Well, who's the other hero besides Puck that was?
No, overall, I mean, it was.
Oh, yeah.
It was just a bit more difficult.
They banned out the Beastmaster, one of the steroids that you mentioned. Well, the other ones you said were Slardar would be.
Yep. Slardar is like D1. It's the perfect one with the PA, but he's really not in the meta. And versus the Monkey King in the lane, 2 melees, Slardar and Earth Spirit might not be the perfect combination, especially versus ET.
Okay, so maybe a ranged hero steroid.
But remember, we don't know which lane Puck and Windranger are going to.
So we're operating under the assumption for this theory crafting that it's going to be a 5-position Puck. It's going to be a Puppy Puck and a mid lane Windranger. So we're looking for an offlaner.
Even though we've seen Nisha play Puck quite a bit, I would still say that's correct, because Windranger position 5, that's even for Puppy, that's a little bit weird.
Yeah, you were mentioning Save was playing a lot of 4 Windranger, but that's about as low as it goes.
Yeah, position 4 Windranger can work. It's fine, but
wouldn't be
lower
the
than
best
that,
choice.
Yeah, with Earth Spirit you can't really. Abzor is the one. Unless they hit us with, who is the one? Neon, Yopaj, mid Earth Spirit, like, unless that happens, but I sincerely doubt that.
Do you think that with how long it's taking Team Secret to draft their last hero that they're not sure? Or do you think they're just...
Sometimes you leave it a bit too flexible. You can't decide.
I mean, I think they're probably figuring out what to do with this Puck, because they could even do, like, like Zypuck, and then now they're looking for like a puppy hero.
Yeah, Windranger or Puck 2 and 3 also very possible. Let's see. Yeah, it's a puppy hero.
Bane. So tell me about Bane. I don't think I've seen Bane picked during this tournament.
This is way out of left field. Okay, so I thought Bane was going to be on the come up because now Enfeeble has health restoration mitigation. Yep. It's like a spirit vessel. But there's no Morphling or anything.
There's Monkey.
That's
something,
it's
right?
It's a little bit.
It gives you some catch versus the Ember Spirit. If you want to pick Pango now, you might be a bit discouraged on the side of PSG LGD. But it looks like it will be Zai Windranger. And it does make quite a bit of sense to pick a ranged hero. Like this is the first thing that we talked about when it was picked up.
Correct.
This was our first assumption, because you're playing into what's it called, Monkey and Elder Titan. So,
do you think this Bane is the secret tech, the team secret tech?
It's another thing that could theoretically deal with Pango. It would be another way to deal with Rolling Thunder. It's another spell immune piercing disable with a Fiend's Grip. And I still think that Pango would have been good. Now I don't know. This secret tech might be shutting down a lot of the offlaners that LGD was hoping to get.
Some Legion commander on the offlane for PSG LGD.
Oh yeah.
Just clean everything up. No grip, no sleep, nothing.
Dude, Legion with like a blade mill would be...
Versus PA as well.
Yeah.
Feels all right.
I like that.
Yeah. Versus sleep, sometimes it's a bit difficult to get that dual damage, and let's say not the favorite hero of Chinese offlaners, but let's see what they go for.
Lycan.
Alright, a different approach. We're gonna see some Wolf army coming from PSG LGD with that Aghanim's Bite on Fate Beyond. Okay. Heroes such as Bane don't have like a good game usually.
Bane will get eaten alive by those wolves.
Yeah.
He doesn't really have good escape or anything, and the wolves will just kill him even if he tries to disable Lycan.
Yeah, and even in the team fight, like all of Lycan's summons are just going to converge on Bane while he's doing his little Fiend's Grip channel. So, and even in the lane, Bane is he's got Brain Sap, but Feral Impulse can out-regen most of that, and Bane has no way of dealing with the wolves. But at the same time...
Production, you know what to do. This time around, I think PSG LGD has a better job, but I think Secret will win, so you're on point again.
You were on point. You called it at the very beginning. Damn, this is... I don't like the Lycan pick.
I don't have a choice, man. Like I'm
not liking Lycan. Give me Secret.
All right, I will also go with Team Secret. I'm very interested in seeing if the Bane is the secret tech that will take the series. ODPixel, Lacoste, what do you think? What's going on here?
I like Lycan. I think they adjusted their draft accordingly. They still wanted to have like Shaman against the Puck. I'm leaning towards LGD this time.
Yeah, I feel as well. You know, Secret, again, they've gone for that sort of classic Secret finish of the draft where Puppy's just said, you know, I want to play Bane. And, you know, bring in a hero that nobody else is really touching.
Yep.
We saw them try and do that in game one with like the Vengeful Spirit. I think LGD might be able to punish that.
So does that mean that that casters are going PSG LGD versus the analyst panel going Team Secret?
Yeah, I don't think I've been wrong so far. And Owen, he can just jump on my train. I got his back.
Nice and easy.
Yeah.
Listen, we're all voting for good Dota here.
That is true.
We're all going to be winners,
that is
right?
True.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever I hear Lacoste come out with his prediction, I'm either cheering inside or I'm like, oh, I messed up. But we will see who will take this final game of PSG LGD versus Team Secret. The loser will go down to the lower bracket. ODPixel and Lacoste, take it away.
Thank you very much, Sumi. It's the deciding game between these two, and we're getting some fun, some exciting.
Oh, yeah.
Seconds to battle! I see lots of good digging spots out there. What are we waiting for?
The batter's down. It begins.
That's an ill win for someone. Not me, though.
Death arrives upon the battlefield.
Could be
the
worse.
horn blows,
Oh,
the
wait, no, it
blood
couldn't.
flows.
You shall not. Puck out.
You have been denied.
Behold! My gratitude. A strange time to greetings.
Regeneration. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Denied.
Bounty.
That's teamwork in action.
Dire's putting the hurt on Radiant's middle tower.
Behold!
Radiant are scanning. How does that even work?
All lives must end. No good for you. Earth's bounty.
No.
From blaze to inferno.
Here I am.
Did you want that?
Denied.
The rune of invisibility.
Silence.
Never refuse gold given.
Fortune's change.
Illusion! A prize! Iliad!
Dire's middle tower's in trouble. Which one, Dire again? Courier is dead. I wonder what idiot got it killed. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant called in the fortification. Radiant's middle tower's not feeling the love.
What happened here?
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. I'm out. Radiant's bottom tower's still there, but not for long. Dire's top tower is under. Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand. Dire's top tower might be going down.
Behold!
Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top rubble.
There I am!
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Greetings!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top rubble. Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand. Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Dies out.
Get up if you can.
Team domination.
tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Welcome back to the war. Is it everything you remember? Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top rubble. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand. Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top rubble. Radiant's bottom tower must have been top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower's getting pushed around. Goodbye, Roshan! Immortal!
Five times the mega.
Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Radiant are scanning for enemies. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating.
Bounty.
Never refuse gold given.
Puck out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. ain't looking too steady. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
The rune of haste.
Hey, they're back! Good for you!
A wicked display of skill. Ownage.
Summer night.
Radiant are scanning for enemies. Dire are scanning, trying to find those sneaky bums.
Behold!
Rune of double damage.
Dire's bottom tower. Don't look good. Radiant are scanning for enemies. Roshan is falling to the Dire.
Speedy rune of haste. Not so fast. Snared in fire. True domination.
Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Radiant's middle tower is not feeling the love.
Comforting rune
Radiant's
of
middle tower had a
regeneration.
run-in with the Dire. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's putting up a barricade. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Once Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. I hope they ain't throwing on purpose. Not without tipping me off. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Never refuse gold given. Inconceivable! Amazing times two!
Wages of fear.
Five times the mega!
Radiant are scanning for enemies. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Radiant's bottom tower is falling.
were adorable.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's top barracks are getting the business. Nothing but rubble. Dire take it all away.
Pretty much everyone on the team had a really good time. The way they set up the lanes, they put the like. On the top lane alone, aggressive tri lane, the force Matumba Manta. TP out, he doesn't get as much farm as Ame does on the bottom lane. Like Ame was saying, the 2-3k gold ahead, that timing on the Battle Fury, 17-minute Battle Fury plus Aghanim Scepter. Yeah. Pretty much 2 free Roshans for PSG LGD. Team stuff.
Yeah, fantastic plays in both of the wins from PSG LGD, as Secret may have been able to run them over the once, but PSG LGD definitely showing that they've got a stronger grasp on the game right now. As the series, it'll be theirs. They'll take it 2-1 against Team Secret.
Thank you very much, OD Pixel and Lacoste. Team Secret going down to the lower bracket. Gentlemen, PSG LGD, who rose up from the wild card,
Gamers rise up.
knocked what is considered the best team in the world in Dota down to the lower bracket.
Europe in shambles.
It was a shocker. I don't think any pre-event prediction could have seen this coming. At least, sure, maybe a Chinese team, but it would have been IG that would have dethroned Secret, not a wildcard Chinese team.
I have to say, PSG LGD looked stronger and stronger every single time. They were winning at the beginning of the CN season, but also at the end. However, they just looked more efficient towards the end.
Even this event, Ame has grown on me immensely. At the beginning, I saw him and I was like, oh, he's not the LGD Ame that most people are fans of. But then now, these days, he's consistent, he's reliable. He's without fear picking this Monkey King into whatever Secret thinks that they may be able to counter it with.
I have to say though, these 2 wins from PSG LGD, they played really well. They executed faster, but you can't not say that they did have a much better draft in both of these games. Like in the first one that they won and in this last one.
All 3 of them may have been draft kind of victories, because the Alchemist and that Venomancer in Game 2 and Secret's victory, freaking 23-minute GG.
Second one was, yeah, also an draft by Secret, if that's your point, right?
Yeah, so like I'm saying, this entire series seemed very, very draft dependent. Stompy for sure also. Yeah, the Game 1, the Wyvern just made it feel like this Troll never had a chance in the game. Game 2, the Venomancer and Alchemist made it feel like the Monkey King never had a chance in this game. And this game, the Lycan and Wolf biting the Monkey King just made it feel like Secret had never had a chance to get their Bane or Wind Ranger into the game.
And before I talked about some interview, I hope we'll get an interview with Secret to ask them about that Bane pick. Were they predicting something like a Pango? That's the only thing that makes sense, because then Bane kind of looks fine, but PSG LGD, as we talked about, hit them with that circus that Secret did to Thunder Predator.
Yeah, in Secret, we're happy to attend the circus, apparently.
They didn't switch up the lanes. They remained in the same way, PA on offlane, struggling versus the Lycan.
That was the initial switch up, I guess, is because they went into the tri-lane down bot, ET briefcased them, and PA was like, okay, I don't want to deal with this anymore.
Look at these scores, 7-0-7 on Ember, on Monkey, sorry, and 12-0-11 on the Lycan. And it's not something new. I also have to say I love the itemization from the Lycan, not going for that early Aghanim's, instead buying the Orchid.
Yeah, you mentioned that. I was surprised, but you're saying that this is a very, very common second pickup against these Pucks.
Yeah,
and
versus Pucks, versus Spirits, versus all these elusive heroes. You buy that Orchid and you get some extra lockdown. Also, one extra thing, once I saw the Lycan pickup, it's so good versus Wind Ranger too, because you can't Wind Run away anymore. You have those Necros, plus the Wolf is just too fast.
Do you think that Team Secret was a little too passive in the way that they played these games? PSG LGD was pretty much always on the offensive during the series, and perhaps that's something that they're not used to in their region.
Something like having a support Bane means that you're not going to really be able to see much movement out of your support. I think that what LGD did to Secret here is what Secret did to Thunder Predator in the previous series, where
for sure,
just in the first 5 minutes, at least this game specifically, in the first 5 minutes, they're like, the lanes are not going how you think that they're going to go. They're going to go how we think they're going to go. And so even once the Phantom Assassin went up top versus the Lycan, they could have continued playing musical lanes, but instead they were like, whatever, it's Lycan. He's going to do just fine versus Phantom Assassin.
He had like 20 last hits, 10 denies. Meanwhile, Matu was struggling. It wasn't really a great game for him. And you could see at one point, Secret, all their cores queued up Rapier. All of them.
It's the only way back into the game.
It was the only way that they come back, and when you see that, it's very grim. Also, Secret not looking so crisp with PA baiting out the mid lane teamfight. He didn't have a BKB.
That's a rare mistake from Secret.
Because they smoked, they were close enough. They just didn't expect them to go on the PA so quickly. But PSG LGD was like, okay, Matu wants to die, let's kill him.
Well, let's take a look at this match's MVP.
Yeah, 100%.
No surprise there. Yeah. He basically chewed through a lot of heroes while also supporting the Monkey King to victory.
I would say that his MVP might be shared with the Shadow Shaman as well. Zincu was 1 point catching Nisha multiple times.
Yeah, I had my reservations about the Lycan because I thought it was going to struggle more in lane, but Faith Beyond, I mean, Matu has on multiple occasions shown great respect to Faith Beyond and not to mess with him, and so I think the LGD have pretty resoundingly defeated what was theoretically the champion of this tournament.
Let's take a look at the current standings. Right now, a lot of people's fantasy brackets are kind of potentially
more
messed
in
up
shambles than European
with
Dota.
Team Secret going down to the lower bracket to fight the winner of OB Esports and Vici Gaming. And that also means that Evil Geniuses, like Crit said in his interview, he doesn't have to worry about fighting Team Secret until potentially the grand finals if they both make it there. Crit will get his wish granted.
Yeah, EG, he said, has historically had good performances versus Chinese teams, and we saw that earlier today. And against LGD, I would be surprised if there's anything else, but LGD seem to be a cut above all these other Chinese teams.
Yeah, they definitely are. You could say that throughout the season, they were all very neck and neck, but here, Aster obviously with the stand-in, IG not performing to their standard, meanwhile PSG LGD just improving and improving, and for some reason or another, they're getting all their heroes every single time, especially in this game versus Secret. Monkey King, every game.
Yeah. And you have to ban out the IO, and Ame is content first phase picking the Monkey King, so really, what are you going to do about it? It's just the power of LGD, and Vici Gaming might make a lower bracket run as well. China has a lot to be proud of right now at this tournament.
After this, we will have the lower bracket matches with Shiver, but first, we still have more clues in the hunt for the dragons.
Number 6?
Yes, each day clues pointing to where 2 dragons could be hiding will be announced during the first 2 halftime shows respectively. Once you've found each dragon, all you have to do is tag @OneEsports in the comment section of the post. The first 3 Dragon Knights to successfully find each dragon will win a free 12, 9, and 6-month Netflix subscription respectively. And after all 8 have been found, the first prize winners of the hunt will be announced during the Grand Finals halftime show of the OneEsports Singapore Major, with a full list of winners to be listed on oneesports.gg as well. We will be back with Shiver and the lower bracket, which will be spicy because people will be getting eliminated. But let's take a look at our 6th clue.
That's RTC, Abudendi, Tonil, and Doggo, and Kayasen! What's up? Dude, we're such huge fans! Where did you get that skin? Whoa!
JBL presents The Sounds of Victory. JBL Quantum Gaming Headsets.
ช่วงนี้คุณกำลังเหงาขอแนะนำให้คุณเปิด Tinder Swipe Match Chat แล้วไปมีเพื่อนสัมพันธ์เอาเลยไหม
เอาสิคะ
คิวไป1 คิวไป2
Tinder แอปหาเพื่อนสัมพันธ์
pressure, rising on the edge of taking everything. Life is a game I'm born to win it. See me burning through the atmosphere. I'm born to win. Your life is a game and I'm born to win. I'm born to win.
Good afternoon and welcome to the One Esports Dota 2 Singapore Major. We have 8 teams remaining. We just had some upper bracket series, nobody eliminated, but that is about to change. We're going to have 2 series in the lower bracket coming your way. I'm here with Lizard, I'm here with Gods, and we are here to talk about the first of those 2 series. Vici Gaming and OB Neon will go head to head, and Gods, OB Neon, the team that has gone the furthest of all the teams that had to play with the stand in this tournament.
And the only team who started in the lower bracket who's still alive. They've defied all expectations.
Yeah.
They had the lowest expectations, I think, of anyone here because of the situation around the team. And they're top 8. I don't know.
Yeah,
These guys are crazy.
I just have to say, Yopaj is my idol. I'm going to open up with that. It has some deeper connotations in the SCA scene as well. Maybe chats, if we have some people from around there, will like it. But Neon, obviously, they're the only ones remaining from the SCA, right? And because of that, I have to say I'm a little bit biased, but biased towards good dotes. I think we'll see 2 regions, 2 different styles of gameplay completely.
Yeah, because the top 8, we have still got 1 team of every region in, apart from China. There's 3 teams still left in the pool, left in the top 8 from China, and 1 of them is in the low bracket. Well, 2 of them are in the low bracket now, but 1 of them is playing today in the lower bracket. We, of course, saw IG getting knocked down by EG at the start of this day. And the winner of this particular series, the winner of Vici versus OB Neon, will get the honor and the pleasure of facing Team Secret in the lower bracket. A lot of exciting things to come. But one step at a time, I wanna first gauge you guys' impression of this series. We know Vici Gaming very strong. Does your preference for the series Gods automatically go to them?
I don't think it's like instant or obvious for me, because Vici Gaming I think have been the maybe most disappointing team coming from the Chinese DPC for me at least. I think I had very high expectations with just the performance they put on in the DPC, the expectations of some of the players on their team, and their gameplay has just been kind of uninspiring at times. They haven't delivered, and even the wins they're getting, they've struggled to get those
you hit the nail on the head, exactly like that, uninspiring. They haven't changed a lot throughout the season as well, and when I talk about PSG LGD, I talk about this team that brings out new ideas every time you see them. There's well, perhaps not on the carry role, but you see that they have different gameplay, different strategical movements across the map. Vici Gaming, they're very straightforward. You pretty much know what to expect from them.
We have a Fantasy League running at the same time. 72% favors Vici Gaming for this one, for the One Esports Fantasy. You can still get your predictions in if you're quick enough. It's running the whole tournament, so don't worry, you still got time to get some of those prizes. Make sure to check it out. But it makes sense, right? Vici Gaming is coming in with their full squad. And as much as everyone has loved seeing OB Neon play, because they are all over the place and they are so fun to watch, they are coming in with a stand-in, and it still feels like it gives me a little bit, Lizard, at Finnem vibes.
Definitely.
Boston Major.
Yeah, just to touch upon the numbers a little bit.
Yeah.
Secret 91%. So these 73 numbers, you know, like we don't deal with that here. Throw it out. Anything can happen. But they're definitely making those vibes. They have their own style, which you have to respect. And their own style is chaos. Like you can't really predict how they're playing. Reminding me a little bit of Liquid as well in the group stage. If Liquid could actually, like every other EU team, but Secret find their own foothold and start playing properly. They don't have a carry, right? Same like Mickey sometimes. the
Skem's
middle.
like trying to, figure out how this thing works again. He's playing like Nature's Prophet
Yeah.
and stuff. Like we're seeing a
And
really
he's
kind of-
owning.
yeah, we're seeing some very creative hero pools and drafts coming up for them because of the fact they're switching player roles and having all these stand-ins.
And extra credit to Skem as well, captaining from that role. Don't know how he does it, but he's made it to the top 8 here at this major, and I'm very curious to see the win rates comparison between these two teams in terms of game length, because so far OB Neon, they've done really well really early on in the game, and if the game goes a little later, Vici Gaming, I guess they're one of the few teams in China that is still systematically playing the calculated style of Dota. Is that fair to say that late game will come out to play?
Oh, 100%. The team fight Dota, right? That's
Yeah.
team fight with one super hard carry
Mm.
that they play around. Like even in the season, you could see something like a Medusa, not necessarily only from Vici Gaming, from Chinese teams, but popular in SEA as well. We'll see what OB Neon has in store for those early game finishes, at least if they're planning to do that.
Yeah, very rarely will you go into a game and see Vici Gaming's be the one trying to set the tempo and really control the game. They're looking to sit back, let their opponents do whatever they want to do, and then fight around big ulti cooldowns usually. And that's going to give Neon complete freedom to do whatever they want, really.
So let's talk about the road they have done so far. OB Neon, they almost were eliminated in the groups. Day 1 was abysmal for them. Day 2, they had to change their stand-in for a different stand-in, Lizard, but they still made it out.
Yep, for a different stand-in, you don't even know where every single one of these players is going to be on the map, like what position they're taking. That's right now looking very comfortable on the offlane, playing that Prophet. It suits his nickname, but overall, yeah, they look much stronger with the second stand-in than they did with the first one.
Yeah, they only had one win on day 1. I think some of the matchups on day 2 were a little bit easier for them too, just matchup-wise. They playstyle matched up better, and it was what ended up being some of the weaker teams of the tournament. So.
Do you think it helped? Natsumi, the player that's not here, the player that unfortunately had to stay home, he was the carry for OB Neon, and he only got added like in November last year or something, so only a couple of months. The rest of the squad had been together for quite a while before then. Do you think it helps that they already just integrated a new carry, and now they had to do it again, or like not a carry role, but still a core role? Do you think maybe some advantages there?
Yeah, I mean, often I think teams are very successful and they have that like core group of like 3, sometimes 4, but sometimes it's just 3, even 2 players who stick together, and then you tweak 1 or 2 things.
Especially if you consider that Skem used to be a carry,
yeah,
and then he transitioned into this captaining position 4 role. So when Natsumi came in, I'm certain that Skem had a lot of input. He had to talk to him, maybe refreshing his own carry potential there, which is definitely showing here.
And if we're talking about Vici Gaming, they opened up in the upper bracket. They did okay in the group stages. Went to the upper bracket, had the unfortunate circumstance to face their fellow countrymen IG. They got knocked down, but yesterday we saw them on Stage Gods. They were able to make it look very easy against Team Liquid.
Yeah, that was a series where I thought, Liquid, as bad as they'd been in the wildcards and group stages, I mean, they made it through, they scraped their way through. I thought Liquid came in as slight favorites because, they're just this team that performs well on the big stage, but Vici showed much more solid Dota, and it didn't seem like Liquid had a clear game plan for them. And I think Vici Gaming's style of having that team fight plus carry we mentioned, Liquid didn't match up against it. I think Neon are not going to fall into the same trap, though, so...
yeah, Neon doesn't need a carry, apparently.
Yeah. Easy.
Yeah, but Vici played a lot better, like you're saying.
Yeah. A lot better than what they did against IG as well, maybe a bit thrown off guard. I'm curious also to see if there's any influence from the games we've seen today. Very often, especially teams in the upper bracket, everybody will look towards those teams and like, okay, what are they playing? How are they winning these games? And we saw from EG, we saw some Alchemist coming out, worked out as well for Team Secret one of the games. Are we going to see that?
I can predict that Bane will not be picked.
Wow, wild prediction from Lizard coming out.
I'll put my money on that. It didn't look that great, but played by Secret. Yeah, we might see the Alchemist. Not necessarily the most popular pick in SEA. overall in the SEA region, Alchemist was such a flop during the DPC League because teams tried to copy it, but it looked like they didn't really go through games. They would pick Alchemist offlane and still build it like Battle Fury, Radiance, and the hero would be just completely useless.
Out of all these heroes that we see in our screen, the middle pack, there are very few carries. There's no carries in there in terms of overlap. We talked about OB Neon, basically don't really play carry. Is that the reason, or are there just different styles at play here?
A little bit of different style, but also can't have a carry in the middle if you don't have a carry at all, right?
Yeah, I mean, the only carry even on Neon's side I think was a Wraith King. I didn't see a single other carry in there, whereas VG Gaming had the Monkey King, they had the Troll Warlord, so...
The Juggernaut as well.
Exactly. They play all the traditional carries you'd kind of expect them to play.
Speaking of expectations, you can research a lot of OB Neon and of Vici Game. Both have played a lot of games. What is the main lesson that Vici can learn from OB Neon's games? I think those are a little bit the more crazy ones, and you really kind of have to realize how are they winning these games? How did they win the series against Fnatic? Was Fnatic just bad, or what is the secret sauce of OB Neon?
Yeah, you have to dig deep, really. And one thing that I could see similar between SEA teams and Chinese teams, like between Neon, let's say, and PSG LGD, is the fact that they both tried this Nature's Prophet on the safe lane. So maybe that's something that Vici Gaming might look to ban out, maybe pick for themselves.
Yeah.
You know, some of these things. Death Prophet as well, highly contested.
Yeah, we're gonna see if Death Prophet even makes it through in the banning phase. But before we get to the draft and all that, we first have to get the players on stage. So let's get ready for some OB Neon and Vici Gaming on stage.
Welcome on stage, Vici Gaming. Welcome on stage, OB Neon.
Top 8 at the first major of the season is nothing to scoff at, but wouldn't it be nice if you're able to double your prize money earned at the major and get 50% extra DPC points? That's what they're playing for, because a winner of this series will be a top 6 at the major, and a loser, no second chances. This is the second chance. It's lower bracket time, and it's an elimination on the Lion Gods. A lot to play for.
A lot to play for. I feel like in some ways Neon, it's like they're playing with house money. There's a lot less pressure on them to go far in this tournament, but they've looked best when they had no pressure on them, when they had that extra stand-in. And I think for Vici Gaming, it's important to do as well as you can, get as many points, because when you're playing in those regions with a lot of depth, there's no guarantees Vici is at the next major.
100%. No guarantees they're even top 4.
Yeah. So they need to do as well as they can while they're at a major, try to get those points to get them to TI, because if they have to go through qualifiers for TI, that's also going to be brutal.
Yeah, there's most likely only going to be one team from each region making it through via qualifiers, and the region is pretty stacked. Let's just say that. The Chinese region pretty darn stacked. Vici Gaming Used to be at top of the list, now the second one playing for elimination. I kind of don't want to count Aster too much with that, considering they also were playing with a stand-in. So for Vici Gaming, definitely, this is not where they expected to see themselves. And as God said, OB Neon playing with house money, but at the same time, I think that just makes them play better.
It really has.
Carefree, let's go.
If you're relaxed, especially
Yeah.
when you're at the major and you don't have that pressure on you, it definitely helps.
And I think last time these teams met, Vici Gaming won that series 2-0, but the games, Neon were looking really good and threw away some big leads, and I think that's where they were feeling the pressure. You could see some of those nerves in the group states. That was on day one.
Yeah, so without death.
The higher you climb, it's looking, the pressure gets to you. Before in the group stage and whatnot, everything was just sweet for Neon. Maybe now, at the moment, it's sweet and sour, perhaps a little bit. And you're playing versus Vici Gaming that you already lost to, 2 games, right? So I'm very interested in how will Neon adapt to those losses. What will they change up? Usually what team does is they completely switch up the opening 2 bans. Will we see Mars plus Pango again or something different? I don't necessarily think that the drafts were the biggest issue for Neon. It's mostly the execution and the way they played.
Yeah, I'm very curious about heroes as well. We are moments away from jumping into that draft. One of the heroes that stands out to me for Viet, and he is crushing on it.
Yep. It's really something. Lacoste this year as well. He's gonna back me up. He was watching Black as well. If I think he's casting this one. He'll confirm it. That guy with the Shadow Shaman throughout the season was so on point. You can't pick. You could see it in the last game as well. Nisha picking Puck and Shadow Shaman was the perfect answer.
Yep.
We might see it here from PYW. It all depends on Neon and what they want to pick on mid lane too, because usually that Shadow Shaman would come as a response to all of these spirits. Or Puck, let's say.
Yeah. And we're really seeing how I feel like the importance of some of those, maybe older draft changes where you used to have more first phase bans. You only get 2 now.
Yeah.
And it makes it so hard. You can't ban all the top tier meta heroes or your opponent's signature heroes, so you have to let some things through, and that's where being able to let through a hero like Puck because you play such a good Shadow Shaman is a really big strength, I think, of Vici Gaming.
What would you do? You have the chance to either ban out PYW, Shadow Shaman, or
Oh wait.
We're already seeing what's happening. Shadow Shaman is not banned, still in the pool. Vici Gaming has not yet picked it up. We do have a Pango Void Spirit for OB Neon. Those are their two of their most picked heroes. They're doing very well with them.
They block pick the Pango, so whenever we talk about Vici Gaming, it's like, are you going to ban Pango against Vici Gaming? Because Old 11, it's by far his best hero. When he's on this hero, he just takes over the game. And Neon snag it for themselves.
I 100% agree with you. It is very scary to have a Pango on Old 11, but the answer from Vici Gaming with this Puck is also phenomenal. You're picking Puck into Pango and Void Spirit. You just like this matchup versus both of these heroes. You have Dreamcoil versus Void Spirit. The lane can be rough, but we've seen Abed Puck even win it. And then you have Pango later on, who just can't use his Rolling Thunder. And then you follow up with the Shadow Shaman.
Yep, they still get their preferred 4. Having the lockdown against both Void Spirit and Pango very helpful as well. So, you may not be playing against the Puck, but you're playing against 2 elusive heroes with escape, so you still want to have that disable.
Versus any spirit. Lion or if Shadow Shaman is banned, that is, you pick Lion. If not, you get the Rasta. Pretty good.
I think both teams are pretty happy with their opening. They both fit in their own wheelhouses. It's just the matter of which style is gonna prevail at this point, and obviously how is the rest of the draft going to look, but this both looks very comfortable.
And I have to agree completely with what you just said, Shiver, because unless a team has their own complete style, like a different approach to the game, we see openers that kind of are fine for both teams, right? Unless you're Secret and you're first picking Mirana and then you lose, but most teams, they open up with something that's already tried and tested and looks very strong.
Yeah, I feel like in the wildcards and groups, we're seeing some teams go for openers that you could just tell, like the IO Weaver openers with the support IO. We were not a fan of that, and it kept losing. But now, I think now that we're further in the tournament, every team has their openers that they know they're not going to get outdrafted.
If you don't have that first pick, you're banning out the IO. If you have the first pick, you can let it go through, maybe snatch it for yours. Because OB Neon, I believe they had a first pick this time around.
Yes.
And looking at them, IO plus that Prophet, that was their best stuff. Out of all of their drafts, IO plus Prophet looked the scariest.
Now they're going to target a lot of those carries, Monkey King, Alchemist. I mean, Alchemist kind of more of an offlaner, actually. That was one of the Vici Gaming kind of pocket picks we saw against Team Liquid when they ran that with a Jug Storm Spirit.
Yep, it looked a little bit scary with the Storm Spirits, right? Like you give him that Aghanims and you don't perform that well, that much. Yeah.
It was like a level 9 Storm who had level 1 Vortex. Yep. But once they go late game, you know, Storm and Jug with free Ags, it's like an extra item slot.
This morning as well,
power spike.
With what was it, Void Spirit as well? Getting it versus EG didn't look that great.
Honestly, I've not been a big fan of the offline Alchemist overall. I think it's been very situational, and you have to have the good axe heroes.
It's the most brainless strategy for an offlaner ever. You're just farming and giving items around, and okay, guys, if you play well, we win.
I think also Vici Gaming winning with the Yesterday gives a little bit of a colored image of the hero, because Old 11 did great, but Juggernaut would have been a lot more farm if Old 11 didn't take up all the jungle creeps, and also they were playing against Liquid, which left them a little bit more space to farm, I felt, compared to some of the other opponents they will see.
Look at the bans from Vici Gaming. Like, okay, Nature's Prophet because they play it on Carry on Neon, right?
Yeah.
But TA.
Tournament.
Will Vici Gaming just go all out with a Bloodseeker and then just make the like everything to ban?
You don't need to. That's overkill.
Yeah. I know.
You could pick it, but
we've seen it in that first game, like something with an Atos. You also have double rupture. Like it actually wouldn't be that bad. The only question is, I mean, it wouldn't be that bad. Let's put it that way.
I'd rather see them get something like to synergize with the Inkswell initiation.
Yeah.
Or even the Grimstrike Ultimate.
Sand King that we've seen from them on Old 11 sometimes, right? Possible. They go with the Jug straight up.
Okay. They want to secure their carry. And I guess leave the puck a little bit open. It could go into that off lane, although not that likely, I would say. Ori is just such a classic puck player.
Yeah. And you talked about synergy with the Inkswell. You do have Jug, right? It's very, very strong in that laning stage, because you can't really lane against that very well. They do have a Pango, who's very mobile with Swashbuckle. You can always escape, but...
Lesh coming out for OB Neon has been a scam hero most recently.
Yeah, they've been picking quite a bit of Lesh this tournament. I know at least day one on group stage, I saw them picking it a few times, running it in different lanes, different roles, but I do like it a lot on Scam. Interesting they pick it after the Jug, a hero that, usually with the built-in magic immunity, you're not too afraid of a Lesh. And Omni Slash as well. If Lesh runs at you, well, you're going to turn an Omni Slash in.
Swift Slash, Omni Slash, Spin, you just have so many ways of getting away from all that damage. And it's not a hero that benefits from Augur, really, right?
Yeah.
Like you want something...
Who's the Bloodlust
yeah,
hero?
Exactly.
That's what I was expecting.
Later on, you want a hero that benefits from Bloodlust. Here, they truly don't have anything like that. You do have setup in the lane, I guess, for the Split Earth, with the stun into Split Earth, but even that stun isn't that great.
Yeah. Sounds like you're not a big fan of the Lesh pick either.
No, I mean, not necessarily with the Augur. I've seen Lesh work for OB Neon, but right here it's meh.
It's kind of like the semi-carries they like to run, and it means if they don't have that hard carry, they have a hero that can take towers. You've got the Edict. I think that's why they played really well around Death Prophet as well, because if they're not going to pick that hard carry, you still need a way to push the tempo, take towers, take map control.
And this is pretty much the hero because of who they have all these 30-minute mark victories, right? The Graph, those early wins, it's Lesh and Death Prophet.
Yeah.
They like to run this very active kind of a lineup. It could also be the offlane Lesh, right? Yeah. Like you could mix things up, put offlane Lesh with Pango, mid lane Void Spirit and Augur plus some carry on the safe lane.
Even Lycan gets banned. They are really worried about that kind of fast tempo pushing coming out.
Is there still something in the pool? I mean, Prophet, Beastmaster all removed. I guess Enigma of all heroes with a Necro 3 build is the only one left.
Yeah, and I think that kind of limits their ability to scale a bit. Like the Slardar and Lycan give you just a bit more just damage output, physical damage output, Enigmas. That I don't think they want that big long cooldown.
No.
Ultimate per se.
They'll end up going with the Medusa. Some late game insurance policy coming out there.
There's a bloodlust target.
Yep, definitely
True.
a bloodlust target. And now it's all about that triangle. How good is this team at defending the Medusa and her farm? Some cool stats from the SCA region are that Medusa, in hands of any team, even the ones that got relegated to Division 2, to the lower division, would win against top-tier teams.
Okay.
One of the reasons why TNC wasn't even in the wild card is because they lost to Execration, who was relegated 0-2 to a Medusa pick, two Medusa games. But usually when you see a Medusa, you also expect some sort of a stable team fight. Phoenix, Mars, something like that. They don't really have it.
Yeah, so far, OB Neon has played Medusa once this tournament against Aster and did not go the way they wanted it to, unfortunately for them.
They still believe in it, so they grab it.
Yeah. And the Bristleback coming out for Vici Gaming. Going to be a tough one to take down.
They just want one of these heroes. Timbersaw, I believe, was out as well. They want one of these heroes that's able to just make a mess on the map. Old 11 will be that Bristol that buys a couple of those early game items and just goes all in, runs on the uphill on the high ground first in that triangle, and then everyone follows up, which is a solid thing to have.
OB Neon look like they've got this very scrappy draft that's going to want... Yeah, they've got the Medusa, but those other 4 heroes, they're going to want to fight. They're going to want to constantly brawl, run a Vici Gaming, and make space for that Medusa to farm.
And I like that. I think that fits their style. But is it going to work against Vici Gaming is the main question. And for me, I like the Bristle pick a lot, and I will go first. I don't think that OB Neon has what it takes to take it down. Would love to be proven wrong, though, because that means we got a hell of a fun game ahead of us. But Lizard and Gods, my experts, I trust your opinion more than mine regarding
I'm just
this.
waiting for production to see if they're going to put anything under my name.
No. I want you to be your own man.
Nothing
you make
happening.
your own decisions.
This time around, nothing's happening. Okay, I like SCA's draft. I like Neon's draft quite a bit. It's chaotic. It's the epitome of the region, but Bristleback is going to be a wall that they won't be able to break. Vici Gaming.
Okay.
You don't believe them. You're just saying how well Medusa's done. You don't believe.
They have to prove me wrong.
Okay.
They lost versus Vici Gaming already. If they prove me wrong, we'll think about the second draft.
I will agree with my very smart panelists. And also go Vici Gaming.
Okay, well then let's give some hope to all the OB Neon fans out there, because there are a lot. They got a whole region riding on them at this point. What needs to go well? Like, what hero should they look out for? Certain item timing coming out for any of them?
It's a Medusa game.
I think they need the chaos to go well.
Yeah.
The concept fighting Yopaj in the mid lane needs to, I think, just get like 10 plus kills this game. Just roll over them, get lots of runes.
So when the game starts slowing down, it's bad news for OB Neon.
Potentially. I mean, they have Medusa, but I think they do want a fast-paced early game with the other heroes.
Okay, well, let's find out if they can get that. It is time to head to our commentary team for the first game of this series. Is B-Cup and Black.
Thank you very much. Coming into this game, Vici, Neon, Black. It's like watching your kids grow up. We were covering both these regions, and now they get to show us everything.
Yeah.
In an elimination series.
One kid left, my friend Natsumi could not make it. He went to another school. He left all his friends behind. Feels bad, man. But now they have a stand-in, and they still got to top 8, so they're doing wonderfully here for themselves. I'm pretty excited to see what they have to show against VG, who, of course,
And it felt like he was never losing with this hero, because Shadow Shaman was very popular in the Chinese region, and that hero was cleaning up. Quite disgusting.
Yeah, he's super popular in the Chinese region, especially in SEA, not so much. And we really just see a lot of Chinese teams pick it up. Even in the playoffs here, a lot of other regions don't really care too much about it. But whenever they pick it or another Chinese team picks it, they're doing very well with it.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of priority in the Chinese region. One guy that I know loved this hero, he's not in the DPC right now, is James. Used to play for CDC, and that was like one of those guys who put on clinics every time he played Shadow Shaman, and it just really kind of extended from there. Like, I was watching him play it, and then now you've got guys on every single team in the Chinese region just picking up this hero, and really the Four is using Shadow Shaman basically to its full potential every single time.
Yeah, it's definitely a very strong hero, but Neon has good tools to deal with it. They have the Void Spirit to get on top of him, the Pangolier as well. Even the Stone Gaze is not very easy to handle for the Shadow Shaman because you can't really shackle anyone. UI here in a little bit of trouble. One Spirit Earth could spill his death here.
Yeah, UI getting stunned up and now trying to TP after the stuns. Whew, just skirting out of there. Posting up. Solid there for Yopaj. Solo kill onto Ori. That's a big one to get in a matchup that, to me, feels 50-50, but how does it feel to you?
It's definitely a little bit Void Spirit favored in the lane, but you should never be able to kill a Puck solo, especially when you're like on relatively high health yourself still. It wasn't like it was a close scenario or anything. So Yopaj showing here again why he's, you know, he's a very interesting player. Sometimes Abraham, other times he's a little bit cold, but this game he's off to a great start.
Yeah, Yopaj really interested me back a little while ago when I got to catch him play Earth Spirit mid, and he really destroyed. Ever since then, I've just been keeping an eye on him, and he impressed me in the league. He's impressed me here. It's really just been exciting to watch him throughout the event and the season.
He has his own like little play style as well as hero pool, and you know sometimes it works out really well, as we said. Other times struggling quite a bit. We'll have to see what he can make happen here once he reaches 6. I've got high hopes for him as well, especially with that first one coming in.
That first blood could prove to be massive, especially in that matchup, and what comes afterwards. Get to that 6 quickly, rotate, maybe top, maybe bottom, find your, your shots, and really start to potentially snowball with this hero.
The side lane should also be going pretty well for Neon here. Dusa against Bristleback is pretty simple for Dusa. You're gonna have this magic wand and mana shield, you can't really ever die. And then Leshrac is pressuring Juggernaut quite a bit here.
How do you feel about this Lesh pick? It's not a hero that's been all too popular, but showing its face in this matchup in an off-lane situation. Is it something that you're excited to see what could come, or do you feel like this is a good matchup for it, that you know what's coming from Leshrac?
I personally love Leshrac. Always did. Like, the Diabolic Edict just gives you too much pushing potential. Like, they don't really have any way to pressure towers, but this Leshrac alone makes it so they will have a very easy time taking tier 1 and even tier 2 towers in the mid game.
It seems like this could be 4 heroes that put some pressure on your towers, put some pressure on the map, open it up for Medusa. So it'll be interesting to see how this goes for Vici and how they can work with that as they lose ult 11. And that is a kill for the Medusa that we were talking about. Needs some time to get some farm, but already getting kills here on Bristle. And it's uncharacteristic of Old 11 to really be dropping in his lane. He's proven to be pretty consistent inside his lane.
Called in the fortification.
Yeah, but of course, playing a melee hero against Medusa is always a little bit tricky. Sometimes if you take that last bounce of the Mystic Snake, suddenly it's like 300 burst damage in your face. Something you don't necessarily expect, because Dusa hasn't picked that much anymore. So I don't think they're like super comfortable playing against it or laning against it. Be a bit careful here. Old 11 might be in trouble again.
Already taking a lot of damage. Hex comes out onto the Medusa. They're chasing Old 11, who gets hit by that Mystic Snake once again. But they're chasing. They're trying to catch up to this Bristle and get a kill. And it looks like Johnny might make that a possibility.
Radiant's
Just
bottom
getting
tower's
away
still
here,
there.
as it's just a lot of harassment onto Old 11. I don't think he feels too comfortable at the moment.
Bristleback though, it's always easily possible to catch back up. And neutral camps, maybe even ancient stacks, like cool sprays are just perfect. A perfect catch-up tool. So he isn't gonna be too worried about the laning phase, even though he's still doing very well for himself. Still sitting ahead of the Medusa in terms of CS. So it's not all bad for him.
We'll have to see how he does going forward. He's got that bottle. That was a popular thing in the Chinese region during the TBC League, was picking up
Double
that
damage Void
off-lane
Spirit.
bottle. Yeah, there's the Aether Remnant, but the Dream Cooler comes out onto the Void Spirit. Yopaj might have bitten off more than he can chew, as they've got 3 heroes here for Vici. There's the Shackles, there's the kill for Ori. And yeah, he bit off too much, and he's gonna fall over mid. Gives it back what he got earlier.
Huge rotation here. Under the Ink Swirl as well as the Shadow Shaman Shackle. There's just too much Disable coming out. They do take him down. Punishes over aggression. Very well done here by VG, because the Puck is really the guy that will make all the plays happen for your team. So you need to make sure you enable him. They're doing a very good job at doing so.
That's the aggression that we expect from Yopaj, but when you've got instant rotations coming out from PYW as well as DY, it's tough. 3v1, that's not a matchup you want to be in, no matter who you are. And now Yopaj, he gives it right back to Ori. This is definitely one of Ori's better heroes, and again, he's jumping forward, looking to make some aggressive moves here onto Ori. Is it a bit too early for this? Because he could get caught out again. I know they don't have Dream Coil at the moment, but time that wrong one more time, or Shadow Shaman's there, and you might just die back to back.
You have to be really careful here. As soon as that coil is off cooldown again, the hardest counter to watch Spirit in the game, pretty much. Die very easily there. Sad. So I'll be looking for some rotations from him instead. Maybe to the top lane, maybe to the bot lane. Lots of good targets for him all around.
You see PYW staying over here.
3 middle, coil up.
They're going to break 3 middle once again. Inkswell coming through. They've got the silence, and they should be able to lock down Yopaj. Another silence onto this Void Spirit, getting away with a little bit of health. No, they've got the Shackle, and they'll get the kill again. Yopaj getting taken out, and Vici, you can just see the communication coming in. We're going mid. We've got Dream Coil right as it comes up. Boom. TP's in. Let's go.
And they're doing 2 things with that also. They're denying the Space Maker, or rather the pace setter of Neon, having a good game, and they're enabling their own. So they're basically just... It's just a perfect play for them. Like, there's nothing better they can possibly do. Every time that coil is off cooldown, he has to be so careful in his Void Spirit.
A lot of damage on a play hard. He's just trying to contest there on that rune.
How does that even work?
But the rune ends up top. Yopaj picks it up, refills that bottle.
On his way top now. He's had enough of getting coiled and getting killed, so he wants to put the pain onto the Grimstock, which is going to be seeing here.
Yeah, DY gets caught out, and they've got the Aether Remnant swashbuckle in, and another kill there for Yopaj. Resonant Pulse is what does it, and DY just getting caught out a little bit. Rotation comes from picking up that rune. Maybe to be expected, but if you're losing your 5 in a rotation like that, I think you're not too upset about it.
You're not too upset, but we see this Edict here killing the tower at minute 8. Like, it's so uncommon to see this save that tower die so fast to a single offline hero, but we spoke about the potential of the Leshrac.
Yeah.
With that high level Edict. Towers just melt. Like, one Edict literally just takes the tower from 100% to 0. Takes 100% of the damage.
Radiant's bottom tower.
So that really puts Vici now in a little bit of a bad spot, because you've got Medusa who's comfortable just farming around. You've got Jug who's lost his tower, his lane, and he's got to figure something else out. There's a plan B that's got to be made for Vici, and where does that stem? Do these 4 heroes have to make just a bunch of space now for Poyoyo?
It will all come down to the rotations of Ori here. He will have to be the one making plays happen, and he is also rotating bottom just to be able to get the tower down as well, open up the map a little bit for their Juggernaut, making sure that they pressure the enemy. They don't give him complete free farm here.
Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand.
Yeah, they're going to take the tier 1 themselves, fortified by the Radiant, but once that goes down, that's gone, and Death just trying to put on as much pressure as he can over top. This is just the power of the Leshrac, and they really need to find a way to stop this.
Taken his level 6. Now the pushing power increased tremendously as well for the VG side. Whenever you drop those Shaman Wards down to the tower, there's a lot of damage coming out from there.
See if they can move around with those Serpent Wards. They do have a lot to work with. Still available Omni Slash if Jug does choose to get involved, which I'm sure Poyoyo looked to get involved too early on. he's just trying to figure out his farm. He's not even with the Medusa, but not terribly far back. You just got to make sure that you just don't drop too far behind. And honestly, I'd like to see Vici try and stop this Medusa from just having all this open space, but Neon are doing a perfect job of making sure that Medusa does have this space.
You can just see the movement of the other 4 heroes. They're perfectly protecting the triangle, the opposite side of where Medusa really wants to farm. So Medusa doesn't really feel scared at all. He's a little bit isolated there, so he has to be careful when all of his teammates are on mid lane. He could get caught out quite easily there. A lot of stacks coming out from Vici here.
Is that the best feeling
they're
in your
smoking up to the Medusa right away. Careful, one coil could kill him. There's still T1 tower for some quick responses, but he just retreating back to his triangle, staying safe. Call by the Medusa.
Yeah, very aware of just the sense of where Vici are. That's perfectly played, and yeah, Pollo is going to take these stacks, going for that Battle Fury first. We've seen it time and time again with him on this Jug, certainly throughout the season and throughout this event. You know, we've seen Pollo and his strengths with this Juggernaut.
So the thing is, people might think, you know, Medusa, wow, it's the hardest carry in this game, but no. Once Juggernaut reaches 5 or 6 items, Medusa will die in a single Omni Slash. Like, Juggernaut is an anti-core hero, and he just deals way too much damage to handle, even for a hero like Medusa.
You find yourself potentially silent, unable to get that ult off. You can get Shackle from such a distance away. They look for the bristleback. They're starting to chase the gun. Dreamcore coming in, as well as the silence on a foot track, as well as the Ogre Manley. They've got the Shackle coming out from PYW. They get a kill on a Shiny Well, but they end up losing all the 11. This is not looking too great for Vici, though. They'll lose a second. PYW ends up going down to play hard. Ori doesn't jump back on that illusory orb. However, that is not the fight Vici we're looking for.
Getting one support, trading it for a core and a support. Not the best for Vici, unfortunately. And there was a fight without Medusa. But also Juggernaut didn't join it either. So at least he's getting closer and closer to the Battle Fury, which will then enable him to farm on par with the Medusa.
Really hoping that he can find this at a decent mark. And so far, I think it's a good timing where he's estimated to pick up the finishing touches to this Battle Fury.
Yeah, the problem is just...
Pretty good move if you ask me.
Will he get this bait? Because right now, Vici Gaming, they're lacking quite a bit of damage, I'd say. Like, Lashrock has a hood, Pangolier is a pretty tanky hero once he's in his role. Ogre is tanky, and so is Void Spirit. It's gonna be very tough for the heroes of Vici to really kill anybody in the team fight until they get some damage items up on the Puck, on the Bristle, as well as the Juggernaut.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Ori can do with this. Ooh, Rolling Thunder coming in, and that's gonna hit onto UI, looking like he's dead to rights and will fall to play hard. Pango is just a thorn in the side of Vici, and it's only 13 minutes in. You can see just the disruptions it's caused. It's such a struggle to play up against this Pango, especially once he gets that Blink Dagger, and he's not too far off of it. Let's see how this goes. We take a look, and Medusa's still just trying to farm up as much as possible. Has that Sanjin Yasha going into the Skadi. We've seen nothing really stopping this Medusa at the moment. 1-0-1. It really is just the space made here for Neon. And Vici really need to find some sort of answer to slowing down this Medusa, and of course they're waiting on this Jug at the moment. Double damage pop. They're going to go after Erica, who will go immediately into the Blade Fury TP out. And there he is, getting away. Known as Erica.
They have no way of... Like a bashes out on the Pangolier, potentially on the Void Spirit, but it's not coming out on him. Like, item. He's gonna be having a pretty tricky game. Very aggressively. Now.
I'll take that as tribute.
Boyoyo has that Battle Fury now. Should be able to catch up to the Medusa, right?
It's hard. Like Medusa has this inbuilt split shot. Oh, it's gonna be flash farming. Need here, he's using it very well. It's gonna be tough to catch Medusa. I would just love for VG to try and somewhat contest the Medusa farm at least, because once it's got some coil.
Yeah, Dreamcore coming through on a play hard. They're gonna look over and try and take out this Pangolier. They get the kill on a play hard easily. Nobody coming over to try and help out on the side of Neon.
Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrated.
As I said, like, once the Skadi comes out from the Medusa, this Juggernaut will not be very comfortable ever joining a team fight. It's gonna be slowed up. It won't have the damage to kill her. Also, Mr. Beck will feel less tanky because his region will of course be reduced. Medusa right now is not very strong.
Hey, Prime.
How much are we looking for for this Medusa?
How much in terms of
like time? I would say probably the most is Death is getting chased here by Old 11. Should be able to stun him up. They've got the silence from
damage from the Bristol.
And this is a lot of damage from the Bristol, but it's taking a long time to even kill this Leshrac. Finally get onto death, but they've got the stun onto the puck. They'll look over to at least trade Old 11. Need a couple more shots. Quite tanky. He goes up into the air, and Old 11 does finally fall to Yopaj. However, while that's happening, bottom, they're trying to take a tier 2 tower.
The last two push coming in, but they're responding swiftly. The W in trouble here.
Yeah, gets caught by that Aether Remnant, gets the Hex out onto Yopaj. They're still trying to take the tower. Focusing on the tower, and will take it.
I mean, he knows they have no way to spin, cancel the spin TP. Very well played by VG here. They traded top lane, off lane for off lane, and they got a tier 2 tower very early into the game. And to answer your question, how much time does Medusa need? Really just that Skadi plus 1 damage item. You get a Skadi plus a Butterfly, you take this Roshan. There's a potential for just finishing the game right there. You can go high ground with those items. Potentially, the Juggernaut won't be able to fight back to Medusa at that time.
Yes, we'll have to see if they can get to that timing, right? Because this game is still dead even in terms of net worth.
Dead even, indeed. I mean, VG is not doing a bad job. Even though Medusa is free farming, yeah, the other core here is quite low on network. Juggernaut himself, as we have seen.
18 minutes into the game, you hit that 10k mark on the Medusa. They're just trying to open up space here in Neon. They have been trying to push this tier 2 top a couple times. They haven't gotten it still, and I think I'm a little bit surprised, maybe because they've gotten the Leshrac. I was expecting a little bit more pushing from them, but we haven't quite seen it. They've been pushed away a couple times.
Dire's top tower
VG is doing a really good job at split pushing. You can see it, they're pressuring top, but they're already hitting mid tower. Potentially team fight.
Tower has fallen.
Here, Leshrac.
Ooh, very careful. They've got the Dreamcore coming in on the 2. They've got the Leshrac as well. The Void Spirit heals up into the air. As they'll use that Hex, but they have the control to get this kill. Here comes the Medusa, and there's the old Fuse turning it around on the PY. I think they get the kill on the Shadow Shaman immediately into the Blade Fury as Boyoyo to get away. And set up to be something nice for VG. Can they get back in here and maybe turn this around? They get the kill out of death. They'll take the Leshrac. Phase shift into the Aether Remnant, just setting it up so easy as they'll take out Ori, and it ends up being a 2-for-1. Neon coming out on top and doesn't have the full Skadi, but it's a perfect spot for Medusa to get involved. Push back VG as well as get 2 kills.
Teamfight started off with a perfect coil and 2 very valuable cores, but they just don't have the damage of VG, as I said previously. They've been lacking quite a bit of items. Coil here again. Exactly what you're looking for with the coil. But the damage is just not there. They're focusing the Leshrac rather than the Void Spirit, so he survives barely. Medusa comes in to save the day. Ori though, he makes a very good play. He kills the Leshrac, he just kind of doesn't jaw into his orb. Not sure why, but sometimes there's a little bit too many buttons to press.
Especially with that puck and Blade Fury right on top of the Ogre. With the Ink Swell, you've got the Fam's Embrace, so there's the silence and they get the kill.
Chopping him like the onions that I had for breakfast. Very finely diced.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Did you roll the dice?
My path leads to
roll the dice, unfortunately.
You got it.
Whenever I roll it, I think it's the
lowest possible. Hey guys, every time.
You know, I was rolling for my mid lane, right? The guy rolled a 5, and I actually managed to roll a 1 off the top. The
Luck of the draw, I guess.
I guess. Well, you know what they say.
Roll just one.
Unlucky in gambling, lucky with the women. They're setting up for a Roche here. Will they be able to get it in time? I mean, VG should definitely be able to sniff that out. Potentially contest it.
This isn't exactly the fastest Roche. Old 11 starting to step forward, but I don't know if that's the spot he wants to be in. They're already starting to take the Grizzlies back to the rest of the Radiant team. And really not taking much damage overall. They've got the Shackle onto the Medusa for a second. We use that Stone Gaze, turn around on a PYW, get the kill there out of the Shadow Shot. They turn into the Selected Stone. That's a big problem here for the only better comes in against the Dream Court. Let's get it down to the old Imagine. And now Solai, they've got themselves the Aki starts to get the code to play hard as well as Januel. Now they're going to turn this around. They've only got 2 heroes available on the side of Neon, and then comes the Otage. Down goes the Void Spirit. It's a triple kill here for Poyoyo, and Old 11 is still not dead. I mean, this guy is showing him their back, showing their front. What's it doing?
Super well played here by VG. Showing exactly why Pocket Shadow Shaman are such impactful heroes. The War Trap on the Medusa was very well placed as well. Just outplayed Neon here a little bit. Now getting the Roshan. They were down 4k gold, now they're up 2k. Well played for them. And they're not on the timer at all, as I said. Like, Bristleback will scale very well into the late game. So will the Juggernaut. And it's really good on Neon here to try to bring it back into their favor. Rather, like, sooner rather than later.
Commit so much onto the Bristleback, and then at the end of the day, they don't even kill Pullman, and they don't really have much to show for it. This Medusa, Sanjin Yasha still doesn't feel like enough.
It's tough. Like, they don't have great lockdown for this puck, for this Juggernaut, you know? Like, they have a hard time cutting into the backlines, killing these heroes. Like, Puck and Juggernaut are pretty much invincible in this game if they play their cards right, and the teamfight has showed that perfectly. They're having a hard time locking down anyone and killing anyone. I think Shaman the only casualty at Dire side.
And he shackled, and then he realized they all looked his way, and he was pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, everybody wants to kill Shadow Shaman. Nobody likes to be shackled. That spell is personification of obnoxious. There's nothing more annoying than Dota, I think. Like, the way it sounds, and you just stand and you do nothing. So annoying.
God, especially when you've got the cast range and you picked up a Psychic Headband. Of course, every time there's a Shadow Shaman, Psychic Headband gets dropped. Knock on wood, I don't jinx it this time. But it feels like he can always get it from just a map's length away.
He's definitely put some training into his arms, you know? Winged them real hard, real far. Shadow Shaman is a master of that. The only one that can outclass him is really Ruby.
With the extra length on the shackles, or does he outclass him in different ways by just stealing all his spells and throwing it back?
Now we're just talking about the arm training range of the shackles.
Tower has fallen.
Because it's pretty much a full screen once you have Rubik with shackles.
It's arm day.
Leg day, however. Go there.
Old 11 just trying to get that Solar Crest. They've got MKB being built here for the Medusa, so a lot of items getting close here around the map. Medusa, is the MKB the answer?
It's an item. Not the biggest fan of it, but you know, it gives you damage, at least. I would have much rather liked to see a Butterfly. Against these physical damage heroes. But the real problem Neon has is that the other core heroes are not really having a great game up with Medusa. Medusa is not a hero that can carry this sort of game alone. Shadow Shaman, really good against you. So is Juggernaut, so is Puck. It'll be tough games to carry. We'll definitely need some backline support here.
List, it's never a good sign. When, yeah, Medusa's at the top, that's a good look, but the 3 cores come afterwards, and the margins between their counterparts is starting to extend pretty hard.
They had a very strong mid game. Got to show for Neon the past 4-5 minutes, really. All with BG, they're dominating the map right now. So that net worth lead will just steadily be growing.
2K right now, but look at also just the support farm. Like, DY's found himself a lot of farm. He is 1 component away from finishing off that Ags. Like, that's scary prospect.
Like if Medusa gets Dark Portrait hit, let's just create some English words here. There's gonna be a lot of damage potential. If you're coiled and the Dark Portrait Medusa hits you, you are gone. There's way too much damage. Big smoke up here, invaded the triangle. Neon though, farmed it already, so they will not be caught here.
Would it be Dark Portraited, or would it be drawn into the Dark Portrait? I have no idea.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
How does it even happen? Like, he draws a Dark Portrait off that hero, right? So, I think
Radiant structures
getting Dark Portrait hit sounds more suitable, maybe? More correct-ish? Possibly? Maybe. Who knows? I'm not American.
You're right. Tower has fallen.
I feel like there should be a channeled spell. Because, you know, when I walk around the city and I see all these guys making drawings, like, it doesn't just happen, but all he does is press a button and all of a sudden, Dark Portrait's been drawn.
He is the next, who is this really famous drawer? Van Gogh?
No, I don't want to anger artists.
I don't want to anger anyone either, but there's a really famous guy who did the Mona Lisa. Grimstroke is definitely that tier of artist.
Top tier, S tier.
Top tier, S tier. Double S. Possibly even triple S.
The game's kind of quieting down a little bit. It's only 10-10. Like, the game's felt very tense. We're 27 minutes in, and it's only 10-10. There's been some fights 5-on-5 that only end with 1 or 2 casts.
A lot of speed pushing coming in here because whoever gets the better initiation can just take the cover very easily. And both teams are aware of that, so they don't want to give away anything for free here. Both have like some of the best hard carries in the game. Dusa, Juggernaut, whoever takes the late game, they have a shot of no team is really on the clock here.
Death and trying to catch up with him. Aether Remnant avoiding it. Still continuing to slow down this little track. The question is how far they want to maintain. They know that Neon's got to be waiting for them. The Lotus Sword. All of damage to Bristle. Turn around. A lot of damage coming through on the Bristle back to gun themselves. The Royal Thunder coming in. But now Serpent Wards place it against lock up this Medusa. And they've got the healing ward that's healing up Old 11 and 11 minutes. Can they turn this around? Omnislayer coming in. Is it going to be enough damage? It bounces over the Pharaoh. They're going to kill here onto the Penguin. Either look over Avalanche Tractor, drop the Dream Court, and it's locked on to death. And he will find his death because he is dead and gone. And look at that shackle. Yeah, exactly what we were talking about, Black. Where they are going to lock down Yopaj, but can they lock him down long enough to get that kill? Now they throw away Aether Remnant placed down. Looking, searching into the trees. They've got him. And perfect from Vici, not losing anybody.
Neon keeps getting baited and he's focusing Bristleback. Perfect healing ward control here by Poyoyo to keep that Bristleback alive. And once more, he was on like 5% health, but they just can't finish him. The teamfight turns around in a dramatic fashion. 4-0 trade for VG once more. And Medusa lives, sure. But he said it before, Medusa can't win this game alone.
Yeah, they've itemized really well for this Medusa. They've played around this Medusa pretty well on Vici. And look at the damage come out onto this Bristle. But Dark Portrait was placed on the Medusa. They had the Serpent Wards for control. Like, Vici did everything right.
I don't think, actually, I haven't seen the new Medusa Dark Portrait yet. I don't think you get the split shot unless you activate it. So like he can kind of play around with it, you know? Don't activate split shot until you get Dark Portrait, and then there should be no split shot, which will mitigate the damage by a ton.
And that's the real cherry on top for the Dark Portrait. Good shot it.
And you absolutely need, otherwise it's just 100% damage with that split shot. It's a total of 400% damage, so. I'm not very good at math, but that number is definitely bigger.
Radiant's top tower's under attack.
So a little bit of a surprise as they start to maybe get Old 11. However, they're going to lose Januel as Rolling Thunder comes through. Two is still alive for the moment, but the Aether Remnant lands as well as the Rolling Thunder coming through on the new one. The 11 still going to be both the sector. Fury right on top of Death. They will kill Bullet Strat. Damage to Old 11, but every time I talk about him, it feels like he's not dying. As I say that, I jinx it. Triple coil on the 3, and now each gets back and forth. It's in and out. They're trying to find an answer here. Omni Flash ends up getting used. Medusa, he's got
kill onto the Beal. They'll take out Play Hard. Triple kill for Poyoyo. Can they make it one more? Astro step away from Yopaj. He gets out of the fight for now and will escape with his life. Man, Vici, it looks like they're out of it. It looks like they're back in it. Then they're out of it again. Then they're back in it. I mean, these fights are back and forth. It feels like Neon had a hold on it, but Dreamcoil comes in from Ori, who died earlier in that fight, and turns it around again.
Radiant
The buyback from Ori really was super important for Vici. They get the big prize, the Medusa, but they have to be really careful here. Ori, if he dies once more, that's a really big window for Neon. He's itemizing into an Aeon Disc now. Once that Aeon Disc is up on the puck, he should not be able to die anymore. At least not
Radiant's
easily.
middle tower had a run-in with the die.
Yeah, even without that Yule's landing on him, he was still able to get killed off pretty quickly. And, you know, at the beginning of that fight, I thought Neon did a really good job. But it was Vici, I would say, doing a better job. I don't think Neon did a bad job, but Vici did a better job to turn that fight around.
Definitely. I mean, that buyback was definitely not expected by Neon because they were diving quite deep. And that Aghanim's coil on 3, keeping it in place for 8 seconds is just far too long. Juggernaut's Omni Slash came off cooldown as well. Massacring the which we said, you know, it's very tanky, but you are not tanky enough to tank an Omni Slash all by yourself. There's just no way.
Especially now he's got that Axe, he's using Swift Slash, which you saw multiple times throughout that fight. It's just really, you could see how strong not only the Axe is for Jug, but the Shard too.
Yeah, it's one of the best combos. And like you always want to get both on Juggernaut. You get that 100 additional movement speed on the spin, and you also apply the Skadi slow on everybody. Potentially even a bash. Once you get that basher, a big smoke up here. Ori ready with his Aeon Disc. Take the fight to them.
Having that sense of confidence now on Ori, and that's confidence without a buyback, which is rare. Usually it takes an Aegis to feel that confident, but you can see that Ori's going to position himself, look to make something happen because Vici can feel it. They're stepping on the throat. They're looking to finish off this game, and whether that comes before or after this Roche is really
that's fast and into react. They're still kind of just chilling. Probably want to go in and Roche is already dead. They're not going in.
Oh, Aegis picked up by Poyoyo.
Yopaj is trying to make the play here. They've got the Hex, and now can they get the Void Spirit? They've got the Shackle. They're able to get the kill here on Yopaj, and they'll finish him off. Now the comes out of the Buffalo Shark as well as the Ogre Magi. His Oldham is going to be on the higher ground once again. They've got the Stone Gate. You have the depth to get the kill on over 11. It's not looking likely, but as I say, that slash into the air twice by Playhard, and finally they finish off Old 11. They fought back to 5. Here comes the Omni Slash. Coming all the way through. They got the kill on the Daniel. Animals are dealing with Wolves. Let's do this on the side of Vici, and now down goes the Beal. Right on top of Death, and Death, I said it before, I'll say it again, he has found his Death. Triple kill, that's another this time. He's got a triple kill.
And again, same scenario. Bristleback is standing there. They keep hitting him for like 10 seconds. He just doesn't care. Ultimately, he dies, sure, but they take the team fight very convincingly here again on VG Gaming. This Juggernaut is just getting stronger and stronger, and Medusa keeps dying. You see this fantastic initiation by PYW on the Void Spirit. And then look at the Bristleback. He's just sitting there, tanking.
He soaks up so much damage. Look at the focus on him. You've got 4 heroes focusing him while the rest of the team can figure out where they want to go.
Under attack.
Then look at that Omni Slash. Really just cutting through Medusa like butter. It's like so easy for him to just kill her.
Radiant's middle tower.
It really just seems so easy for Poyoyo now. And I don't know if there's any more answers from Neon. As Poyoyo's just got too far out of control.
Yeah, where's the damage gonna come from? They still have no spell, no item against Spin. They just can't take him down. Poyoyo, an absolute monster here. Level 26 already, sitting at 3.5k health. And healing ward is gonna heal him by like 200 health per second.
X coming through onto the strat. Death in trouble. Starting to retreat on Vici. Not sure how much they want to commit on the side of Neon though.
Low on mana on Puck, low on mana on Shaman, so that retreat is very well warranted. Just, you don't want to go into a team fight even though you have Aegis and Sheep, low resource. There's no point to, you're not in any sort of rush. Your Juggernaut is an absolute beast. He's gonna finish his Abyssal Blade soon. But then it's so much more. Out for Neon, I think.
Invisibility.
Yeah, I think we've talked about this in the past, especially during the season, was like, if you're in a spot where you can get eliminated, you're going to play a little bit extra safe. And I know this isn't an elimination game, but it's an elimination series, and you don't want to overstep where maybe, especially against Medusa, give second chances.
Because if you lose that first game, then you suddenly are in the elimination, and nobody wants that pressure on them.
No, not at all.
Although some people thrive under pressure, you know? It's just not a very comfortable scenario to be in. Knowing that any single mistake could just eliminate you. Half a level, then he will have Dreamcoil. He's itemizing into a Daedalus, so he's going full right click here on Puck now. And another source of damage, like this Medusa, you will see. Won't feel very tanky at all.
It's not just the Jug that's doing a lot of damage, it is Ori who's quite a game, and that's coming off a backstep of giving up First Blood.
Ori has been the... Oh! Axe initiation.
Okay. Shackle through Slash coming through. There's the kill. And now the War Thunder go for Blinknugger. They're going to go forward on the Mistblade coming out of the death. They've got the Soulbind that's going to lock him up over on the Playhard, so he's not going to be spinning anywhere. They've got the Circle Ward drop down. It's over the Dream Coil coming down on 3 of these heroes. And they're trying to get the kills on the side. Oh, Neon. They've already taken out 2 items. BKB pop out.
No mana,
Look at all the weapon. He's just moving forward. They've got the kill the death. They'll take out your Mars. They'll look over the Playhard. They fall back on the death. I'm not sure he's got enough here to really turn this around for Neon. They're going to chain past the tier 4s. They'll get the kill on a Playhard. That's going to be 3 dead. They do have buyback available on this Angolier, but it is not looking likely that Neon are going to get out of this one.
Hitting 130, no buybacks.
On the Medusa, he's trouble. Lotusword is going to be enough to save. It's not looking likely. He's already out of mana. He's already out of life. Not got much more to do. GG is alright. Vici take game 1 over Neon, and that is just a kick in the door and a kick in the teeth there from Vici and Neon in this first one.
It looked very even for the longest time. First Roshan fight just going in favor. First Roshan fight just going in favor of VG, and since then it was all VG Gaming. I think they didn't lose more than 2 heroes in a single fight since then. VG Gaming very disciplined. They know exactly when they need to use their timings, their strong timings, and they just outplay Neon quite a bit here. Looking like the favorites and playing like living up to that as well.
For sure. I mean, that looks so good from VG. Can I get it one more time, Black? Just the GG real quick.
GG!
Yeah, game 1 going the way of VG over Neon. And to break it down a little bit further for you is the panel. Take it away, guys. Break it down.
Thank you, B-Cup and Black, and indeed, first game goes the way of Vici Gaming. We said this game, if it were to go the way of OB Neon, should be a little bit more action-packed, or at least should be a little bit ahead in favor of the Medusa, and that just never was the case, Gods.
They were on the back foot. They fell into the we're not making plays. We're going to just sit back and hope this Medusa can somehow turn this game around and carry us.
Yep.
It's not the Neon way. It's not going to work.
They had some problems. Old 11 was probably the biggest one. PYW as well on the Shadow Shaman, but really the Bristleback caused so many issues with just the way he was playing. You don't necessarily feel it in every single team fight, but he shows up on a lane, pushes it so far out, baits out 2 or 3 rotations, trades 1 for 1, let's say, because he's too difficult to kill. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Shadow Shaman and Jug are taking your tier 2, and they take it and they get out. And it happened multiple times in this game, but some combinations were really sick from Vici Gaming too, like the Dream Stroke plus Puck just jumping in, Dream Coiling.
We were a little bit taken aback, perhaps, by DY's item choice of going for the Axe as early as he did. It obviously worked out, so you know there's that. But a Dark Portrait of a Medusa
doesn't feel
without
good.
mana shield.
Yeah. How do you like it, Parker? Rate it.
3 out of 10.
3 out of 10? Yeah, that's fair enough. I agree.
But
I would give it at least a 4.5 out of 10.
Okay.
That's very generous.
I don't know what, but the thing is, it's like that's just how I rate it compared to like dark portraits of other carries. I don't think there's like an obvious way better item to get. Maybe like a Hex or something if you got that much farm. I don't know.
If you're gonna go big, you gotta think big. I would love to see the Hex come out, but to be fair, they didn't really need it. This was a slow siege. Once Obi Neon was not able to get a lead early on, I think Vici was feeling pretty comfortable this game.
And you had Shadow Shaman for all the catching, plus the puck. Perhaps he felt like, okay, we just need an extra open damage. We don't necessarily need more catch. However, a couple of times he makes that dark portrait, it just dies in the same second, like Medusa splits shots it or something. So, yeah.
How do we rate the Ogre? That was the first Ogre of the tournament.
3 out of 10 as well.
Yeah.
Wow.
2 out of 10.
We're very generous today. Wow.
2 heads.
2 heads, 1 point for each head.
Yep. You can see the general idea behind it. Some strong laner that can also help out the Medusa later on in the game with the Bloodlust. One of the reasons perhaps why she doesn't go for the attack speed talent as well. But overall, yeah, fell a little bit flat. Didn't feel nearly as potent as the Grimstroke, who's also countering your Pangolier. You don't necessarily counter anything with the Ogre, you just buff up your carry a bit.
Yeah. No, I think Neon, they're kind of at their best when they're creating chaos and doing unexpected things with the draft, but this was just a little bit too wonky.
Perhaps they got a little in their own heads?
Not wonky enough?
Not wonky enough, man. Come on, they had the carry.
Right.
It was too normal.
One or the other. Yeah, they either need to go more wonky or less. This was like the weird middle ground where it's like, not so sure.
Maybe, yeah, because going up against Vici Gaming is a tough ask, right? This is one of the stronger teams that they have faced in the playoffs for sure. And going for Medusa, it will make them feel a little bit more secure that they do have the chance to go up against them late game. But yeah, that perhaps crippled them too much in the early game. Surely we won't see Medusa again though, right?
Yeah, I hope not. If they do pick it, I want to see some Puck Mars Phoenix Medusa. If possible, if they can steal all of those. That sounds like a good SCA kind of a draft, but a Medusa on Scam as well, I want to see him more active.
Yeah.
If he's the captain and he's playing Nature's Prophet, yeah, he's microing everything, but he's also controlling the map. He's controlling where the movements are made. If you're a Medusa, you can't do anything. You're literally letting your 4 players play their own game while you're farming up, getting at least that SNY.
Well, for Obi Neon, back to the drawing board. Of course, Vici Gaming performing here very well. They take the first game, and we get to choose an MVP of the game. There's a lot of, like, I felt like this game, we kind of should give it to the coach. The drafting was just really well done. This was a solid game from them. Lizard is looking like he's not fully
No, I agree. I agree, sure. Why not?
Yeah?
Yeah.
You didn't say you're not very convincing.
You're not very convinced with that. And we can't because we don't have player. So it has to be one of the players. It was maybe an easy hero for him to play because the pick was as good. Bristleback, all the level.
I'm down. I was waiting for that. Yeah,
okay.
That's my boy. He's pretty much the MVP of every single Vici Gaming game so far for me, no matter what he's playing. We're used to be seeing him on that Pangolier, was stolen away from him. He takes something.
This was like his revenge. Like, you're gonna steal my Pango, well, I'm gonna, style on you with something different.
There was one very fun fight on the top lane in which he's running away with 50 HP. He buys like 20, 30 extra seconds just running away and not being killed. And all these mini little things, they do matter quite a bit. Plus, every single fight he just runs straight in with the Inkswell. Does what he's supposed to be doing.
Yeah, indeed he does. Will he do that again next game? We're going to find out. While we are taking a short break, I have homework for you. Get out your phone right now. This time I'll actually give you a little bit of a heads up. Put out your camera. At least for most phones, I think it works this way, that you put the camera on the QR code and it goes automatically, right? For me, that works that way. Yeah. I don't know, maybe you should have a certain app or something, but hopefully by now I've chatted long enough for you to actually get the QR code and therefore go to a website of Logitech, because if you buy Logitech G gaming gear, you get a pin, and it's a Dota pin, and it's really cute. You can put it everywhere that is cloth. Don't think it goes through anything that's not cloth, but think backpacks, t-shirts, hoodies, all that jazz. Make sure to get yours now. You can, because you have some time to get your orders in, because we're taking a quick break, and when we're back, it is more Vici Gaming versus Obi Neon.
Fofo Mega Shopping Day. Shopee Fofo Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee Fofo Mega deals, free shipping every day. Shopee Fofo Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee Fofo Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee Fofo Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee Fofo Mega deals, free shipping every day. Shopee Fofo Mega Shopping Day.
Get the best deals this Shopee Fofo Mega Shopping Day.
Come on, let's play. Ain't nothing gonna hold us down. Ain't no stopping us now. We got the keys, we're running this town. Come on, let's play.
This is not your grandfather's apprentice. The winner will receive the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to work for me as my protege. You bombed, and you bombed. I've fallen a million times, but I get back up and I fight, and that's what you guys will do. This is the toughest apprentice in history. May the best warrior win.
We all have different adventure stories to tell. Different paths, different choices. I chose an unusual path, a choice that is not for everyone. You are constantly moving from place to place. You have to sacrifice a lot of time. You have to focus to be on top.
Ice does have 4-star for Valve. Oh, Ice, he's in trouble.
Every journey has ups and downs. All you need is to focus on your goal.
Just eating them all alive.
GG is goal!
We all have different adventure stories to tell, and mine is just getting started.
The same qualities it takes to be a world champion is the same qualities it requires to be a champion in esports. The belt for us signifies and pays homage to where we come from. One Esports is part of the One family, and we got our start in martial arts, and so we think having the teams go after a belt and raising that belt when they win, we think is massively appropriate.
When I start designing this belt, I start to think about what it represents, possibility that it provides to experience something out of this world.
这种感觉就是特别的另类，好不好？做出来那种非常令人眼前一亮啊，感觉就像那种搏击比赛那种冠军腰带，非常的鼓舞人心吧。拿到冠军哈。
When champions lifted the belt that I designed, I always feel that I'm part of the celebration and in some degree part of their success.
Vici Gaming, with only a little bit of a different roster than last time around, of course, lifted that One Esports belt. If they want to do that again, they got a tough ask ahead of them because they got to go all the way. They got to go all the way through the lower bracket, but they have made a great start here by taking the first game against OB Neon. I'm here with Lizard, I'm here with Gods, and yeah, Vici Gaming, they only changed 2 players since that time, since, yeah, it was December 2019. And only 2. We're gonna count the coach change there too, because the drafter, now Fenrir, then RTK. Yep. It's a big change.
Yeah, RTK has a lot of experience as a kind of coach/captain. Fenrir, while a very experienced Dota player, has had less time in that kind of coach role.
Yeah.
Something I believe Black said that Fenrir for him was one of the best coaches ever. So one of those that he respects the most in the Chinese league. So. Yeah, interesting. ROTK, by the way, that you mentioned, you heard the story that he's on Elephant now as well. So Elephant that was filled with stars and now has a coach. Vici Gaming, they really need to win here because you don't. You don't know if you're gonna get to the next major.
Yeah, I think for Neon, they're a little bit more comfortable in terms of points. Because so far, from what we've seen here, the Southeast Asian region, they can deal with that. They are looking good with the stand-in. Can only imagine that they're going to look better without a stand-in, and they already look good in the first season, and I would imagine they make the top 3 again next season round, so get some extra points there too. Vici Gaming, though, playfield is a little bit more stacked in their region, so they need these points, they need these wins, and as I said, they already are on the right track. They looked like the better team here in the first game. What should they focus on? What's the weak link for Vici Gaming? And that's what OB Neon is trying to figure out at this point as well. Where can you put that linchpin in Vici Gaming? Is there a weak link?
Player-wise, I don't think so. I think it's more trying to take advantage of their style of play, where they're gonna, at least in the early mid-game, maybe going to sit back and let you make plays. I think that's where Neon need to kind of capitalize and strike.
Like you mentioned when we were opening this panel, Vici Gaming, they're not really drawing inspiration. They're not amazing us, but they're very stable.
Yeah.
You can't really find one single weak link. They're just all very stable.
Model of kind of consistency.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that is what counts in a tournament like this, especially going on as long, playing as many games that they have already done. Vici Gaming coming all the way from the wildcards, played more games than most teams still in the competition. The only other team left in the wildcards that is still in is PSG LGD, which is now sitting comfortably at top 3.
Looking even
of the
better
tournament.
than Vici Gaming.
Yeah, way better, obviously. They're top 3. And Vici Gaming at the moment is a quote-unquote only top 8. Still pretty good, though, don't get me wrong. And they are definitely, as I said, on the way to perhaps becoming top 6. Let's see what they have in store for each other here for Game 2, though. OB Neon is going to open up with a puck. Not letting it get into the hands of Vici Gaming this time around. And they ban out PYW's Shadow Shaman.
I love their 2 bans. I think Vici Gaming, they look the strongest when they have heavy teamfight compositions. Phoenix is usually the center point together with the Mars. And Shadow Shaman just completely a comfort zone for Vici Gaming.
Yeah, I think this is a better position for Neon to be in the draft because they have the first pick, so they get their hands on the puck.
And they also get the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, we talked about it. This is where they've looked good. Scam not playing those hard carries, playing these tempo carries, and they know they're not going to get in the second phase. So if they want to get his Nature's Prophet, they got to get it now.
And it's also very flexible. You can't really say for sure. I would bet my money that puck is on the mid lane versus the Void Spirit, right? But the Nature's Prophet, you can't be sure if it's Instant Alchemist.
Does mean that the Alch makes it through. We saw it second phase ban, so Vici Gaming knew that they had to take it now, otherwise they would not be able to get their hands on it. Vici Gaming is a team that had all 11 play it earlier in the tournament, like yesterday.
And it's with this combination with Void Spirit, right?
Yeah, and very good, I feel like, in lane, if it is going to be that safe lane Nature's Prophet. You don't want to be feeding an Alchemist treants. You can't really send them at him because he just drops down the acid spray. He's going to easily kill them off, so...
And you can see OB Neon, they're expecting exactly that because they banned out the Monkey King. Now you probably want that Juggernaut as well out if you're OB Neon. All these, there we go.
Axe carries.
All these heroes that are good with Aghanims, really. We've seen today one Alchemist offlane with the Weaver. I don't like that much. Weaver is probably one of the worst carries that you can buy that Aghanims for. You give him stats, sure, but the active is so bad on a carry Weaver. You want to usually save that for yourself. Time-lapse, that is.
It's more like if Weaver buys an Axe, generally that would be the later stage of the game where you have the luxury to do that, or perhaps you're playing a more position 3 to 4 type of Weaver where you have to let someone else take most of the farm and you can still, save your main carry, because all of a sudden you're saving someone else rather than focusing on your own game and your own damage output.
If someone else is there's focal point, if someone else on your team is the first target that they always jump, then sure. But if you're the win condition, there's no way you can save anyone else but yourself.
But I don't think we have to worry about a Weaver coming out from either of these teams. It's not really, it's not really their favorite. We have a Lion ban coming out from OB Neon. Want to avoid getting some of that catch on the puck. Any more catch anyway.
Shadow Shaman banned out. The only other left remaining is the Lion. We've seen it played by Kaka, the other teams as well, Aster, so they just banned out.
Why is PYW going to play? So many heroes of him banned out already. Mirana still in.
And Vici themselves banning a lot of forward positions, not the ones that PYW plays as much, but...
They played Earth Spirit as well. They banned it out. Oh.
Luna is great with the Ags.
Position 5 Luna.
Position 4 or 5 Luna. Give the Ags to Luna.
I mean, I wouldn't mind
Maybe
it.
the second one.
Yeah.
I actually think that that magic build Luna is extremely strong if you can squeeze it in the draft sometimes. I think the last time I saw it was Matu playing it, but yeah, they go with an ET. This should be your DY hero, but as well, another one of these heroes that just loves having Aghanims. If you even up on position 4.
PYW has played ET one of the games, but yes, it's mostly been DY. The time where he played it, by the way, it was a Luna 5. I just want to point that out.
There you go.
Go.
Just get.
It's wishful thinking. They go for the gyrocopter, another
mind.
one of the. Like, if you can't get the monkey, gyrocopter is a hero that has been tried with.
Keep in mind, this could be 5 as well.
It could be 5, sure.
Yeah, they have played it before. This is DY, Innocence, all these players in the Chinese region on position 5. They've played Luna and Gyro. So,
but looking like it's going to be an ET Gyro lane.
Yeah,
I think it's
for sure.
It's a great Axe carry. It's I like against the Pango because it's just a hero that at least early mid game doesn't care about the disarm as much. You can kind of zone him with the homing missile. You've got the magic damage.
Getting that Aghanims early on allows you to perhaps get a BKB or SNY. So you're a little bit tankier as well.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily have to worry about just being blown up by one Nature's Fury plus Pango Swashbuckle.
It really accelerates your farm too. I feel like we saw the other out game where they succeeded with Jug and Storm. The early Ags they weren't that strong when they got them because they're two heroes that really benefit late game from the Ags. Gyro, as soon as you get it, you farm faster.
Let's see from OB Neon. They did get the Pango on their hands once again.
I think they really want to get heroes that can play fast tempo, invade that jungle of the Alchemist, like the tiny Nyx Assassin type 4 position stand out to me.
I'm thinking, could you flex the Furion and get Morphling for yourself? Because versus ET, actually, not really. It's good versus Alchemist, good versus Void Spirit and Gyro, but ET makes your life very hard.
And do we want them to get like a harder carry?
Normal carry. Yeah, you're right.
Go all in. This could potentially be their final game of the tournament. So you kind of want to go all out on the playstyle that you've made it this far with.
It just feels really rough playing a safe lane Nature's Prophet into Alchemist. I think. Like, I don't think I've seen that specific lane here at the major, but on paper that shouldn't work very well.
And the Timbersaw for them is the last pick. They could put this versus Alchemist too. They could switch things up, put the Timber versus the Alchemist.
Put Skem maybe in that offlane on the Nature's Prophet, even though he's going to be playing more of that carry style.
Yeah, it doesn't sound that bad.
Yeah, it's just swapping of lanes. A lot of teams have, like we saw EG doing that with Artesia, they're putting him in the offlane.
And the thing about this Timbersaw isn't necessarily only the laning stage, it's the fact that you can disrupt the Alchemist while he's farming the Aghanims. You're like Bristleback in that last game. You can go deep in the enemy lines, and Nature's Prophet, he's going to find it very, very easy to follow up because of the teleportation.
This will be their second Timbersaw played at this tournament. The first time was with Death against Alliance, and they did not manage to win that game. So maybe a little bit outside of their comfort zone for this one, perhaps.
You can see that they're banning out now the Pango counters and also another hero that PYW played. They just ban out that Rubik. I like the Grimstroke ban a little bit more. Rubik is like, okay, we've seen them play it, let's ban it out. But is it... It can be good versus Timber, don't get me wrong, but it's not like the counter to go for.
Well, we have both cat ladies still in the pool. Also, this would actually... Against Timbersaw, perhaps, good Age Deprivation game. We know that they like it a lot, and the region as a whole likes it. But we have not really seen it that much after the first couple of days.
Yeah, if they choose to put ET on position 4, they can definitely go for something like that. I'm waiting for the last ban. So far, Vici Gaming expected support last pick, and we agree with that, right? That's at least what it looks like. For OB Neon, play hard playing that for Pango, and they need a 5.
Oh, okay. Neon.
Okay.
Here we go.
I like it. I like it a lot. This is, all of a sudden, you're going to be surrounded by so many heroes when you're Vici Gaming because everybody has a way to get across the map fast. It's gonna be, if they play this right, it's gonna be a very fast, high tempo, high kill game.
I just like it because it's their style. Like you said, it's a game in which you might be eliminated, so just go all out in your own comfort zone, in your own style.
Yeah,
I like it.
Is there anything that VG Gaming can pick that can like kind of put a stop to that potential aggression coming out from OB Neon?
I think it'd be nice to have something to stop the charge. Maybe right now they don't really have any reliable thing. I guess the Yule Scepter later on from Void Spirit, but
if you have to worry about that, right? Position 5 Spirit Breaker. I think VG Gaming probably should just focus on rounding up their draft properly with position 4 or 5, depending on where they want to put the Elder Titan.
Yeah. Well, they don't need that extra minute to think about it. They will go for the Nyx Assassin.
Okay, we've seen this hero banned out quite a few times, recently picked up as well. And it's going to be PYW on ET, so Nyx 5.
Yeah, gives them away, I guess, like they always seem to really value having at least some way to try and catch the puck a bit. Gives them from the supports. Like usually it's one of the hexes. Here we're looking at the Carapace Impale.
It's not the greatest one.
It's not, I agree. Yeah.
Overall, I actually think that OB Neon, playing in their own style, have got VG Gaming outdrafted a little bit. Considering what we've seen from Neon so far and what they've drafted.
This is their comfort zone.
Yeah, I don't think that Nyx is like the perfect pick for VG Gaming, but it's pretty nice. Later on, the Mana Burn as well messes with Timbersaw, and that can come in handy.
Does that mean you favor OB Neon for this one?
You know, I went with VG Gaming last time. I'm gonna go with OB Neon this time around.
Okay.
I'm hoping for Game 3.
It's a really good Timber pick. I think the Timber is not really addressed. There was no opportunity to address it with what was left there. But I still have to go VG Gaming. I think we just saw much more consistent Dota from them last game.
True.
I think overall they just look more solid. So yeah, VG.
It is so hard to go against VG Gaming in this matchup because VG Gaming is playing with their full roster. We saw them in the first game. They look very solid. For me, I'm still torn. I want to hear one more argument for each of you for your teams. OB Neon, why should I pick them, Lizard?
Yopaj is an idol coming from that.
Oh yeah, so I've heard, so I've read as well. That's your argument, though.
They already put you for VG Gaming.
What? Mistakes were made. I still want to hear your argument. I mean, I was very impressed with Yopaj getting that solo kill on Ori in the previous game.
I'm just, I'm thinking that they will be able to pressure this Alchemist. He's an AFK hero, and if you can go deep with the puck, with the Spirit Breaker, with the Timber, and Ace to Profit, which on paper you should be able to do, if you prevent him from getting that axe, suddenly their offlane pretty much falls apart, and you have a plus hero on your side. So I like it because of that, but VG Gaming obviously looking stronger on paper.
One argument for VG?
I mean, Chinese Dotas kind of look like #1 here, you know. They've come prepared. They've been playing the best teams in the world based on what we're seeing here. At least their region as a whole has looked incredibly strong, and I think they've drafted to their comfort zone.
Okay.
So.
You're thinking SEA is going to go out?
At least this SEA team.
This SEA.
There's still other
the
SEA players, you know.
Yeah, they still have, okay, they can adopt some other teams. I'm all down for that. Let's find out how this Game 2 is going to play itself out together with B-Cup and Black.
Welcome back to the One Esports Major. Here with B-Cup and Black.
Neon is the team that I want.
Dire's top tower might be going down! Here comes Dire's plucky little courier. Oops, it's dead. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Invisibility!
A little something extra
The void
for the inner. Yes! Precious bounty.
Double damage!
Was most welcome.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Ataque aqui!
Dire's top tower is under attack. tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower's in trouble. Which one, Dire again?
Yes! Haha!
Dire's bottom tower's getting pushed around. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's putting up a barricade. Dire's bottom tower don't look good. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Hey, where's Dire's bottom tower? Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yes! Haha! Precious bounty. Regeneration.
Oh, too bad.
Radiant are scanning. How does that even work?
A prize.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. The fortification. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrated. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower don't look good.
Oh, too bad.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Merci beaucoup.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
sand.
Dire's bottom tower. Don't look good. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Realize we had started.
Radiant's bottom tower is in killing spree. Dire's top tower is under attack. Killing spree. I see double. Dire's structure.
Unbelievable times.
Yes.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Anything good on it? Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top rubble. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top rubble.
You might wish to retract your last move.
Oh, too bad.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is still there, but not for long. Dire is scanning for enemies. Dire's top tower ain't a tower no more.
As I go.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower.
Distraction.
Dire's bottom tower. Don't look good. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning for enemies. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
The seeds of fortune.
Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is taking a dirt nap.
Too bad.
enemy. Hey, him and that ages. Glad I never messed up that bad. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Ataque aqui!
Greetings!
Yes! Haha!
The seeds of fortune.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
And after them. Five times the mega. Too bad.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating.
Dire's middle tower is falling.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Roots and run.
Yes. Yes.
Death and good are linked.
Radiant's courier is dead. I wonder what idiot got it killed.
Precious bounty.
Interesting.
Yes.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed. I worked as a courier. Absolutely degrading.
Yes.
Regeneration.
bad.
Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's
Too bad.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
You might wish to retract your last move.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Is Dire even watching? Their bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's bottom barracks has fallen. Who knew Dire's bottom barracks had so many enemies? Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's doing that glowy thing. Dire's top tower is under attack. Maybe they're scanning for enemies. Falling to the Radiant mortality. Dire's courier has been killed. Serves you right, stupid courier.
The seeds are formed.
A prize. The greatest tragedy of our eon.
Per minute against an alchemist, that is pretty damn rare, and Neon just taking
from the beginning, taking that early tier 1 to transitioning into just this hero that was not gonna die. It was really amazing what we saw from Neon, and I'm super impressed by their work. It felt like a game that Neon weren't going to lose once they kind of pulled it back and played a little bit more conservative. I'm really happy that we get to see a game 3 here. And, well, we got to break this one down a little bit more. And to break it down for you is the panel. Throw it back over to you guys. Take it away.
Thank you. And yeah, that was the OB Neon that we got used to seeing over the last few days. We said the draft was in their comfort zone, and if they were to win, it would be in a fantastic ultimate OB Neon style. And that's what happened. We were not really expecting it, perhaps, you know, apart from some, but they did it, Lizard.
Yep, they did it, and I'm really happy, not only because SCA gets another chance, but because we see Game 3.
Yeah.
That's really what I was hoping for with my prediction. Not, you know, but overall, Timbersaw that played extremely well, but he was given this situation in which we could see it during the draft that if he gets a good lane, this Alchemist, he might find an Aghanims, but it will be too late.
Yeah.
And they did exactly that. They played so well on Neon around this. Here is a perfect example. Remember what we were saying? Alchemist will be farming, but then they will just show up around him like, I don't know, Power Rangers, just TPing in.
They did a really good job of taking the kind of game into their own hands, putting Vici on the back foot. So much of it did start with the draft, and once they gave Timbersaw that good game, like, there was no real answer to the Timber at any point. You just had, Pengo rolling in, causing all kinds of problems in these team fights, and of course, once again, Scam, his Nature's Prophet, his best hero. I don't think we're going to see it in Game 3, unfortunately. I feel like that is just a first stage ban at this point.
They banned it out in the first game as well. So
For both teams, actually, they banned out, well, on one side the Alchemist, and the other side the Nature's Prophet in the second phase. And then both teams are like, well, can't ban it out if I pick in first phase. It worked out a little bit better for OB Neon than it did for Vici Gaming.
Yeah, we'll see if Neon gets first pick in the last game, because if they do, you need to pretty much ban out IO plus Nature's Prophet if you're Vici Gaming.
Yep.
That's how you have to go around about it, which leaves perhaps that Prophet for Neon, which is also really, really strong. But more about this game, Jean-Well, my boy, with the Aghanim Scepter on the Spirit Breaker position 5 rolling in. He was like, he's a position 5 that, you know, he can play the standard ones, but with a little bit of flair, you know, like buys that Aghanims, no standard drums or medallion or whatever, just goes all in. And this is exactly what they needed to do. They just needed to be very aggressive, very active. And Gyro, he can't. There's no save. He can't stay alive in a game such as this one.
Nope. There was maybe, you know, if the game was going to go on for another like 15 minutes, you would have gotten a Rapier and there would have been a turnaround perhaps. But OB Neon, they knew exactly that they had to keep pressuring, keep pushing, and they did that, won the game. I want to also talk a little bit about the support duos, because on one side we had a Pango Spirit Breaker versus a Nyx Assassin Elder Titan, and I just, you know, if I was going to choose one of the teams to be in, I would be in the Pango Spirit Breaker team every time.
More fun to play.
Yeah, more fun to play.
But, I mean, they also just, I think it's more fun because they have more playmaking potential, and that ended up being really the difference in that early to mid game. I think the Nyx with the ET, there's a bit of overlap. They don't give you, like, well, the AT gives you a strong lane, but the Nyx was a big liability, it felt like, this game. I don't think that was the right pick.
If you asked me which one of these heroes I want to support, I would ask you if I can draw again, perhaps. give me a different set. Give me a different set of 4 heroes, because I think that the Spirit Breaker and the Pango worked only because of the lineup that they're in. Because they have Nature's Prophet on the safe lane, which enables you to have such a brawler style position 4. And then Pango play hard, just plays it really well. Plus you have Timber that does not need a lot of help in the laning stage.
Now the question is, there's a lot of people here that could get the MVP. I like Scam's Nature's Prophet. I like Playhard's Pango. Also really like the Spirit Breaker from Januel.
But Timbersaw?
Timbersaw. Yes, Timbersaw.
Yeah, it's death.
It's death? It's Timbersaw? I mean, he's playing here as a standing, coming in with the Timbersaw. I think, yeah, okay. We'll give it to death.
He's definitely the one that made this style of playstyle just possible for Neon. He's the one that goes in first, then you have Nature's Prophet teleporting in, Spirit Breaker charging in, but he's the one that sets the stage for the whole playstyle that Neon was going for.
Yeah, he was in most of the kills. It was in like some 40-odd kills or something total with his kills and assists. He was everywhere, super active. Often you think of Timbersaw kind of playing by himself in a lane, just being put there to kind of create space, soak up attention. No, he was always where the actual fights were this time.
85% kill participation, so
yep.
Quite high. Usually I don't remember if we probably did, but usually it's like 75 to 80. 85 means like you're there every single time, more or less.
Yeah, it was a fantastic game. Now the question is, can they do it again? Will they get the Nature's Prophet again? And can they maybe do it without the Nature's Prophet if they don't get it? Because that's a big question. But we're going to talk about that when the third game of this elimination series starts. And it will happen after the break. Before we go to break, though, let's take a quick moment to thank one of our amazing sponsors. It's DBS. And right now, if you want to earn some cash back while you game, you can do that with a DBS Live Fresh card. You can earn up to 5% of cash back on any of your online gaming spend. So make sure to check that out below and all of the things. Break though, and when we're back, more Dota 2. See you soon.
That's RTC, Abudendi, Tonil, and Doggo, and Kayasen! What's up? Dude, we're such huge fans! Where did you get that skin? Whoa!
JBL presents The Sounds of Victory. JBL Quantum Gaming Headsets.
Okay, alright.
Đôi khi mình chỉ cần một ai đó lắng nghe. Tinder đã giúp mình tìm được những người bạn thú vị để sẻ chia. Giờ đây, ngày mới của mình tràn đầy những trải nghiệm mới mẻ cùng những người bạn đến từ Tinder. Tinder, thêm bạn, thêm trải nghiệm.
Pressure, rising on the edge of taking everything. Life is a game I'm born to win it. See me burning through the atmosphere. I'm born to win. Your life is a game and I'm born to win. I'm born to win.
Lower bracket game 3. This is a place where neither of these teams were hoping to be at this stage. They want to go further, and ideally, obviously, they would have been in the upper bracket as well, but no such luck for Vici Gaming and OB Neon. We're about to see the third game of this best of 3 series played out between these two teams. I'm here with Lizard and Gods, and elimination on the line. One game. I mean, one game is very scary against a team like OB Neon. I think Vici Gaming might be a little bit more nervous about this one than OB Neon is.
I think so too. And I think if you're OB Neon, you're kind of talking to yourselves like, we look our best when we're playing just crazy run of the Dota. We have these outpicks. They're going to be wanting to do the same style again. They're going to maybe be discussing what to do if they don't get some of those key picks. What can they replace it with? Because I don't want to see them go for anything like a Medusa once more.
No standard stuff, please, Neon. Please scam. Just draft your crazy drafts, your chaos, and take us for a wild ride. Because one thing that I believe will happen is IO Nature's Prophet will get banned. And if you do get those 2 bans, Death Prophet and Lash perhaps for Neon. That feels like it could be the right approach. They did have a couple of games without the Nature's Prophet carry, and then they put Lash on safe lane or Death Prophet on safe lane, and it looks A-okay.
And is that for you good enough as a replacement for the Nature's Prophet? Because that's one of the key heroes that we saw in the previous game and that we've seen time and time again throughout their run already here at the Major.
Maybe it's not as good, right, Parker? But it's
different.
It's their style.
Yeah, it fits them. I think having first pick is really important between these two teams. So far, the team with first pick has had an edge because they got to first pick the puck. But I think this game, because I think maybe the best thing Vici Gaming can do is if they have first pick the Death Prophet and ban those 2 heroes you mentioned. And that way, suddenly Neon doesn't get IO IO Nature's Prophet or Death Prophet. They get the puck, but we've seen puck.
Just not a great matchup. Not a great matchup versus Death Prophet overall in the mid lane. Death Prophet, even if they wanted to, they could put it on 5 and pick something like a DK, and then you have Shadow Shaman Lion. Just so many options.
Just no hard carries.
Just no hard carries. Yeah. That's it.
I don't think Vici Gaming will open up with the Alchemist anymore. I think they got away with it versus Liquid because Liquid play a little bit slower than we just saw OB Neon play. So now that they know what kind of style they can expect from OB Neon a little bit better, they've experienced it firsthand just now, how will they react to the aggression coming at them? Like, there should be a lineup that you can stop that aggression with, right?
Pick a bit more team fight maybe. I would like to see them take the Pengo. We've yet to see all 11 on Pengo, and Pengo's getting through every draft. So if you're Vici Gaming, you're like, we've had 3 games in a row where Pengo's in the pool. Why aren't we picking it?
You're taking your star player. I would say that Old 11 is the only one overperforming on Vici Gaming throughout the group stage and the wildcards. You're taking him and you're putting him on Alchemist. He's doing absolutely nothing but buying Aghanims the whole game. If you let him perform, he will. And Pengo is probably, like you said, Parker, the best hero for him.
It felt too much like they're trying to play the meta. Like game 1, they have first pick. They could just first pick the Pengo, and they're like, no, but it's puck. It's everyone. You got to first pick puck in this patch. You got to pick to your team's strengths.
Yeah, they let that Pango go through indeed multiple times. We'll see, though, as the players are getting ready to start drafting for this third game. Yeah, OB Neon, I can only imagine that they're probably... I mean, okay, they're still playing on stage, but they are already top 8. The only team left in the Major for their region, but also the only team left in the Major that is playing with the stand-in. And there were quite a few teams playing with the stand-in, and everybody's like, okay, you know what? Underperform a little bit because of that, but not OB Neon.
The most recent stand-in as well, and the story is so crazy. He was apparently asleep when they were calling for him. It was literally the last-minute call.
You want to play Dota right now?
Hey, yo, bro, you awake? You want to join us for the Major?
What a call to get.
Yeah. Also, Death at the moment is looking for a team. I believe that is also in his tag. This is the best highlight reel for him. He is making some good moves here on stage.
What happened, Liz? You're rank 1 EU. Why didn't they call you up?
The keyword was.
Oh, here we go. So first pick went the way of OB Neon again, but this time they get the puck, and therefore Vici Gaming go for the Pango. But Vici Gaming does not ban out the Nature's Prophet, so they pick up the Nature's Prophet on OB Neon.
I still like this from Vici. It's not what we expected with the Nature's Prophet ban. They're giving Neon a lot, but they made sure they got some of their best.
Yeah, I think both of these teams should be satisfied with the opener. Vici Gaming, like you said, they didn't give away way too much. They gave away what OB Neon likes to play, and you can't stop them really because that IO also has to be removed. So that profit, understandable. Meanwhile, they get the Pango and the Monkey King, full comfort zone for every team in the CN League. This
little bit of a mini counter from the Nature's Prophet and kill the trees of the Monkey King. Could come into play.
Could come, yeah.
Is it too cute?
It's a bit too cute, but is possible.
It's possible. Oh, love this though. Respect on the Shadow or on the Spear Breaker. Just if you're looking for tempo setters from the position 5, that's your hero right there. So I'm happy Vici Gaming batted out for themselves. It was very fun to watch though, so not so happy from a viewer perspective.
Earth Spirit Tusk still in the pool though. I'd expect
Lion
to see
as well.
Bans towards those, and then for Neon maybe you want to ban out those Hex heroes. Lion being one that comes to mind. Vici actually banned Beast, so tempo hero, push heroes. They know what Neon wants to do, and Beastmaster fits it perfectly.
Leshrac is still in the pool for OB Neon. Also, Venomancer is still in the pool versus the Monkey King, and we've seen it do wonders against the hero for most of the matchups. Sometimes it just falls off if Monkey King isn't completely pressured in the lane. But it's an option for Neon if they wanted to pick, let's say, an offlane Veno, and there goes the Lion.
Yeah. Tusk is looking really good for Neon. I feel that's one of those heroes that when you're playing fast tempo and you can just boost up, Nature's Prophet Puck, the right clicks with the tag team, gives you Roche taking potential. It's just a hero that, it will replace the Spirit Breaker really nicely.
Anything else besides the Tusk to see? Because Earth Spirit not truly a position 5, and Neon is very flexible when it comes to 5s. Even I just keep on coming back to the same story because I'm gonna tell it to my grandchildren. Position 5 troll.
Yeah, but that one didn't win though.
They did?
No, they did not. It was against Thunder Predator.
They lost it
they played it here as well.
Yeah.
Oh damn!
Position 5 troll against Thunder Predator did not go the way they wanted it to.
But they won with it in DPC
yeah,
League, was it? Okay.
They won with it in the league. Okay, why did they pick it again? It's
not because they won with it. They had 100%
Why would you ruin 100% win rate?
On support troll.
Yeah,
it's over.
It's over. The dream is gone. Yeah, they ban out Earth Spirit on Vici Gaming.
Yep. So leaving the Tusk in for now.
Maybe they want taking it. Oh no, they're taking a defensive support. Abaddon always. We've seen this a lot against Puck because you can you
can break the coil, shield a different target that also breaks it, or it's definitely not bad versus Puck. It's a good thing to have a save, some sort of a save with Monkey King. It's also decent if OB Neon goes for Venomancer because he hates playing into purges. So in that way, it's a solid pick. Very popular in DPCCN.
There's the Tusk. I'm surprised they got it. But obviously a lot of heroes that they wanted to ban as well. The Spirit Breaker made sense based on last game, but...
Do you like the Aghanims versus Monkey King?
Oh, on Tusk?
Yeah. Just
if
kick him out.
If it's a 4th position, you get the... that was secret given for him to Yapster so he could use the Yags. I don't think it was against Monkey King that game, but...
He was just kicking people into the fountain.
With the Mars Spear back as well.
The Monkey King was actually on their own team, so he knocked them actually out of his own Wukongs.
He's like, the fountain does more damage than the Monkey King.
That's true. That is true.
Priorities. Fountain over Matumba Man.
And just kicking in general, it's probably very satisfying to do. So it doesn't matter where your opponents are, you'll punch them about.
The problem with Tusk was always you can't really find enough farm on the map to justify the Aghanims, but if you do it feels amazing. Okay, so Vici Gaming now, they have the offlaner, position 5.
They probably want their 4th position here, because last game it just got... This was where the Grim and Rubik got banned, and there was just like no comfort picks.
Something for PYW. The Lion and the Shadow Shaman, possibly his most played position 4s in the league. Let's see what they go for. Oh, the
Ranger first.
Could be position 4.
Yeah, they are one of the teams that has played it where Ori has played it mid before. It was actually in one of their in their very first series.
Were they afraid of the Wind Ranger as well? Maybe because of the Tusk on OB Neon.
Oh, that Wind Ranger Tusk has been a brutal combo.
But like we said before, I thought that Lash might come sooner, as it's one of those heroes that really rounds up OB Neon's playstyle.
And you're against all these like melee cores so far, like against Monkey against Pango, this Lesh feels really nice when you can kind of run in there and get all that Edict Pulse Nova damage off.
Not bad overall versus Wind Ranger, as you're not laning against her too, so later on you get a lot of that AoE damage. No, I like it. Their playstyle, 100%.
Yep. And while I like Vichi's opener, I'm not as sold on this 3rd, 4th pick. I don't feel like, you know, it's
the Wind
addressing
Ranger,
what
right?
Neon's doing. Yeah, the Wind Ranger particularly.
Yeah, we've seen it today not do wonders. It was played by Zai, and he first and foremost didn't have a great lane, plus you don't have this partner like Tusk to constantly be making plays. Thunder Predator, when they play Wind Ranger, they really make sure that Leo style has some combination with moves.
Yeah. And they usually are playing around him, giving him that really good early start, that big early game boost. So we'll see how this Wind Ranger fits in. I'm still kind of questioning whether it will be a mid laner, because Vici have that final pick of the draft where they can, you know, make sure they get theoretically you know, hero to win them this game, but
Oh, they're expecting a 4 Wind Ranger, it looks like.
Yeah, they're banning out the Void Spirit and the Bat Rider. Templar Assassin is actually the last one removed on the side of Vici.
Even though OB Neon has a puck.
Yeah.
They banned Oracle and TA.
That's some Yopaj respect right there.
Yeah, that's like a, we don't know exactly what you're doing. We're afraid of your craziness, is what that says to me. Like, these guys will do a support puck and bust out a last pick TA, you know?
They can switch things up whatever way they wanted to. If they want to pick another brawling support, you could put Tusk on 5 with Nature's Prophet and it will feel great. And then something different to protect the Lash on offlane.
I mean, even the Lesh could be a 4 position if
yeah,
they want to.
Even that. Even Lesh could be mid. It's very, very versatile. If I was Vici Gaming, I would maybe even be thinking about picking that TA, not banning it, seeing you're playing into a puck. It could be a good laner, but overall just doesn't fit them.
Ooh,
yeah, another brawler.
Yeah.
They love their melee supports that just run at you, get in your face. And when they kind of have these squishier cores, they're doing these 3-range cores, kind of similar to last game, and the ET, the Tusk really enable them.
I love this. They realized what they needed in their draft, and they finalized it properly. They don't have a lot of catch besides Puck. I think that's still enough for the Ember. They also have Puck versus Pango. PYW Wind Ranger.
Support, yeah. Old 11 Pango. That's the, you know, they're going to be looking to Old 11 to win them this game, it feels like.
Old 11 Pango.
It is so hard to go up against Old 11 Pango. He's been doing really well with that. But on the other side, OB Neon does have a lineup that fits their playstyle.
Completely.
Yeah.
And they have Puck for the Pango.
Yeah.
But I'm so torn. These two drafts are very, very close.
Yeah, they are. It fits for both teams, but Lizard, I'm going to put you on a spot anyway.
Yep. Even though Neon, they've performed really well, it's fully in their playstyle. I can't go against Vici Gaming with Monkey King and Old 11 on Pango. I'm going to jump ships, go back to Vici Gaming.
I think
Stay
OB
with
Neon has got some magic going.
Yeah.
I think Neon, they found some spark. You know, this is a Cinderella story for the age. The stand-ins, everything is just clicking, going right for them. Their Saladota, I don't think Vici's ready for it. So I'm going to go with Neon for game 3.
I want to believe. I have big flashbacks to, well, again, the Boston Major, where everybody's like, at a Finim, this is the series that they'll lose. And then that never actually happens. So, I mean, is this the series that they will actually lose? I want to believe that they don't. So I'm going for OB Neon as well. So the Lizard is all of a sudden in the minority here. But it should be a very close game. Any final thoughts on this game?
Just very close, like you said. The two
Yeah.
drafts are looking completely in playstyle of both of these teams. Comfort zones. This is it. The only wildcard for me is the Wind Ranger. I haven't seen it from PYW too many times. Let's see what he can do on it.
Well, let's see what he can do with it, indeed, and let's see where this third game of this best of 3 lower bracket series will take us together with B-Cup and Black.
Thank you very much. Coming into this third and final game, will the magic continue?
Come. I have punching for you.
No, don't.
The dusk is always ready for a fight. Denied. Warriors of the wood. Let us fight.
Hey, and Baden, I know you got the mystery down, but can you make
The first casualty of the conflict.
I take what I please.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Pull roots and run. The dusk is always ready for a fight.
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
With me.
Regeneration!
I'm here all week.
Oh, too bad. Warriors of the wood. Got it.
Radiant's top tower ain't looking too steady.
With me.
Sorry about that.
Double damage.
Dire's top tower might be going down. Scanning. How does that even work? Dire structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is falling. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Never refuse good. Uproot and after them.
Dire's middle tower's in trouble. Which one, Dire again?
The Rune of Illusion.
It's Belson.
Was your will.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Dire's putting up a barricade.
Tribute to my house.
Got it.
Pull roots and run.
Dire just denied them maybe.
Double damage.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
That's teamwork in action.
Dire's bottom tower's getting pushed around.
Regeneration.
Dire are scanning, trying to find those sneaky bums. Dire's putting a hurt on Radiant's middle tower.
Uproot and out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Bunting for you.
Radiant's bottom tower's still there, but not for long.
Stay near.
Domination. You've gone green, I see. Reduce to your elements.
Oh boy.
Bounty. A prize.
Warriors of the wood.
That's for your impertinence.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Pull roots and run.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top tower. Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. For you. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating.
Regeneration!
Uproot and after them.
Dire is scanning for enemies. Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Warriors of the wood.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower ain't a tower no more. Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand.
And run!
Look for me.
Tribute. Got it. The seeds are
under
forth.
attack.
Oh boy.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Display of skill. Ownage. Warriors of the wood.
Wish to retract your last
tower
move.
looks to be disintegrating. Dire's middle tower is falling.
Regeneration.
Pull roots and run.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower don't look good. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower don't look good.
Uproot and up.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. It's Dire's bottom tower.
Death square.
May you ride on Nether's.
Tower is under attack. Dire's doing that glowy thing. Nothing to do until that's done. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle
You
tower
might
is
wish to
falling.
retract your last move.
Dire's middle barracks could use a friend. Lord, Clyde.
As I go.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Go.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
My gratitude. A prize.
The dusk is always ready for a fight.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
क्या गया?
Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top structure.
Team killing spree booted. Inconceivable.
You might wish to retract your last move.
Approach you.
Oh boy.
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen. Everyone's got a plan till you smash down their racks.
Inconceivable.
Strange time. Greetings!
Oh boy.
Radiant victory!
Disgusting trample in games 2 and 3. I've never seen Vici be so demoralized. That was amazing
Man.
from Neon.
Game 2 and 3, absolutely one-sided. They go away from the hard carry, you know, the typical playstyle of all the other teams. They play their own carry Leshrac, carry Prophet, and the playstyle just seems to be too much for Vici to handle. He had no chance, no grasp on the game at all in Game 2 and 3.
That was absolutely outstanding from Neon, whether it's all the pressure on them or the lack of pressure where they feel free to just do whatever they want and feel this comfortable sense of them. It's been amazing, and it's really well done by Neon. Breaking it down a little bit more for you guys, though, is the panel. Back over to you guys.
Fantastic performance from Obi Neon. I'm not gonna lie, after that first game of the series, I was a little bit worried for them. Vici Gaming looked strong, but in the last 2 games of this one, whoo, Vici shaking, and they are eliminated here by Obi Neon, being left behind at 8th, 7th place, while Obi Neon takes a top 6 at the major, which is higher than a lot of people were thinking they were going to get, especially with the stand-in. I'm here with Lizard, I'm here with God. Lizard, this was one of the first games you did not believe in Obi Neon.
I was one of those that went for Vici Gaming finishing, let's say, top 4 at the major. I did not expect this. I did not expect them to drop out to Neon. However, before I said it a little bit for the memes, Yopaj is my idol for real now. Unironically, he is my idol. This Puck performance was on point. Old 11 felt old this game. The Pangolier just didn't do anything.
The tree play was nice. The little tree placement to block the vision. That was like his highlight of this game. After that, it was downhill.
If that's your highlight, then there's a problem.
And we hyped up his Pango so much, and his Pango has delivered time and time again, but when it matters most, elimination, all the pressure on him and his team, they just crumbled.
Yep.
We kind of mentioned how Vici Gaming as a team has kind of been uninspiring, kind of predictable, not doing anything special, and it was really highlighted in this game 3.
Yeah, we hear Lacoste say it a lot, that old 11 can be hot or cold. This game, it was indeed mostly cold, but it was not just on him. It was a little bit of a overall passive feel from the team, like they did not really know how to deal with Obi Neon's aggression. And compare it to game number 2, OB Neon, in terms of aggression, they were a lot less aggressive. And it was a little bit more calculated. Obviously, it was calculated aggression, let's put it that way.
Still definitely worked out. The moment that Nature's Prophet gets the BKB, he is a force that you can't deal with any longer. The Monkey King as well. I didn't feel him in this game.
Yeah.
The Tusk did extremely well overall. Same goes for the Elder Titan. There was a moment in which Elder Titan almost solo kills the Ember Spirit. It's just everything clicked for Neon, and they had a fantastic performance. I'm actually so happy for them.
Oh,
yeah.
absolutely.
They're top 6 at a major. You look at the teams who are also in the top 6 with them, and you go, wow, like they are in a group of elite Dota 2 teams.
And even with their full roster, this was not an expectation that people had, right? This is playing with the stand. I'm gonna say it, Natsumi, either very happy that he probably qualified for TI, again those the 300 extra points that they get on top of their DPC points earned in the DPC League, as far as I'm aware. But the team is performing very well with the player that does, that does not have a team at the moment.
Yeah, he could be extremely happy or extremely worried as well at the moment. Just a Cinderella story, like God said it earlier. Just a fantastic showing from OB Neon. And you know, I did in the second game go with Vici Gaming because of all their comfort picks, but I'm happy that SCA still has a representative in the tournament. It feels good that we have multiple regions represented.
Still all
in top
regions
6.
represented.
All regions, yeah.
For now. Well, the next series will definitely make a dent there. But it's time for us to choose our MVP, and I think we have to go with the player that, you know, got woken up. Hey, you want to play at Major? Okay. Why not?
The super
Top 6, let's go. The super stand-in, Death. Yeah, his Nature's Prophet. We were, I think I was at least initially expecting Scam to be playing the Nature's Prophet, but Death took it upon himself and worked out great.
Yeah. The flexibility and the fact that he can take this Nature's Prophet away from Scam and still make it work and look just as good. I'm sold.
Yeah, I think
sign him up.
Somebody needs to sign him if he's not. If he is just a stand-in here, he needs to be playing in the DPC next season.
Oh, he definitely does, and I'm sure that he agrees as well. As we have Death with us at the moment. Death, congratulations, first of all.
Thank you.
I have to ask, maybe you heard us discussing it just now. We gave you the MVP for this game. Who would you give the MVP to as one of your teammates here?
I would definitely give it to Scam. I think he's the big reason why we are doing so well. Yeah.
Because I also have to ask. You know, a week ago you were, planning to just chilling, watching the major from home. Here you are, top 6. Talk to me. What is it like?
It's great. It's fun to be playing here, and the guys they're all great. They're like such great players, and I'm like really glad that we won today. Yeah.
I'm curious. There's obviously not a ton of like high expectations on the team coming in because of the stand-in factor, and I think also just because as a team Neon was one of the underdogs. What's the kind of atmosphere in the team like? Is it really helpful playing without those expectations and pressure on you?
I think I'm not sure what they really expected coming into this, but I think so far everyone is pretty they're having fun. Like the games we are communicating, and the atmosphere is good. Like there's no pressure or anything. Yeah.
Congratulations once again. No pressure. I think that's the best thing for them. I want to ask you, now that you're guaranteed top 6. Who do you look forward to playing the most?
I think
if you're not taking it one game at a time, let's put it that way.
Maybe EG. Like they looked really, really good in their games against IG today. So I think they are probably the strongest right now.
Okay, because your next opponent is going to be Team Secret, I believe. How does that process go for you as a stand-in? You're coming in. How does the team prepare for a new opponent?
To be honest, I'm not really that involved in the preparation. I think usually Scam just decides it, and then if he needs any input, then he'll just ask, and then I'll just give it. But I'm not really actively preparing with them about the picks and everything.
Does it mean something extra special to be playing in your hometown?
Sure, a little. Sure, why not?
It's a bit easier, right? At least.
Yeah.
No jet lag.
Yeah.
That helps.
Is there any offlane player in other regions that you look up to, that you maybe copy some strategies or item builds from? Look what heroes he plays.
Not particularly, honestly.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fair.
That is fair. Death, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Before we let you go, you're standing in here, and correct me if I'm wrong, at the moment you are looking for a team?
Yes, I am.
Could you give us a sales pitch where they can contact you? Because I'm going to imagine that there's a lot of people that were watching today and throughout the last few days are like, hey, this player is pretty darn good.
Sure. I mean, I think most of the players, if they are looking for players, they already kind of know who I am, and they can always just reach out to me. Yeah.
Well, you've had a fantastic performance here so far. Can't wait to see you in your next series. Again, thank you so much, and congratulations again to you and the team.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Death. And I mean, this is a honeymoon story in the making. If it is not already, I feel like it already is. Like top 6. If they finish there, it's still amazing.
He's living the dream of every other Dota player, literally. Like if you're in the pro scene, if you're a tier 2, tier 3 player, this is the dream. Get woken up by a phone call, we need a stand-in, can you come play in the major? This is the dream, and actually making it top 6.
And playing as well as he is, and the team as a whole, just everything clicking, meshing. It's been incredible to watch. And I hope it can keep going forward.
Yeah.
But there's a big but. The team that's waiting for them.
Yeah, let's look at the brackets and see how that's going. We started the day with some upper bracket series where we had EG advancing and PSG LGD as well, knocking down 2 formidable teams. IG and Team Secret are waiting in that lower bracket for opponents of the series we have today in the lower brackets. Just now we saw the last series that Vici Gaming played. They are now eliminated, with Obi Neon moving forward, getting to play Team Secret. IG is also waiting for their opponent, either a Virtus Pro or Thunder Predator will be their opponent. But yeah, Team Secret waiting for Obi Neon. It's a tough one.
Yeah, you can see teams that haven't had the experience of playing in the wildcard, in the group stages, struggling a little bit when it comes to the draft and whatnot. Secret now dropping in. And you can draw some parallels between Secret's draft and this draft of Vici Gaming. Both experimented on their support positions, Wind Ranger on one side, Bane on the other. Didn't work out.
I think the difference is Secret is, even though they lost that series, it was against LGD, who I had kind of as a top 3 team in this tournament.
Yeah.
And Secret still looked really good other than some of their drafts. I think Vici have looked shaky. They haven't impressed us, even though they've been consistent, worthy, deserving of a top 8. They played good. They just didn't play maybe up to expectations.
There were no peaks.
Yeah. I think Secret may be the kind of curtain call for Neon. I hope it's not, but
and if you lose to Secret, you're like, okay, we lost one of the best.
Well, it was great to see the guys play as well as they did, and to hear from Death that the guys have his back and that they're doing so well. Speaking of things having their backs, one of our sponsors, our official chair sponsors, having the backs of every player out here. We're very thankful for that. And if you want to experience some professional grade sitting experience, you can get yourself a chair. Secretlab.co is where you should be to find out what you can do to get yourself supported properly. Make sure you check that out. We're going to take a break, but when we're back, it is Virtus Pro versus Thunder Predator.
Shopee for Mega Shopping Day. Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega deals, free shipping every day. Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega Shopping Day. Shopee for Mega deals, free shipping every day. Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Get the best deals this Shopee for Mega Shopping Day. Shopee.
Stopping us now. We got the keys, we're running this town.
your grandfather's apprentice.
The winner will receive the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to work for me as my protege.
You bombed, and you bombed. I've fallen a million times, but I get back up and I fight, and that's what you guys will do.
This is the toughest apprentice in history. May the best warrior win.
We all have different adventure stories to tell. Different paths, different choices. I chose an unusual path, a choice that is not for everyone. You are constantly moving from place to place. You have to sacrifice a lot of time. You have to focus to be on top.
Ice does have 4-star available. Oh, Ice he's in trouble.
Every journey has ups and downs. All you need is to focus on your goal.
Just eating them all alive.
GG, let's go!
We all have different adventure stories to tell, and mine is just getting started.
The same qualities it takes to be a world champion is the same qualities it requires to be a champion in esports. The belt for us signifies and pays homage to where we come from. One Esports is part of the One family, and we got our start in martial arts, and so we think having the teams go after a belt and raising that belt when they win, we think is massively appropriate.
When I start designing this belt, I start to think about what it represents, possibility that it provides to experience something out of this world.
这种感觉就是特别的另类吧，做出来那种非常惹人眼前一亮啊，感觉就像那种搏击比赛那种冠军腰带，非常的鼓舞人心吧，拿着冠军。
When champions lifted the belt that I designed, I always feel that I'm part of the celebration and in some degree part of their success.
two amazing teams who, in Thunder Predator's case, have shocked everyone with their performance, and I think in VP's case have come in as one of those really young, hungry teams that looked incredible, struggled a bit in their first match, but looked really good once they dropped down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, and usually you always have a team that your heart kind of goes towards. Like Neon playing against Vici Gaming.
Yeah.
Underdog story versus this grand machinery that's coming from the Chinese region, and they take the win. Here, I don't have a clear favorite.
Both, because your heart goes to both teams.
Exactly.
There is so much behind this. Where to start? I'm gonna start very simple. I want to know who your favorite is in terms of this series. Like, do you have, like, based on not based on your heart, based on your brain, based on how they've been playing so far? Thunder Predator coming out on top of their group, but VP, after getting knocked down in the upper bracket, finding their footing a little bit yesterday.
Thunder Predator definitely have their own style, which I value quite highly. I feel though, if Virtus.pro get the good draft for themselves, they can take it. Still valuing maybe Thunder Predator a little bit.
Yeah, I lean very slightly Thunder Predator's way. I think they're drafting and they just have a better grasp of what to play, how to draft right now. I think we've seen VP, you know,
searching.
Searching, exactly. Like, we've seen the mid laners go for the Kunkka, some of the old school mid. We haven't really, I feel like we haven't really found what's going to be comfortable and best for them at this tournament yet. Because Thunder Predators, they've just been playing through the group stage. They've played more matches. We've seen a number of plays we talked to afterwards. You know, like Crit said, it's like, you know, playing that group stage is a very valuable experience.
It is indeed. I want to focus my attention a little bit more onto Virtus.pro because, we haven't actually seen Virtus.pro that much because they only came into the playoffs. Virtus.pro themselves, DM said that they are very happy that they didn't have to play the group stages and that they're quite comfortable with coming in directly in the upper bracket. They've played 2 series only, right? Yep. So there's not that much to go off of. But one thing that we do know, Lizard, is that they are one of the favorites to scrim for Team Secret.
Yep.
And Team Secret kind of wiped the floor with Thunder Predator.
That's true. We don't know if Virtus.pro was winning against
That's
Team
true.
Secret.
That is true.
Yeah. However, actually, DM did say that most of their scrims are going well.
Yeah.
And these most of their scrims, maybe the other ones, not versus Secret.
Detective Lizard's on the scrim case.
I'm on the case. But they have, like, you can see that they're scrimming versus Secret because they have very similar hero pools as well. Yeah. If you look at this Alchemist carry that we've seen from Secret, they also pulled out the same stunt. Same goes for that Enchantress on position 5. Very favorited by Ilias, by Virtus.pro, also by Puppey. So they have some very interesting strategies stolen from Secret.
I have also been taught
or Secret from
the moment that you say very interesting strategies, it's not as if an analyst says that, it's not necessarily a good thing.
Usually we use interesting or creative, like use these words if we're not sure about something. Like, it's interesting.
When you're trying to be diplomatic, I don't want to see a lot of Cyrillic letters in my DMs later on.
You're being a little bit political here. Okay. Let's compare the position 1 players of these 2 squads. We got Nightfall on one side and Minos on the other. Again, we got a lot more data on Minos over the last couple of days. The data from Nightfall is mostly when he was playing against his fellow region teams, where most of the games, like they only dropped 1 game in the DPC League total.
Yeah, but you can see kill participation a little bit higher for Nightfall, maybe because of that region-based gameplay in which they had games that went like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
They would wipe the floor with some teams with Huskars position 4.
Yeah.
So far, they haven't been that free here with that kind of, let's say, attitude and drafts. They've been drafting a little bit more conservative, let's put it that way.
The thing I'd say about Minos is we've seen a very wide array of heroes. He's often getting kind of a last pick on their team. They'll happily pick Lear Styles in the first phase. Lear Style himself playing a wide array of heroes, but Minos will always just pick whatever he feels like fits the game best. He's not just, you know, like the LGD where it's like we're going to first 2 troll. That's not the Thunder Predator way. They'll wait and see. They've played Anti-Mates, they've played the carries, they've played Wraith King. They've played pretty much everything except IO.
And doesn't it feel like for Neon as well as Thunder Predator, they're kind of in the same situation in which they're playing with house money, like you would say it before, right? They're maybe the pressure is not as high for these teams.
Yeah.
And because of that, they're able to play different heroes, maybe even a Mars position 5.
Sure, I think Thunder Predator, there's, you know, there is a bit more pressure, or maybe not so much expectations, but they are here with their full roster. They, they know this is their opportunity to really show what they have, try and qualify for TI. So I think they're, you know, the expectations are a bit more there, especially after their group stage. That's where everyone's like, you know, Thunder Predator, they're going to win their groups, then they should be able to do well here in the playoffs as well.
Yeah, if you were to describe the play style of Thunder Predator to, let's say, it's Friday, I believe. Some people could just come back from work, you know, chilling and sitting down. It's like, okay, I'm going to watch some of this Dota game. Haven't been able to watch all week because, you know, people have lives as well. How would you have described Thunder Predator's play style?
You know that one teammate of yours that does nothing but camps mid lane all the time?
Yeah.
That's it. That's how that's Thunder Predator for me. Just
it's so true. I was like, really describing how they play is very much Moose is going to do everything he can to secure Leo Styles' lane. He's going to try and secure him every rune or take him himself, keep ganking mid. Frank is going to get sacrificed a lot of the time, but play some teamfight hero that can just have an impact with less farm. And then Minos, he's farming creeps, but usually in a very active way.
If he's a Jug or something similar, he joins even pre-Battle Fury. So,
A very active team, a very exciting play style, and we're going to see that exciting play style coming out against Virtus.pro here as well. And to get that exciting play style out, we need the teams out as well. So let's get the players on stage.
Welcome on stage, Virtus.pro. Welcome on stage, Thunder Predator.
Virtus.pro and Thunder Predator, two teams that both started in the upper bracket. Both also quickly got knocked down to the lower bracket. Both also able to knock out their first opponent and are now fighting against each other to stay in the competition here. They made it to top 8, but for both it would be really nice if they can make it to top 6 instead, or even further, get that belt that you can see on the stage just now. It's scary to be having a best of 3 here, but for both teams I think they're going to be pretty happy that they've already been on that stage 3 times, Gods. A little bit of those nerves should now be gone. If there were any.
Yeah, if there were any, they know what they get into. And I think it's kind of interesting to think about these two teams. Thunder Predator, actually the more experienced team here.
Yeah.
They played at several LANs before. They played on the big stage before, if you go way back, you know, with like MNZ, Katara. He's, you know, played at Frankfurt Major. He really surprised a lot of people there. You've got Wu, who's kind of a veteran of the SA scene as well. So a lot of kind of experience mixed in with just the fact that now they're in the limelight. I think that's what's new for this Thunder Predator team, is rarely have they been the focus of so much attention.
And all of that is probably mixed with some confidence as well, because so far, like you said, they topped the group stages. They played really well early on throughout the tournament, and the loss that they did suffer against Secret, it didn't feel like the games were completely out of control. It felt like Secret outmaneuvered them a little bit and won on just, let's say, experience and some shenanigans.
They got crushed in lanes, were down 10k gold, and then they took racks.
And they still could fight,
That game there was an insane showing from them, and I think as soon as they lose their confidence, they're done. But I don't think they are losing their confidence anytime soon.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Virtus.pro, I don't think they're in the same position, because even they said when DM was here for the interview, I believe one of his answers was, "Yeah, we are confident and we play well when we prepare a lot."
Yeah.
But we didn't prepare a lot for this tournament. We just couldn't because of different circumstances.
On the bright side, so far they faced but PSG LGD, they couldn't really prepare too much for. I guess because that was the series that they played first. Yeah. Since then, it has been 2 days, so they've had some time to work more on themselves and to also prepare for this series. One thing that stood out to me from Virtus.pro's draft yesterday was that they went for things like Bristleback, Viper. We saw them getting Death Prophet twice. I don't think that they're going to get their hands.
Well, yeah.
But like all these sturdy heroes is like, okay, you know what? We're going to go for easy Dota. Dota that is somewhat maybe easier to execute than some of the fancy, flashy stuff.
And it definitely floats their boat. It works well. However, they get the same Death Prophet again. I like the fact that Thunder Predator have completely their own comfort zone, but there is no Tusk. This Windranger. Yeah, is this Windranger as strong without the Tusk? What do you
I
think?
don't think so. I mean, the Gush, it's not even, the Gush is nowhere near comparable to Tag Team. I was actually wondering if they were going to go for like a Tusk Windranger first too, and they may have here if Tusk was still in the pool, because that combo looks a little busted, and it's something Thunder Predator have run in multiple games.
Yeah, but Virtus.pro, they just won't give that away. Yeah, that's it. They understand how strong it is when a Tusk is just camping you mid lane, and GPK is like, I don't want to play against that.
It is a little interesting they go for the Tide over something like the Earth Spirit, which I feel like has been Moo's best hero. He's really shined. Most teams were actually respect banning it against them, so Thunder Predator opting for the Tide, which mostly has been played in that 5 position.
Yeah, it's been MJZ twice, actually, so...
We have seen it by EG today as well, right? Played on that position 5. It's something different, let's put it that way, on position 5. It can definitely work, but you need to pair it with a decent partner on that safe lane on position 1. And you can't play it versus anything. We've seen Fly have some issues versus Lion, let's put it that way, when he has no mana on the lane whatsoever.
What is, other than Tusk, what's good partners for Windranger? In the old times, it always used to be Shaker. I don't want to see that, though.
I wouldn't mind what Parker's... I wouldn't mind, but I won't see it because Earth Spirit is banned out.
That's where I will be curious to see what Moose ends up getting his hands on here, because he's very likely going to be receiving a few targeted bans his way. Maybe he goes for something like the Tiny. That was a very popular 4th-position hero in the SA DPC League, with mixed results, but
wouldn't be that bad. Like, it feels good to have a hero that can disposition the enemy team, especially when you're playing with something like a Windranger that can focus it down. However, I want to see something that gives you an oomph on that Windranger mid like Tusk does. And is there minus armor heroes are usually the ones that you can look forward to. Gush is fine, but it's really not as good as the Tusk.
Are you concerned at all about them giving VP Death Prophet? Because that,
of course,
that's a hero I did not expect to see VP getting.
Same.
They banned out the Lion and the Timber instead. Actually, even Puck went through this.
Puck is ignored,
completely ignored. So I'm not sure why you would ban Lion if you're not planning to pick one of these spirits or a Puck, right? Peculiar choice of first 2 bans, and this Phoenix as well. It's constantly on my mind because there's a Mars.
Yeah, and they get it in the 2nd phase. Usually, if you want to get this Mars Phoenix, has to be 1st phase because of it is that really strong combo. We have seen it lose, particularly when teams can get these fast BKBs against it, or have these BKB cores. But some of the better ones, like the Jug,
and the
banned
Knights,
out. Jug, Knights, both banned out. Limit what Thunder Predator can get. They go for an Undying. What?
Is this Alchemist again? Is it still in the pool? It is, right? So maybe Thunder Predator can steal that away. But not sure. We'll see.
I mean, VP, if they won, they could pick it first.
Yeah, they could do that as well versus the Tombstone. Go farm up those zombies.
I mean, so far Undying, I believe it only has 1, right?
Yep. And it was played by Virtus.pro, right?
By VP as well, yeah. That was one of the games that they won.
Oh, there you go.
Witch Doctor, some strong lane.
Nice Witch Doctor.
That's something that I saw in SA as well quite a bit. Like, I didn't catch way too many games from the SA DPC League. It's way too late in the night for me, but I saw the parallel between CIS and the SA. It's the Witch Doctor.
Yep. We saw it today as well in EG's hand, and it works very well. Worked very well for them, anyway.
Thunder Predator wasting no... This drop's gone by very quickly. You mentioned preparation. That's how VP, one of their strengths, and clearly they had a very clear game plan, as did Thunder Predator, because both teams just zooming through.
Showing off the guns a little bit, you know, using that camera time.
So Weaver with the Undying. Looks like we're going to have an off-lane Tide, I want to say. Very curious.
Yeah, there's no way Undying is position 4, in my opinion at least. So it should be the Tide off lane and the Weaver safe lane.
Wind Ranger 4 perhaps, unless they're picking a 4 position last. I mean, we don't know.
It could be Wind Ranger mid still as well.
Could be still mid.
So they're keeping it out in the open.
Did you guys like the Wind Ranger 4? Of course you didn't, right?
No, not a whole lot.
The last game.
And I don't think to me that's not what I want to see Muzon just in general. I think he's much more of that active roamer, and I don't think Wind Ranger does that particularly well.
Right, so other heroes that Moose has played this tournament, other than the ones that are banned out, that is Enigma still in the pool, Mirana,
Shaker
Shaman,
as well, right?
And Shaker.
Yeah. I like the
Mirana.
Mirana, you're against Phoenix, it gives you a way to kill the egg, and I think that's kind of very much a comfort pick for them. So having like a Tide Mirana lane sounds pretty good to me.
Too late. It's gone.
Yeah.
Shiver with the predictions. The Mirana made a lot of sense. I like.
I was just reading names off the list, is it?
I like the ban. The Bloodseeker ban is primarily to protect the Weaver, because it's a difficult matchup to play into. You need to buy Lincolns. Even when you buy it, it's not that great because of the Rupture, pretty much. You want to be as mobile as possible. I'm wondering if they will ban out that Alchemist, because Virtus.pro looks so solid with DP Alchemist cores.
And I mean, they have a kind of fast-paced draft and like this strong team fight around like Tide Undying, so they could theoretically go and pressure the Alchemist, but
they have a strong team fight, but I don't think they match up that well versus Virtus.pros.
Yeah,
right.
Agreed.
It's just as strong.
I think banning the Alch would definitely be the safe way to go about this, unless Thunder Predator really want to,
what else
roll the dice a bit.
Is Wraith King is banned out by VP?
Wraith King is banned out as well. So what is Nightfall going to play?
Is what the Terrorblade we've seen have pretty good success overall.
Illusion's heroes overall aren't that bad versus Weaver.
Yeah.
We've seen one Naga, I believe, this tournament so far.
That was specifically versus Techies, right? As well.
Yeah, that is true.
And they were playing versus Tide.
Yeah,
right?
the Illusion heroes against Weaver are good, but against Tide not so much.
Against Tide it can be PL and Naga, Terrorblade good. PL and Naga maybe a bit harder.
Maybe this is where Thunder Predator do go back for something
Alchemist,
like that tiny. And there's the Alchemist ban. It just looked too good for VP, and I don't think Thunder Predator had the tools to beat it or really answer it at all.
It makes a ton of sense. There's another hero that we have seen. Today didn't do too well. Maybe for Virtus.pro is a Phantom Assassin. Maybe they can fit it in. It's not that bad of a matchup versus Weaver. If they don't completely dominate on the side of Thunder Predator, you reach that portion of the game in which you one-shot them.
And if you, PA also likes either an MKB or Rapier. If that Wind Ranger is a core.
One of the problems I feel like VP has is they can get a good carry matchup for Weaver, but their lockdown and control. This looks like a really free Weaver game.
Yep.
This Weaver pick is amazing, and like VP don't have an answer for it. Neither of their supports likes playing into it. That's where this the Lion ban into this Weaver pick looks really good.
Oh, that's the answer to the Phoenix.
Okay.
Yeah, Phoenix Egg's dead. That's a lot of fun for Snapfire to get every single time.
Okay, so Snapfire was picked. Let's just see the last. The PA. Okay. Yeah. Makes some sense for Virtus.pro.
We'll see who picks up what. I imagine it's a mid-Wind Ranger, but yeah, Moose is playing the Snapfire. Okay, he loves this. He's played a lot of 4-position Snapfire in the past.
My worry is that I've seen so many Snapfires get picked against Phoenix, and then you can never reach that egg. You're playing versus Phoenix Mars. It's very difficult for you to be in the right position. Perhaps a Blink Dagger for Moose at some point even.
Yeah. I don't think it's his only job, end of the day. You have the Weaver as well. I think they have just a really strong lane with this Snapfire pick as well. Just the double nukes to go with the Tidehunter can cause a lot of problems. So I like the pick a lot. And I think PA was just like the best of what's left in the pool. And this Weaver still looks very unaddressed.
And just to confirm, Snapfire, if you do get in range of that egg, but there is a Mars wall in between, your attacks will be stopped.
They will be, if you're on the other side.
Okay. It's gonna be tricky. It's gonna be tricky.
Both of these drafts.
You can jump over the fence though with the cookie.
Yeah.
There you go. BKB. Blinken.
Blinken.
Probably need a little bit of farm.
Blink versus Phoenix is definitely viable on a position 4 snap.
So who do you go for game 1?
I completely agree that PA is the only option that they had remaining.
Yep.
That's kind of decent, but I still like Virtus.pro's team fight composition quite a bit.
Yeah,
because
it's Mars
of that,
Phoenix, Death Prophet. Because
of that, I'm going with the CIS boys.
If they can execute, that's the question.
And we've seen them execute good team fights, but we've also seen Thunder Predator, when they can give MNZ these great games, just take over, and he has the perfect hair for this one. So for me, I'm going to believe in my South American boys, Thunder Predator, taking game 1.
Okay, I will go for Virtus.pro because I also think that execution is going to be key for them. I think yesterday they've shown that they may be, back on their A game. We're going to find out that this first game of the series is going to tell us a lot about the state of these two teams here today. Let's head over to BCOP and Black for game 1.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 1, Thunder Predator against Virtus.pro. I feel like it's another one of those potential Cinderella stories with Thunder Predator.
Yeah, we have seen the first Cinderella story take the next arc, take to the next part of the story. Let's see if Thunder Predator can replicate this, that success or not. Definitely looking very strong so far, but VP yesterday also looked very promising.
I'm wondering which arc this is. Is this the Cell arc? The Baby Saga?
I think this is the Redemption arc.
Okay.
This is which one is that? Probably Cell Saga, yeah.
Could be potentially even the Majin Buu Saga.
Yeah. Majin Frank Saga.
Just gets an M on his forehead.
Yeah,
becomes
exactly.
Majin Frank. Be
Something on the
interesting.
stage is just glowing yellow. Everyone's like, what is happening to him?
Just destroy both games. I'm interested to
that's
see
a possibility.
if that's something that we'll see from Frank, just the upgrade. But honestly, this game already looks so different from the last series we just watched.
Yeah, draft-wise also, like, people actually pick carry heroes. Interesting. I thought it was out of meta now.
They might have been, just for a moment.
Yeah, we don't know. The tournament meta always evolves, on the spot. And we're just some plebby casters. We have no idea what we're talking about.
Well, at least I do. I'm not going to say that about you. You usually are right on the money with what you're talking about.
Nah, sometimes. Sometimes. You're giving me a little bit too much credit here. I love this Bulwark toggling, so he's missing a lot of CS here on the Wind Ranger. Of course, if you toggle the Bulwark, the range attacks will just go to you rather than the creeps, so you don't get the last hit. Easy denies for that Mars.
Cask bounces around a little bit, and they get a stifling dagger out from Nightfall. You're getting a Windrunner that's moving from a 4 position to a 2 position. What are you expecting different? Like, obviously, you're getting more gold priority or more net worth priority. What is Windrunner going to bring to the table differently in this 2 spot that we didn't see in the last game? 1 from a 4 position, or what do we expect from the hero in general now that it's in the core?
Damage. Like, the hero is all about damage. He's going out of position here.
Onto the Snapfire. Maledict.
Gonna
Not
be fine.
going to be enough damage.
To answer the question, Windrunner core is literally just damage. You build Maelstrom, you build BKB, you build MKB, especially against this Phantom Assassin. Damage is the name of your game.
So I don't know if people have been pulling it off, but there was a point in time, there was this player on Phoenix Gaming, which is a Chinese 2nd Division team. He used to play mid for them. His name was 7E. He would play mid for them, played this Windrunner, would hold the Ironwood tree and shackle to that with ease. It was honestly disgusting how high the percentage was that he could pull this move off. I would love to see something like that in this game.
It's very reliable. Like, if you practice it in demo mode, you can definitely replicate it quite a bit. But it's not easy to pull off, especially in a high-pressure situation. But let me ask you, BCOP, Are you Team Ga or Team Davai?
I'm Team Good Dota. I don't want to take a side. Ooh, little shackle here. I'm boring, man. I just want to see good Dota. I can't be taking sides and making enemies.
You just made enemies out of all of them, though.
No. My support is 50-50. I support, but half.
All right.
You know? Feel like
Be
that's
boring
balanced.
then. I'm not gonna judge you.
I mean, I sense the judgment already. It's okay.
Don't worry. I don't judge people. Also, don't call it Strifling Dagger. It's called Kitchen Knife. Thank you.
Kitchen Knife. Okay.
Yeah.
You weren't so
Have you
damn
ever seen a
bad at
projectile?
cheating again.
It literally looks like a kitchen knife.
So it looks like Mom's knife from Binding of Isaac. Okay.
Pretty much. Maybe you'll throw out another one. We can see it.
Little Damascus steel coming out from the Phantom Assassin when throwing that knife.
50-50. But MJZ dared to steal the haste rune away from the Mars. Well played there. Good rune control. Very important that the Mars doesn't get this rune, because the level 6 Mars with the haste is very deadly.
Actually, an Undying with the right items early on and a haste could be pretty deadly. He doesn't have like an Orb of Venom or anything. Like we used to see sometimes in like the Chinese region, we'll see like Orb of Venom and Undying, where keep up with somebody if you've got a couple of decay stacks, you might get a kill. Maledict cast bouncing around, right click's coming out, as well as that kitchen knife, as you said to call it. Nightfall putting some damage on to Frank, who just survives, and he'll pop himself a sal.
Yeah. You also got to keep in mind, once PA reaches level 18, the kitchen knife upgrades to a machete.
Okay.
So, do remember that. Like I'll put you on the spot if you forget.
And when does this happen?
Level 18.
Okay. Just like the movie Machete. Okay.
Haven't watched it. Can't say yes or no to that.
So even game so far. No kills, no first blood just yet.
Yeah. Pretty passive farming game so far. And they're coming out a little bit ahead here on the Dire side. Building up to an almost 1k lead.
Cask again with the Maledict. Right click's coming in from Nightfall, just not going to be enough. Not able to kill Frank. Every time I say Frank, oh, hold on. First blood coming out from DM over bottom. MJZ dropping. And then back over towards top. They're putting some pressure on Nightfall. He'll jump back over to the Witch Doctor.
Easy kill here. On that Undying. I always wondered why it's called Undying, because to be named that, you should actually be immortal, right? But he dies actually so damn fast on that hero every time.
Well,
Not the biggest Undying fan. We have seen it do work in some games, but just generally it always seems to be falling off quite quickly. But Thunder Predator definitely one of those teams that can make him work and like him quite a bit as well.
So only a 1-0 lead. Did you expect these two teams to be playing this slow in terms of kills?
Not really. Like both of these teams are usually pretty aggressive. Only have 1 kill at like 7 minutes. It's pretty uncommon in any game, but especially in a game between those two teams. I expected somewhat of a bloodbath in the early game.
I feel like it's all tensing up, ready to go in just a second. They've spotted the Undying again, and they're going to run over. GPK coming in with the Mars. God's Rebuke, I think that missed, and they're going to look to finish him off. They land the spear. Not looking like that God's Rebuke miss is going to matter. And Save will get the kill on MJZ.
Yeah, good rotation here, making sure that the Undying can't put down the vision, can't deal with their enemy's vision. But yeah, pretty uneventful game still. Everyone just farming away. Ooh, good kill.
Another kill. This time on the Save.
That last Gemini attack. Super close.
Finally, the game's starting to really pick up. They're going to dive the tier 1 tower, looking over to Nightfall. Moose thinking about joining Frank, but he's got to be careful on his positioning, making sure he doesn't block in the tide. They've done a lot of damage here onto the Phantom Assassin. They'll put the Maledict as well as the Cask onto this Snapfire. But Phantom Assassin sitting about under health, half health, doesn't want to jump in, and Mars comes through, uses the Arena of
good
the
dodge.
Spear with the Fire Snap Cookie. That was really well done by Moose.
Yeah, very quick reflexes here. Mars not confident to throw out the spear right away, so he wanted to set up the God's Rebuke, giving Moose enough time to jump out, and he did it perfectly. That's 100 seconds on cooldown now, and then Mars ult. Which means top tower is under a lot of pressure.
Windrunner going in for this and trying to get a kill onto Kingslayer, finishes him off.
Bounced on
the run.
The neutral creep actually it bounced off it, and then again on the Windranger, but not enough damage from the tower to kill her. Pretty lucky RNG though, I'd say. So definitely blessed by Gaben already.
I mean, luck is a skill-based thing.
Yes, of course. I agree completely.
You're the one who said that to me.
Yeah, I say if it happens a lot, then it becomes skill. If it just happens once, it's probably just by chance. Spear, not coming out.
Is getting away, and they'll take the bottom tier 1, or attempt to take the bottom tier 1 with this Exorcism.
Looks to be pretty free. No defense coming in here from the Radiant side. They just want to pressure the top tower instead. Moose almost taking that down.
Kingslayer, he's getting chased by this Weaver, and stifling dagger action will send him Shikuchiing away. Shackle lands, power shot.
Ravage.
Pressured. Frank coming in with a Ravage. That hits onto 3 of these heroes. They're going to look over at GPK, who has the spear out onto the Windranger. Sunray keeping GPK alive, but is it going to be enough? They're still looking to chase. They'll continue through. Power shot doesn't hit onto GPK, and they just don't have the damage to finish off these heroes on the side of Virtus Pro. So Thunder Predator, they put the pressure on, but it's alleviated as none of these heroes on Virtus Pro go down. At least for now.
Moose though got the top tower and trade for the bottom tower. So good job. And the mid tower also pretty damn low for Virtus Pro now. So the next Ravage, they're probably going to be looking for that mid tower to open up the map for the Weaver. And just overall, the lineup of Radiant is quite a bit more aggressive than VP's. The Phantom Assassin really just wants to farm her Battle Fury, her Desolator, her BKB before joining any fights.
Well, that's the thing, like, you say on that next Ravage, like, that's a lot of time, right? So what can Virtus Pro do from now to then to make something, to make it feel like they can fight back?
But the thing is, their spells are also still on cooldown for a good half minute. They need that Exorcism and they need that Arena to really fight 4v5. Phoenix Egg also online. They need to have like a perfect symphony of spells, because Thunder Predator here is gonna fight as 5. And you can't expect your Phantom Assassin to join the fight. Like, it just makes no sense.
Right. So smoke from Virtus Pro. They're showing DM over mid.
Yeah, Exorcism back online. They're running into the triangle.
Yeah, they're going to find the style, but they don't land the spear. Is he going to be able to stay alive? They've got the Cask as well as the Maledict. They'll use the Supernova. They take out the egg. They're going to focus their attention onto the Witch Doctor first with the Mortimer's Kisses coming in, and well, they'll get the Kona Leo style. They'll end up losing Kingslayer. Icarus dive away, and it's a 1-for-1, a Witch Doctor for a Windrunner, which works out. DM will also get a kill on MJZ. So that's the second one there for Virtus Pro. They do have Exorcism if they want to put pressure on the tier 1 tower mid. That's exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, it should be pretty hard to defend. Ravage up in 10 though. Windranger and then Dying respawning in 10. So probably will drop to about half health before they retreat here. And then that's all she wrote for this. They just want to put pressure on the map so the PA can farm uninterrupted. Just use the ultimates when you have them. Get a kill or 2. But you still want to be playing the defensive game here.
And DM not even stepping too far forward with that Exorcism. They didn't get as much out of that as they would have probably really liked.
Yeah,
this is
tough when... Yeah, go ahead.
Go for it. I was going to say, it is making space for the Phantom Assassin, right?
Yeah. I mean, definitely, that's the name of the game. Like, you just want to find a pick-off with your ult, with the arena, with the Phoenix Egg. A full-out team fight is going to be very tough into that Ravage. But, yeah, once VP, the PA is online, the Battlefield probably itemizing into a fast BKB after that, they'll be in a very good position here. Because Phoenix Egg plus Mars ult plus DP ult is going to be very tough to fight into.
Weaver sitting top of the net worth. And they want to work with this next Ravage. I wouldn't be surprised if they kind of shift over towards mid and maybe smoke up.
Definitely a possibility, but
I'll always remember how foolish you looked.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is above the top.
Work in action.
Dire's putting the hurt on Radiant's middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is not feeling the love. I'm all thrown up.
My thanks will come later, when you least
Dire
expect
is
it.
scanning for enemies.
Regeneration.
Dire's top tower is under attack. A bit rash. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant just murdered Roshan. That's suffered enough.
You're not going anywhere.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. How does that even work? Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand. Radiant's bottom tower is still there, but not for long. Dire's top tower might be going down. Dire's middle tower's in trouble. Which one, Dire again?
I don't have time for this.
Dire are scanning, trying to find those sneaky Dire's bums. Middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower ain't looking too steady. Radiant's top tower's under attack. Radiant's top tower's about to topple. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Bait. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating.
It's looking spicy.
If you weren't so damn dead, I'd shoot you again.
Dire's doing that glowy thing. Yeah, nothing to do until that's done.
Bounty. Bounty.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower's taking a dead nap.
It's a killing spree! Ownage!
You're not going anywhere.
Dire is scanning for enemies. Dire's bottom tower's getting pushed around. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
It's looking spicy.
Divine.
You're not going anywhere.
My thanks will come later, when you least expect it.
Okay, where were we?
You are so damn dead, I'd shoot you again.
I'm all for a little downtime. You feeling fresh?
Regeneration.
It's looking spicy.
True domination.
Did you guys see that? You weren't so damn dead, I'd shoot you again.
Illusion.
It's looking spicy. It's looking spicy.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower ain't looking too steady.
Death tax.
Bounty. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning for enemies. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Like raspberries. Ownage.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower. Don't look good.
You're not going anywhere.
Dire is scared of enemies. Well, Sean's dead. Man, him and that ages. And I never messed up that bad.
I guess I can get faster.
Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top rubble. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Times the negative.
Dire's middle tower is falling. Snagging no plans.
least expect it.
If you weren't so damn dead, I'd shoot you again.
Is this how Dire's middle barracks fall? Looks like it. Dire's middle barracks could use a friend. Or Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's putting up a barricade. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks has fallen. I like where this is Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
That all you got?
This was a beating and a half. Absolute
Seriously.
destruction here. From Thunder Predator, and that's kind of
This first game of this best of 3 elimination series. Winner is top 6 here at the Singapore Major. Loser left to be top 8 and left with disappointment, I bet, as well. VP definitely left with some disappointment after this first game of the series. Here, Lizard and Gods, and guys, even though we kind of thought that Thunder Predator had a shot, I don't think we thought this was going to look the way it did. Right? This was looking very one-sided.
I think even VP weren't expecting it in the start of the game because it was a slow start.
Yeah.
You know, 10 minutes in, I think there was like 3 kills. But it's kind of this lull that Thunder Predator kind of like draw you into, and then they get this like mid-game item timing where they're ready, they have their ultimates, and they're just all in.
They're just so accurate with their playstyle, taking off one, just picking off the Phoenix on top lane, instantly TPing before he's even dead, with 2 heroes to control the bounty rune, where Leo Style, who's definitely my MVP, our MVP, I would say, right?
Yeah.
Just shackles 2 cores, gets a couple of kills. Overall, very crisp and proper gameplay from them, good itemization on everyone. Meanwhile, on Virtus Pro, I need to say a little bit too passive. Maybe you can say that Thunder Predator are the ones that lulled them to sleep and whatnot, but PA is 0-0-0 throughout the whole game. Like he joins the fights very, very late. Also, this combination of having Mars on the mid lane,
it didn't really fit together with what they wanted to do. If you go for Mars mid lane, you want to go get that advantage that you get on the lane and turn it into fights and stuff. And if you're not going to have your carry join you for those fights, you might as well have something else on the mid lane, I feel.
It felt like they had this big team fight and they were looking to sit back and maybe try and use it, but they didn't have that hero that would just go and do shit, for lack of a better word. Like, they have this Mars Phoenix ulti combo, but they don't have a playmaker at all.
No one that starts the fight properly.
Mars with a blink, I guess, is what they were looking for, but even then, it's like kind of this big ultimate. They killed
versus Weaver and Windranger, that Blink, yeah.
And the best thing that Thunder Predator did is when that timing came up with the Blink Mars, they gave up a kill or two. The Windranger got ganked in the triangle area, gets a kill on the Witch Doctor, but nobody tries to help the Windranger. They just accept, okay, that's their ulti timing. They're gonna get a kill or two here and there until we get our BKBs. And it was only when they got the BKBs on their cores that they took every fight they could.
And they didn't need to wait that long for the BKBs either. They were farming nicely. They were reading the map well in terms of where they could and could not farm. I think it's super safe to say that Virtus.pro just got straight up outplayed. It wasn't necessarily a draft issue. Yes, sure, maybe they could have, had a hero that is more active on the map, but they had a hero for that. They just didn't do it, Lizard.
My problem as well is that you have a Mars on high priority position when it comes to farming, and when you have a melee core such as PA that buys Desolator naturally, their item builds collide. If you have a Mars like that, high priority farming, he needs to buy that Deso because that kind of activates him. He wants to carry a punch. He doesn't necessarily want to be the one that just blinks in, yules, and dies afterwards. That's why he bought this BKB as well, to stay alive in these team fights. But then again, you have that Prophet who's just better suited for that position instead of the offlane. Maybe it's just the comfort, or maybe they didn't want to play the Windranger matchup. But hell, it's not even that bad of a matchup if there's no Tusk on that side. So
yeah, it feels like for me there's some uncertainty around just GPK, the heroes he's playing right now. Like, we're seeing some very unorthodox picks. We've seen mid Kunkka, we've seen mid Doom, and it's just not the same impact of what the other teams, the teams in the upper bracket, what Thunder Predator are doing.
Do you ban Windranger?
Hey, what's
first
two
two,
though?
though?
You gotta. I mean, you let Io or Tusk in? No way.
I thought they had it figured out with the Tusk ban. I thought that this Windranger for Leo style works best when there's Tusk together with him. However, Tusk, they can replace it and it still looks great.
Yeah, it looked amazing. The Windranger from Leo style, well deserved. We give him the MVP. He was all over the place and was able to weave himself in and out very well. And I think that was is very important when you're playing Windranger to know when you can and cannot go in. And he knew exactly when to go in. Got some forced BKBs out, of course, on his opponent. The first 10-second BKB. Right, Gods, on the PA.
And the 9.
And the 9-second BKB. I mean, that's mad. That's like that. That's the timing of PA just gone.
Guess the score of PA with 10 seconds and 9 seconds BKB.
0-0-0.
That's correct.
Yeah, and it's even like, if at that point I think BP still had a shot to turn this game around and win it with their big team fight and a very farm PA, but it's just so like mentally damaging. Like, your PAs just use BKB twice. Not to fight, but just to BKB TP out, and this Windranger's doing twirly dances around you, like.
And they stole their stacks as well in the Ancients early on.
The other thing I think Thunder Predator do really well is knowing when they can go for Roshan. They're versing a Mars, Phoenix, Death Prophet lineup, and they took Roche with 0 contest.
That brings me to another point. This Windranger did not have a Tusk, but the amount of minus armor that you get from Weaver bugs, that you get from
Gush,
and from Snapfire as well.
Yeah.
With Lil Shredder. It feels so good to be a Windranger or a Weaver. You cut through that Roche or the enemy team like they did.
A very well-tailored draft coming out from Thunder Predator, and very well played as well. They take the first game in the best-of-3 series, and that means Virtus.pro is 1 game away of potentially getting eliminated. We're going to have the second game of the series coming your way very soon. But first, let me get your attention to One Esports merchandise. It's on the table right there. The mug as well as the mouse mat. That's, by the way, Jake, it's a desk mat. I should say that, right? Because it's not just for your mouse, but it's also for your keyboard. Probably also
the rest of the desk as well.
Yeah, for everything that you want on the desk. Make sure to check that out on the One Esports merch shop. Is the oneesports.gg. shop.oneesports.gg. That's the website right there. And if you have a DBS Live Fresh card, you get a 10% discount on all your merch. So make sure to check that out, and make sure to do so quickly, because the break will be over shortly, and then we'll have more Dota coming your way.
Hi everybody, I'm Tammy, also known as Furry Fish, and if you've been following Dota 2 from like the early days,
I was in the movie Free to Play as Team Xanum's manager. But for today, I will be your host for the Singapore Food Tour. Joining me, I have a duo that needs no introduction. Dota 2 casters, OD Pixel and Shiva. Hey guys!
Hi Tammy!
Hi Tammy!
I hope you guys are hungry because we have a feast prepared for you. Right now, we are at our humble hawker center. But before we start eating, I want to pop by Food Folks and grab some local snacks. So, we are here at Lau Pa Sat, which is one of Singapore's oldest markets, built in the 19th century. And I've gotten my snacks from Food Folks. In front of me now, I have biryani and chicken rice, two of Singapore's iconic dishes. And of course, to wash it down, I have kopi. It smells so good. Odie and Shiva, I know you can't be right here with me now, but I'm sending you some in a little bit.
That got here super fast, and you were absolutely right. This smells amazing.
Chicken biryani with a lovely little egg, some poppadoms.
I
That's what they
have
are.
curry.
And
I'm
we're
gonna pour it over. This is the best part. Oh, this is perfect.
Bit of rice, bit of chicken, bit of sauce.
I didn't need a
That's what you
knife
need.
for this. I just need chicken.
Sauce is lovely. The rice, excellent rice.
Yeah.
You know, as if there's anything you can be sure about, come to Singapore, you get the top tier rice, without a doubt. Have another little bit of the chicken. Love a
Try the
huge
other one.
slab of chicken as well. Excellent. This is what you want to see. You know, you go somewhere, you get like your curry with a little, little bits of chicken here, a whole half of chicken.
Let's switch plates.
We've also got this, the chicken rice.
You already said it. You can't go wrong with that. What I want is some of the sauce. Are you okay if I pour it over?
Yeah. The sauce is fine. It's great.
It's fine.
It's good sauce. Very nice. Oh, I don't mind. I like that. Oh, the chicken is great. I'm more about the rice. I'm more about the rice.
You know,
yeah.
This is just the start, right? You can't eat all of this because.
Oh, I can. I'm going back for some biryani. Got have some more of this. This is not lasting much longer here in this room. I'll tell you that.
I mean, this is
a
no.
good biryani.
That's a winner.
So that was chicken and rice, done two ways. As OD Pixel says, you can't go wrong if your rice is top tier. Next, I'm bringing you guys to a place where Singaporeans love to hang out at and where gamers might feel right at home. I'll tell you guys more when we get there.
That's RTC, Aberdandy, Tonil, and Doggo, and Kayasen! What's up? Dude, we're such huge fans! Where did you get that skin? Whoa!
JBL presents The Sounds of Victory. JBL Quantum Gaming Headsets.
Đôi khi mình chỉ cần một ai đó lắng nghe. Tinder đã giúp mình tìm được những người bạn thú vị để sẻ chia. Giờ đây, ngày mới của mình tràn đầy những trải nghiệm mới mẻ cùng những người bạn đến từ Tinder. Tinder, thêm bạn, thêm trải nghiệm.
Well, welcome back to the One Esports Dota 2 Singapore Major, where we are in the lower bracket. We have Virtus.pro versus Thunder Predator, and Virtus.pro one game away of potentially elimination here, as they are one game down against Thunder Predator. We have Lizard and Gods here to talk about that, and we just made them very jealous by them looking at me and Owen eating food.
Yeah, you were really digging deep into that. That was some extra good prepared chicken.
Yeah.
The biryani is what.
Dude, it was actually so good.
I'm jealous. That's like the best content piece to make, where you're just eating food.
All we had to do was sit in our hotel room and sometimes hear the doorbell ring, and another plate came out.
Are we gonna see any more of that?
Yes. Yes, you are. And there's I know we are about to jump in the game, but Lizard, you've never been to Singapore, so I figured I'd quickly hit you with the Singaporean fact, or Singapore fact. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. Singapore comes from Singapura. What does it mean? It's a quiz as well. I know Parker probably knows. So.
I have an idea. I don't know for sure.
Singapura means lion city.
Oh, lion.
However, there were never any lions here. The prince that named the city, that named the city, probably saw a tiger.
Oh, really?
That's the fact.
Messed up.
That's it. Yeah, you messed up.
Yep.
Could be a very different city if he actually knew what the animal was called that he saw. But let's take a look at the game. Thunder Predator one game up, and they looked fantastic in that first game. They were outmaneuvering, outplaying Virtus.pro, and Virtus.pro, we said it time and time again in the series that we've seen before this, they seem to struggle finding their footing because we're used to a different style of play coming out from them when they were playing in their region, and maybe it's just not working out when they're on land yet. Need more experience.
And I love what Thunder Predator's done. They've just completely changed how they approach the draft. Game 1, Puck was ignored. It wasn't banned. It wasn't picked. This time around, Thunder Predator's like, okay, we're up 1-0. Let's not let VP make those like fine-tune adjustments. Let's just go for a totally different opener. First pick Puck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about
Tusk?
Like they go with Earth Spirit.
I mean, I think either Tusk or Earth Spirit, either's fine. Have that active 4 position that can rotate gank mid.
I like it. I like it. Don't get me wrong. I just feel like Wind Ranger, Tusk, and instant win for Thunder Predator. But sure, this is also very good.
It feels like VP was like baiting them to try and pick that.
Yeah.
Like, okay, are you gonna? They're expecting them maybe to go for a Wind Ranger with a Tusk first 2 again, and they have a plan for it. So Thunder Predator's like, okay, we're not gonna let you do your plan. We're gonna go for something.
You have
different.
to ban out the Venomancer now if you're Virtus.pro, right? Because Frank plays it. You would have Earth Spirit plus Venom versus Monkey King. That feels unplayable almost in the lane.
I'm not convinced by picking up 2 cores, which are most likely going to be 2 cores in the first 2. That feels very revealing. I mean, how much flex potential is there? I mean, I know Void Spirit, has some flex there, but
almost none.
Yeah,
right?
there's
none
almost
recently.
none.
Yeah.
They don't have the last pick of the draft, so it's not like you're generally saving your like core pick for last or anything, but it is surprising to see both mid and carry.
Yeah.
Straight up.
We've seen a lot of Monkey King +1 or Void Spirit +1, right? It's same like for Thunder Predator. They pick their midder and they pick the position 4, but very peculiar that they go for both. Most teams do value these 2 heroes quite highly on that position 1 and 2, and because of that we can kind of understand it. And when you think about it, they did pick Void Spirit into the Puck, so he's already slightly countered. You can't really do much more to make his game worse, let's put it that way.
I guess previous game also, they left their carry pick till the very last, and most of the carries of Nightfall were banned out, and they were stuck with the PA, and they did not want that happening again, so they secured the Monkey King early on.
Every PA pick has felt like, oh, okay, there's nothing much left. I'll get PA, and it's generally lost from what I've seen. So
yeah, it's not been too hot.
The Venomancer banned out, and probably a couple of other ranged heroes that can go on offlane. They could also perhaps flex the Puck on off. Have they done that before? In the game that I watched, I don't think so.
I want to say maybe one game they ran off lane. Have they run Frank on Puck?
Let me find that out for you.
Tidehunter
They
being well bent out.
have not.
Okay.
Yeah.
They
So-
have done one Night Stalker game.
Night Stalker actually a hero that hasn't been picked up too many times. It shines really in games versus Oracle and versus, I don't know, these Shadow Shamans and whatnot. Just teams haven't been prepared to test him out.
Phoenix still in the pool, by the way, as a possible 5 position for. I mean, Thunder Predator. We've seen Wu play it. Yeah, works really well with them. Secures the lane, the team fight.
Like that trio of Phoenix plus Earth Spirit plus Puck forces Monkey to get an early BKB. You can't go like 2-3 items like we've seen some players and then a BKB. You would just have to get it much sooner. Meanwhile, it would be cool with Virtus Pro as well. You don't see a lot, but you see Monkey King. You have some team fight potential there.
The other hero Thunder Predator like that's very kind of NASA regional hero is the Beastmaster. Still in the pool, untouched. I think it was banned last game. Just very high tempo hero. Like you're not going to look to crush your lane, but once you get your Necrobook and you take over the map and you start pushing towers, you're securing Roche easily. You're taking full map control and just making it really hard for VP to play their game.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Frank played it in the first 4 games that they played. He played it 3 times, and he hasn't played it since. Either because it's banned, or maybe they found a different hero to fit instead. But Oracle will be the support that VP is going for. Kingslayer will take that one most likely.
Pretty solid with the Monkey King. Always enables him to use his ulti and just heal up through Jingu stacks. I like it. I've seen many teams putting high priority on Oracle in the last couple of days. Meanwhile, Thunder Predator could be also looking for their 5. Could also just pick up Frank hero right now.
Yep. Yeah, we'll see what they get as a response. Generally, you want that hero to jump Oracle. They've already got a Puck, so not a bad option, and Earth Spirit, so not the east game. And they are going to go for the Phoenix. Yeah, honestly, if they get like a Phoenix into a Beastmaster here, their draft looks so solid because they're forcing Monkey to go BKB. Then they get the BKB piercing Disable. You've got the Hawk for vision. You can see out Monkey on trees.
As well, right? On that offlane.
That also sounds great, yeah.
It now also makes for a good Mirana game for Virtus Pro, though. We know Save likes to play it, and with his Lion banned out, and with this Phoenix, like, he has barely played anything else here.
I don't love it too much against the Puck. Versus the Egg, it's great. Puck always is such a huge threat for the Oracle and the Mirana.
Yeah.
Both of these heroes, you would have a 4 and a 5 that like outskirts of the battles, right? All the team fights, you don't really want to be in there like an Earth Spirit, which is also something that I'm not a biggest fan of, but if it's good versus Phoenix, then sure, you can get it.
It's kind of like there's not a whole lot of maybe better for us, because I love what Thunder Predator have done. They banned Lion Shaman both games in a row. This is what we're seeing these teams do against teams like Vici Gaming and stuff, where we're going to take out these Hex heroes.
This is something completely different.
Yeah.
So Shadow Demon on Dire's side always gets credited for being able to stack like a ton, but then again, for VP, I'm not sure if that's the route that they should be going, considering they shine a little bit more when they are a little bit more active.
Yeah, they don't farm stacks with these heroes right now.
And it's a 4 Shadow Demon, right? So this guy will be, if he stacks anything, good call on the Beastmaster, Parker. If he stacks anything, it will be the Ancients, right? Coming from that offlane, stacks Ancients a little bit, goes back into the lane.
Yep. We've seen one Shadow Demon so far in the hands of Vici Gaming. It did not do well against Quincy Crew, who was able to take the game.
Yeah, everything from Thunder Predator right now looks solid. You can see why they're picking it. Shadow Shaman kinda good versus Beastmaster because of the disruption. You get that save. You can save a hero or 2 from the roar.
I mean, I would go even one step further. This looks more than solid. This looks like these are the top tier meta heroes, like in every role almost. And they all synergize so well together. We've seen the Puck Phoenix, what they can do in the big team fights. You've got
Earth Spirit Puck.
Yeah,
as well.
exactly. The kick with the coil.
Yeah, just need to complete the draft with a position 4 that's left still in the pool, because I assume Virtus Pro will ban out a couple right now with their last 2 bans. Most likely Troll will go out, and
maybe Juggernaut.
Maybe Jug and Troll.
At least as far as like what we've seen the most of.
Actually, okay, they banned out the Wraith King. Never mind. There's this idea that Wraith King is bad versus Monkey King, because you kill him once, then you set up the Wukong's command around it, and it's a solid idea overall. But when you have a team fight that's as scary as Thunder Predators, it just doesn't work. You can't stand there. You can't use your ulti.
And VP have no team fight right now other than that Wukong's command. It feels like they can't look to fight into Thunder Predator. They're going to be trying to play like a maybe more fast-paced game of Dota, which is what they were not doing last game. So this seems to be their adjustment.
They just ban out the Viper.
Weaver, that's a good ban.
A good mid lane matchup, but very interesting. That Viper would be an off-lane probably for Virtus.pro, right? Because you have Void Spirit as well. So maybe they're looking at something that suffers heavily from the break. PA comes to my mind.
Spectre comes to mind.
Spectre. Yeah, we have
I mean, we've seen a couple of Spectres, but it's not like my go-to here.
Perhaps not the best versus the Shadow Demon as well. So
Not when there's a troll still in the pool, right?
I believe Virtus.pro should ban it out now.
No, they ban out the PA.
They ban out the PA instead. I think this Razor just gives away troll, right? Yeah. It's a very...
It's one of those things, like, I feel like we saw every Thunder Predator hero coming. Once we saw the first pick puck, it's like we knew they were going to get the next 4 heroes. Because VP did too, but it's like, can you beat this? This is one of the most solid, well-rounded drafts we've seen all tournament.
And they go with Thunderlord. Why do they go with Thunderlord? Tide has been banned out, and you need a hero that will prevent Beastmaster from just taking over the game with his summons and necros and whatnot. Last game I was on 50-50. This game I am 60-40 pretty much for Thunder Predator.
Yeah. This Thunder Predator draft looks so solid. It's just like their bread and butter. It's what's worked in this tournament from start to finish, and I think VP have gone a little bit wonky with the support there, the Shadow Demon plus Oracle. I'm not a big fan of this, and I think again they're going to have problems kind of making plays around the map. They do have a Void Spirit, which I think is going to be better than the Mars. Doesn't require that like Blink Dagger, but all eyes for me on GPK if VP want to have a chance this game.
If VP is doing well, it's because of individual outperformance, not necessarily because of team composition. Yeah, so I mean, I'm gonna still ask. I'll go first. I think Thunder Predator will take this game, and therefore the series. How about you, Gods?
Sign me up, Thunder Predator. I think they're continuing their run.
Yeah, SA as well looked much hungrier. Have a better draft as well.
Okay, so for all the VP fans out there, all eyes on GPK. If GPK does well, they've got a shot.
Definitely.
Yeah, for me, I think, definitely. And just the lanes in general, like the Shadow Demon, the Oracle, these are heroes that aren't going to be able to make plays and moves, but they can win their lanes potentially. They can do
maybe
disruptive
save pops
things.
off. We've seen some Shadow Demons really make a difference.
On the Shadow Demon, though?
Yeah, if you get a lot of farm, it can happen.
Stack those poisons.
I'm being optimistic here, you know, silver lining.
Silver linings. We're going to look for them as, Thunder Predator is definitely looking like they have a little bit of an up here in the second game. Let's find out if they're able to perform to the standards that we expect from them in game 2. And let's head to B-Cup and Black.
Thank you very much. And yeah, we're getting into this game number 2. 10-man smoke. But on 2 separate parts of the map, unfortunately. Not where I thought they would be.
Yeah, not going to be seeing any fight here, unfortunately. Always.
Now you don't.
Dire's middle tower's in trouble. Which one, Dire again?
What is this? A game of some sort?
No!
What is this? A game of some sort?
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Spicy. So it begins.
To restore the void within. Bounty.
A prize!
Dire are scanning, trying to find those sneaky bums.
Back off.
What is this? A game of some sort?
It's looking spicy.
Agents of the void.
Radiant's middle tower's not feeling the love. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is getting pushed around.
Greetings!
Radiant are scanning for enemies. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Dire is scanning for enemies. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand. Here comes Dire's plucky little courier. Oops!
The greatest tragedy of our eon. Some sort?
Behold! Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
gone down.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
A prize.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Dire's doing their glowy thing. Nothing doing till that's done. Dire is scared of enemies. Radiant are scared. How does that even work?
I will skin
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower might be going down. Dire's top tower has fallen.
That's teamwork in action.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating.
Vanished.
tower's taking a dirt nap. Radiant's bottom tower's still there, but not for long. Radiant's top tower's about to topple. Radiant's top tower ain't looking too steady. Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Regeneration!
Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand. Radiant's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Earth's bounty.
A prize!
Dire's putting a hurt on Radiant's middle tower.
It's looking spicy.
What is this? A game of some sort?
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire is scanning for enemies. Radiant just murdered Roshan. Hasn't he suffered enough? Bottom tower needs a hand. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's putting up a barricade. Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top rubble. Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower's under attack.
tea.
It's looking spicy.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Radiant's top tower's about to topple. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Twice the destruction. A double kill.
Dire is scanning for enemies.
Excellent.
Dire's middle tower
This'll
looks to
come
be
in handy.
disintegrating.
A prize.
Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating.
Illusion.
Spicy.
Dire's bottom tower don't look good. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant called in the fortification. Radiant's middle tower is not feeling the love. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower ain't looking too steady.
It's looking spicy.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is falling. Is this how Dire's middle barracks fall? Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Bounty.
Roshan has fallen to the ground. Dire is scared from enemies. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Hey, where's Dire's bottom tower? Radiant are scanning for enemies. Dire's courier has been killed. Anything good on it?
This pleases me to no end.
True domination.
What is this? A game
Such
of
a
some
vivid
sort?
imagination.
Greetings!
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire is scanning for enemies.
Earth's bounty.
Greetings! Greetings!
Monster kill.
Haste!
Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top rubble. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Reassembles my form.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
A prize! destruction.
Roshan's dead. Man, him and that Aegis. And I never messed up that bad.
This pleases me to no end.
Dire's courier has been killed. Bottom tower don't look good. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom barracks has fallen. Killing spree. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower just tapped out. Dire's top barracks has fallen.
It's looking spicy.
Amazing tiles too. Radiant smashed the engine. This one works.
From Thunder Predator. That was
They
absurd.
got handled. They got absolutely handled, man. It wasn't even a fair fight, it looked like. Like, they made VP look like amateurs, really. Man, Thunder Predator coming through so clutch. Like, both games, absolute domination, as you said. No chance. Get out of here, they say. Get out.
They told him to get out. They told him to leave. Thunder Predator, they move on to tomorrow. A complete domination that needs to be broken down even more. We've got the panel. Take it away, guys. Break it down for us, please.
Thank you, and I couldn't agree more with Black that Thunder Predator here has just made Virtus Pro seem like amateurs, or as I heard Gods mutter under his breath, well, VP made themselves look like amateurs.
Whoa, whoa!
Under the bus.
You're hearing things, Sheev.
Shiver.
CIS fans, no, I said not.
It was a rough game for them.
I was obviously exaggerating, but VP were not playing
Green
VP
Room
Dota.
Express.
Yeah,
sorry.
Now I'm gonna explain myself. No, I'm gonna double down. VP played bad. They Thunder Predator. Firstly, hats off to those guys. They played amazing Dota. They drafted perfectly. They got given way too many OP heroes. I don't know how that happened. But VP just were not making moves, and the moves they were making were not good.
Yeah, they were playing in a different way than what we expect from them, perhaps because of the support duo that they had as well. Monkey King building something that you don't necessarily see very often. SNY very early on, never a BKB. Why not? Because you have an Oracle and Shadow Demon to save you. Yeah, you do, but...
Look, Disruption after the false promise already, it's just...
It's just, yeah, some mistakes that look like nerves are getting to them. 25 minutes in, they still didn't have a single tier 1 tower down.
I think
Why?
the game is already over after the laning stage, right? Almost.
If you don't take a tier 1 on the bottom lane, you just can't play the game. The map is not opened enough for you to make moves. They were smoking towards their own tier 1 on top lane instead of taking the bottom one and trying to play around the mid tower, but
and when they were smoking, they didn't even kill the Beastmaster top, and it just wasn't clicking at all. It took him like 28 minutes to take the tier 1 mid tower. nothing for VP was working. And I think so much does go back to the draft. I don't like it at all. This support pairing, the 4th position Shadow Demon out of nowhere, Shadow Demon Oracle, like with an Underlord. Like these heroes aren't being picked or at least prioritized for a reason. And you look at what Thunder Predator have, and it just feels like highway robbery with how the heroes they got in this draft.
Sometimes it just feels that the draft is perfect, and this is one of those times for Thunder Predator. You should not allow them to have all of these heroes.
This is one of those times where if someone woke up late, missed the draft or something, looked at the screen, how on earth did they get these 5?
Virtus.pro had a peculiar one in the last series as well, right? With the Bounty Hunter and Enchantress Lion, which didn't work out that great for them. Then they had 2 good drafts here. Both of the games did not look too great.
No, and I know that they are the youngest squad here. They have the youngest captain as well, and they have not gotten a lot / any LAN experience to their name. I'm happy that they're still Smiles. They are, of course, eliminated here. But at some point, we saw them already yesterday. That we know that they can play proper also on that stage. So at some point, you gotta not give any excuse. They didn't live up to their standards, and they are well-deserved left behind here at the Major on 7th, 8th place.
Yeah, I think in some ways they should at least be happy they got that top 8.
Yeah.
Getting past Quincy Crew, they kind of scraped by. Like Quincy Crew with the stand-in, both Game 2 and Game 3, Quincy I think had opportunities to win those games. I think VP were like almost fortunate to get past. But for VP, they are young, they are inexperienced. They've proven in the online kind of era of Dota over the past year that they can go toe-to-toe with the likes of Team Secret. So I expect them to bounce back. I hope they stay together. But this was not their tournament.
No. It's a good experience to have.
Top 8 for the first time on the Major.
Plus the DPC points they got from the league.
Exactly.
Like, they're in a good position. End of the day,
it's not awesome, but it's
you know
alright.
who's in a better position? Thunder Predator, because they hereby they double their prize money from the Major itself, and they get 50% extra DPC points, because getting top 6 gets you 300 extra points on top of what you already got in the league, while 7th, 8th leaves you at 200 points.
Well, that's pretty much TI for them, more or less.
There's a very high chance that this has secured them TI. Obviously, we don't know. The math is not yet done, cannot yet be done. So we don't know yet what secures TI, but it's looking pretty good for them. Pretty good. Who's the MVP though?
We thought just the 5 position for the drafts. We thought Wu and MJZ.
Yeah.
Like
MJZ for sure. Why not?
It's like you get those heroes, and 2 games in a row set his team up for success with 2 great drafts. And I love that going in Game 2, they didn't just pick the Tusk win range. That was available. They said, no, we showed them Wind Ranger. We're going to go for this
for a different draft.
Totally different. Don't let VP adjust. Don't let them get comfortable. New draft.
And the Pucker Spirit, it's a pretty potent combo on its own. You have that Dream Call and the kick. They utilized it so many times. And if we weren't only addressing the draft, probably Moose would be our MVP once again. But we were a little bit bored with giving the same guy.
We give him the MVP all the time. They gotta spice it up.
Exactly.
Also, we might have been a little biased because MJZ came to talk to us here, so we are definitely biased in favor of him. Congratulations, MJZ. What a performance.
Thank you very much.
I'm gonna just ask you straight off the bat, because we give you the MVP. That series, the draft especially in Game 2, was amazing. But if you had to give an MVP to any of your players, who would you give it to?
All of them, to be honest. I feel like everyone is playing like their best right now. Like there's only one single player only. I think it's the whole team basically.
It is absolutely showing. I'm curious, how did you prepare for today? Because you're coming in, you're going to face Virtus.pro, and there's not that much data on them because they did not play in the group stages. How did you prepare for today?
There was some data on their, I guess, P4 and P1. And we kind of like focus those 2 players, hope to play against them. And I think we made a good draft the first and second game. We planned everything and we kind of spec what they're going to pick. So it worked at the end, I think.
Yep. Congratulations once again. Can I just ask you, did they surprise you with anything that they drafted, or you could see their picks from a mile away?
Most of them, I think everything was kind of expected, to be honest.
And that game too, I mean, I'm a bit of a Dota scrub, but I see those 5 heroes you get, and I'm like, how did you expect to get what from me, look like 5 of the most OP heroes right now.
Yeah, the funny thing is, like, everyone, like, every player on our team got their best hero on that game. Leoste got Puck, I got Phoenix, Frank got Beastmaster. Like, everyone was so happy in that game because, I don't know, somehow we got everything. We wanted everything.
Do you see the reasoning behind the Shadow Demon and Oracle pickup from Virtus.pro?
I think it's because our P4 doesn't play their heroes, I think, because we had good bans on that point. So we're expecting, like, Shadow Demon maybe, but we didn't believe on it. But
so you made them pretty much. We did perfect ban. MVP deserved.
Yeah.
Do you have, when you're playing at this major, do you have DPC points in like in the forefront of your mind, or is that like a side factor and you're just focusing on playing?
We're looking to get like DPS points first, like at least 8 places, I guess, and then 4 places if we can. Like, we want to get DPC points from here at least, so we can have more chances to get into TI eventually.
So you had like a set plan going into this. It's like, okay, let's go for top 4.
Yeah, basically top 4, I guess, around it.
Humble. Yeah.
Top 4 seems like a good place to be. Already at top 6, and the way you guys are playing today definitely allowed for more there.
Yeah.
How in a game like that? Okay, you got all your 5 best heroes. It's gonna get loud, I would imagine, for your squad. How do you? Because it looked like controlled chaos for you guys. Sometimes you go a little too far, but this series today, it was very well controlled in both tempo when you go and when you don't go. Who do you have to reel back most?
What do you mean?
Who do you have to, like, is there anybody that you have to stop from diving tier 4s?
I guess sometimes Moose is kind of like going ham too much, I guess. Like, he died a couple times, but it's all good anyways because we know what to do after. If that happens, we know what to do and how to, like, approach it, so it's okay.
Is he then also the most loud player on your team?
Yeah. I mean, everyone was being loud in that game. I don't know why. Got Minos and Leoste were like shouting like so many things like loudly, so it was actually funny.
I could definitely see it with a game like that. It was so much fun to watch. You are going to play up against IG tomorrow. How are you going to prepare?
I guess we're going to talk with Moose later and talk about draft, actually. Yeah.
Any more questions from the both of you?
No, I'm pretty good. Congratulations.
Yeah, really. Thank you.
Once again on a big victory and a big placement already in the tournament.
That leaves me with one extra question, MJZ. You have a large fan base watching you right now, and you're getting more and more fans. If you keep forming like this, I know that there's a lot of other regions that have adopted you as their own. What do you want to say to them?
Thanks for the support and thank you. Basically, that's it.
All right, well, thank you so much, MJZ, for taking the time to talk to us. We're going to let you get back to your team and prepare for tomorrow.
Thank you.
And congratulations.
Thank you. Good luck.
Yeah, I mean, the Thunder Predator, they just looked so good. Again, they looked good. They made VP look bad, which I think is an extra up to Thunder Predator as well. And overall, I mean, the performance, it speaks for itself, Scott.
It really does. I mean, every single player, as their captain was saying, MJZ was pointing out, like, everyone's playing well. Everyone got their best heroes, but even game 1 when they weren't all maybe on their signature heroes, it was a similar story. They were just dominating all over the map. They have a really good understanding of how to play the game, and I favor them going into tomorrow.
And they probably made so many fans in the last couple of days globally, not only from South America.
I mean, we saw, I've seen on some threads here and there that some Eastern European fans have jumped ship.
The honorary CIS.
Yes.
Yeah. I feel like they are the honorary NA for our NA analysts. Same goes for CIS.
Everyone wants to embrace them because they're the underdogs. And honestly, I was saying, like, backstage, when they were playing that game, it was a more slow. It felt like I was watching EG play Dota. It was
calculated,
so clean. It was like 5 kills to 6, and they had a 7k gold lead. They didn't care about forcing action. They were playing conservatively, but just dominating the map. It was amazing to watch.
That usually happens when a team doesn't take a single of your towers. Like, a single tier 1 did not fall, so you can play the whole map. Meanwhile, they're constricted in that triangle. Just very well played from them.
Let's take a look at the bracket and see where that leaves the team, or that leaves Thunder Predator and all the teams that played today. We started today with an upper bracket series. We had EG and PSG LGD move forward in that upper bracket, meaning that they go head-to-head in the upper bracket finals. Team Secret dropped down and IG dropped down, and they now also know their opponents because we saw today go. We saw Virtus.pro and Vici Gaming go. They are the two teams eliminated at 7th and 8th place here at the One Esports Dota 2 Singapore Major. And that brings us to the following schedule for tomorrow. We only have 2 more days to go. In 2 days, we'll have a crowned champion. 6 more series. Yes, 6 more series. Math. Very hard. 6 more series to go before we know who the champion is, and it could be any one of these 6 teams because all 6 teams in the league are gonna play tomorrow, gods. In the major, not league.
And it's going to be a great day of Dota. Really looking to see Thunder Predator show up again. Potential rematch for them against Team Secret. I think they'll have made some adjustments if they do get that rematch. But both those, I'd say Secret and Thunder Predator, the 2 favorites to win their best of 3s.
And EG versus PSG LGD. Once again, EG facing a team from the Chinese region. Going to be very interesting to see if they can do the same thing that they did to IG.
Most exciting thing about today, Lizard?
About today.
We had OBG moving forward.
Yeah, Thunder Predator and Neon, both of them are just as exciting for me because kind of considered underdogs, also the only representatives of their region. I think Neon versus Vici Gaming probably the most exciting win.
And both those teams coming in as like the 2nd place team, the lesser known team from their region. They're not the Beast Coast, they're not the Fnatic, and here they are in top 6.
Yeah, super exciting stuff. I was also very impressed with EG's performance. I thought it was going to be closer between them and IG. And it wasn't.
It was like
a clinic.
40-minute series or something, it felt like.
I think it was the shortest series we've had so far. I mean, it felt like that, at least in terms of gameplay, was decided.
Can't talk about EU at all right now. Nothing exciting on the Western Front. Yep. Sad indeed.
Look, Secret's in the low bracket, and smart money's on Secret making the final still, I gotta say. So
that may be true, but they also have a history of sometimes just, maybe they're in TI form. I saw it today, and that's not the right form to be in. All right, guys. It has been a fantastic day, made possible, of course, by One Esports and PGL, and we are very thankful for also the Singaporean Tourism Board that makes everything possible. And I want to give an extra special shout out to our sponsors. We got JBL, Tumi, Logitech, Secret Lab, a Shopee, a DBS, and Tinder. They make it all possible, and our broadcasting partners are awesome as well. EGG Network and Huya.com. And they'll all be back for tomorrow. That's when we will continue. Tomorrow will be the 2nd to last day of the Singapore Major. And I know it's a Saturday, so everybody can watch. I know that some people have, also commitments on the Saturday, but more people will have no commitments on the Saturday. And if you do, you might have to cancel them because there's going to be some great Dota 2 coming your way. We're starting at the same time again. It is 9:45 Singaporean time. So get your day cleared out, and we'll see you tomorrow.